All right, mic check, 1 2 1 2, mic check, 1 2 1 2. We should be live now. Fuck, the ad is starting now. Hey, hey, howdy. I am going to talk through that ad break just so that we can all start our videos at about the same time without there being much delay. But to those that are subbed or not in an ad right now, how you doing? How's your day been? I for the last actual 5 minutes. Because, like, when you're sitting down to, like, set up stream, you're not really thinking of much after a while. It's a lot of, like, it's a lot of just in my own head, I'm like, okay, so gotta get this done, gotta get this done, this thing, this thing, this thing. Like, gotta press all these buttons, gotta make sure everything's set up right. But, like, after a while, that becomes muscle memory. So before a stream, you're on autopilot. So your brain just starts thinking about stupid shit. Sorry, I was fumbling with something on my desk and it wanted to leave my hand. Um, and I had just the god awful thought of like, so y'all know how there are Elvis impersonators, right? And like I guess like JFK and like pretty much any public figure has like impersonators. If they have like an iconic enough look or a way they're speaking, I wonder if there is anyone who has ever made a career off of intimidate or not intimidating, imitating. I make that mistake all the time. Ow, ow, ow. How you doing, Iris? How are you holding up? But like, are there people who pay their bills by doing a Gilbert Gottfried voice and by like trying to look like him? I gotta look this up. And you know what? This is gonna be. Are there Gilbert Gottfried impersonators? There's one thing from 9 months ago about Gilbert's impersonations. Things like David Brenner's, or David Steinberg. Like, yeah, he did his own. Oh, oh shit, a year ago from Casting Call Club, the subreddit? Let's see. Nobody has responded. Huh. Yeah, most of what I'm looking at is, oh, there's this guy who does that. Gilbert Godfrey impressionist on Cameo. Oh fuck. Oh hell yeah. Okay, there is one person. You know what? I'm glad we went on this journey. I'm glad that bit took as long as it needed to. I didn't expect that to go on for the perfect minute 30. I thought that would just be one response, but like I did some googling, turns out on Cameo 25 bucks you can get a guy that apparently sounds like Gilbert Gottfried for your bits, and I'm gonna have to think about that as a business expense. I'm gonna have to consider it. How are you all doing? How are you holding up? Please tell me my mic was on for any of that. Because that shit was incredibly stupid. I was gonna transition that into, and you know what else is stupid? YouTube videos. Let's watch some YouTube videos. But then I'm like, no, your YouTube videos aren't usually stupid. They're actually usually. Y'all actually tend to send me some neat shit. Or even if it's stuff that I've already seen, it's stuff I already like. So I'm like, oh, fuck yeah, I'll rewatch that. Um, Let me just close VLC. Open up here. No. We are going to be starting on a Limit Breakers video from 4 years ago on do the DS3 dogs actually teleport. But before we do, a couple, maybe not ground rules, but like just a reminder of how we do things. If I need to skip something, whether it is like I'm not fucking with it or just like, oh, sudden copywritten music for a prolonged amount of time and I can't just skip it, or if like half the bits in there, like it's gray area. I'm going to reserve the right to skip things that are either too long in the tooth to keep my attention or things that have somehow gotten through our screening process for things we are screening for, in which case I will also probably look into what user did that and be like, hey, I know this was a while back, but like in the future, please. We also are going to be going a little longer than usual. We are going to be going for 3 hours instead of the 90-minute or 2.5-hour ones. Mostly I want to get through a lot of the backlog, and I feel like turning this back into a weekly thing. I want to make sure that we get somewhat through the backlog, though, so that newer stuff can come in, because, like, we're getting stuff from when, like, multiple people who have left were still submitting things, and I'm like, shit. But yeah, that's all I wanted to say. I reserve the right to skip anything that I'm not fucking with for any reason or another. But I'm also gonna give everything a fair shot, so, and I'm not gonna go on, like, a tirade about how your thing sucks. I'm just gonna be like, hey, I ain't fucking with it. Skip. Let's also make sure... Oh, fuck yeah. But this is the Limit Breakers video. Do the DS3 dogs actually teleport? I actually don't mind the Limit Breakers voice, because, like... Oh, fuck. I knew there was something I was forgetting to do.
In the beginning,
how is that?
There was endless
is that too loud? Is that too quiet? I'm still figuring this shit out.
There was dog.
There was dog.
Through the ages,
get a load of that dog.
There have been many dogged contenders. Man's worst friend. Most are rude dudes.
Yeah, the dogs in Dark Souls are fucking aggressive. They are angry motherfuckers.
Weebs.
Yo, I didn't know about the headband.
Those 3 dogs.
I didn't know that the dogs in Sekiro had headbands. That's awesome.
Rumored to have the power
of time and space itself.
So if I remember correctly, the quirks of DS3 dogs carried over to Elden Ring.
Do damn dogs really teleport? It's behind me. Isn't it?
I love how they look in Lothar Castle. They're so fucking weird.
So,
they're creepy.
The test is simple. Since dogs like bones,
was that what I thought it was in the background?
The test is simple.
Okay, that was...
Since dogs like
that was a
bones,
red soldier,
we'll have this
not in a
sack of bones
masquerade.
run around, and then observe the results.
And as soon as they saw me,
all
they
this
came
man
bounding over.
Yeah, I like how there are like multiple characters for these bits.
And after some time,
like Limit Breakers has a lot of character.
Finally,
probably one of my favorite Dark Souls creators. Up there with like the backlogs.
To you.
Granted, I just like challenge runs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They teleport in.
Damn right they do.
And it's not a rare occurrence.
Yeah.
At all.
It's fucked up!
All of these examples were gathered in
DS3 is built like shit.
Years.
I love it.
They really
it is my least favorite of the 3. Physics, but like, I love it.
Public decency.
It's so weird.
But after testing other doggos, I noticed some things. I'm not cleaning.
That's another thing I like with
only the
with Limit Breakers is like his bits when he does them, they're extremely tight. You didn't notice? I didn't either, but a baby smile. But like his bits are very blink and you'll miss it sometimes. He does not like to linger for too long. Also, this man. Oh, that's unfortunate there, bud. Your arm ain't supposed to do that.
Arrow-studded dog teleports. The little ones are good boys.
But you didn't notice what? What's going on?
One.
Also, Iris, now that you're chatting, how's the audio?
Indeed.
Oh no! It's that one bridge in fucking Scotland, I think.
This is easily proven by the high wall small dogs who never teleport even
they are, but they are so mean.
2.
It's good.
The
thank
dogs
you.
are shy teleporters. They will only port when
Oh
they
my
are
god,
off
the Mario
screen.
64 Lucky 2 in the...
Why
Yeah!
does this happen? Well, I have an idea.
Age
Since
102.
pretty
Oh, hell yeah. How old
graphics
is oldest
can be
man?
demanding, sacrifices have to be made. There is no need to render areas that you are not inside. Distant things can get away with low poly models and frame rates. And better yet, if it can't be seen, don't render it at all.
Actually,
This is called
remember that this is what Dark
custom
Souls
culling.
did. Because, like, I
Very
love
cool
culling.
indeed.
Like, it's fucking
So
neat.
the little dog works correctly.
Very good.
Despite his fast speed,
I didn't notice
he
that
will be
that one has a
before
thing in its
entering
mouth.
The camera's
Or is that its
thruster.
tongue? I can't
However,
tell.
The bigger doggo is just that, a bigger dog. Since they share the same run animation, however.
Same run animation,
the
same
bigger dog
overarching
covers
code,
much
probably
more ground.
deals a bit more damage.
So due to
maybe.
this oversight, he is eating
It's
himself
fucked up that this is
into
one of the first
camera
actual enemies
space
you
too
fight.
soon, before he can be rendered. Mystery solved. That was quick. And since we have some time left, how about some dog facts?
Dog facts! Yeah!
Using flames, you can teach your dog how to roll over.
Yep, every time. Pretty consistent.
No.
It's a really good early way to make him fuck off.
Dog facts. If your dog looks like this,
Oh, it's mad
Take
fucked
that.
up.
to the vet.
Yup.
Dog facts. Dogs teleport because they eat homeward bones.
I believe it. I believe it.
Under this bridge,
Uh-huh.
there are two dogs.
Why?
One only tells lies.
Oh.
The second.
Oh, that
has
one's
no
pregnant.
health insurance.
For just $1 a month, you too
Dogged
can
Protectors
sponsor
is
a
amazing.
maggot-infested dog.
That is good.
Please donate
You
now.
can give limit $1.
He is very sick indeed, and can even
Oh,
poison.
you're not pregnant, you're
This
poisoned.
one-of-a-kind pupper
Huh.
is also the only dog who gives hugs.
Huh.
Ooh,
I don't think I've
that's
ever
hugging.
fought this dog.
Dog facts. They like being petted,
I believe it.
and they promised me to never defy space-time ever again.
Good boys.
Thanks for watching.
Oh, I guess that is its tongue. It looks like it's holding, like, a big plate. You see what I mean? Like, that doesn't look like its tongue anymore. Good video with limit breakers, as always.
Well, hey there, folks.
Biscuits and gravy
welcome
sausage.
back, I guess.
I don't
Biscuits
know-
and gravy. Making
I don't know
Southerners
anything
huge
about
for
this.
the past 100
Outside
years.
that
We're gonna
is
be
biscuits
making
and
the
gravy.
sausage that goes into the
And I
gravy
like
first, then we're gonna
biscuits and
sausage
gravy.
The sausage that we made.
Okay. I believe you. Good start.
By the way, one of the little
Good
lynx is
start.
still asleep, so I'm trying to do this as loudly as possible. Time to wake up.
Respect.
Pepper, onion, and
Good hustle.
garlic powder, rosemary, fennel seeds.
Rosemary.
Now we gotta cook it.
I don't know any recipe that uses fennel seeds and rosemary, but like, hell yeah. Whatever.
I wish someone would wake up so that they could share all this biscuits and gravy with me. 2 tablespoons
That is
of
serving
flour
size, like,
and
1.5.
half. I forgot how much you're supposed to use. Good morning, sleepyhead. You want some biscuits and gravy?
I think that's too much.
Wait, come back. I love you.
I think that might be too much. You might need a little more starch
And
in
then you
there.
just kind of glob it on there.
Wait.
Mrs. Sausage, you want a biscuit and gravy?
It's a bit runny.
All right, then the whole crew's coming along with
Oh,
me.
fuck. Oh, fuck. Oh, hell yeah. That's what's going on in
The
this
biscuits
video.
absorbed all the gravy. Luckily for us.
Oh,
I
this
thought
is
ahead.
badass. Oh, this is food
Feed
crimes.
The bird, sausage a bag.
This is food crimes.
Sausage a bag.
Who submitted this?
And sorry for the lack of shows recently.
Oh, that was bad. I forgot what sausage casings move like for a second. And I felt that, like, in the back of my throat when it wobbled. Like, okay, hang on. Wait. Pause. I'm gonna strike that from the record. But, like, watch how it... Yeah.
Sorry for the
When
lack of
they
shows
flop it
recently.
down.
I've been working on a new podcast, and it hasn't been going well. You can't believe
way
this
out of
said
line.
that.
That's are way out of line.
In the Mouth of Madness sandwich, we haven't heard from you yet.
This is a strange video.
That's the biscuits and gravy water. And 3,
Oh, don't
2,
say those
1,
words.
Let's sausage.
Don't say those words.
This is why I don't own a dog. Perfect amount of casing, by the way. With special thanks to today's Mark Boxalo box artist, this guy. The fermented Greenland shark, that's the one that everyone likes. Doritos dinosaur is gold, people. It's gold. Egypt the shark.
Ugh.
So will it blow? Oh, it got the shark.
Oh.
And something. So
Oh,
what
you
will it
won me
do now?
back.
Will it blow?
Oh, this won me back.
One Mark Ruffalo's. Okay, here we go.
Oh my god. Oh my god. I don't... No. This shouldn't look edible. What the fuck?
Pooper scooper, because this puppy's done. Well, all right, let's open it up, see how we did.
I am kind of curious.
One soggy sausage. Pretty hefty sausage. It better be good. Here we go.
What the fuck is this
Superb.
Channel?
Excellent. Pretty much best case scenario you can have with
Is that a fucking
sausage
pun?
that's, not fully solidified. I mean, it tastes exactly like biscuits and gravy, so that...
I mean, like...
the texture is,
I mean, like, if the taste is on point...
It's like pancake batter in there. But I don't
Yeah, I
like
believe
it.
that.
I gotta drop it a point just because of how goopy it is. So I'm gonna have to give this sausage here...
This is all this channel
4 out
does?
of
Did they make
5.
everything into a sausage? Is that the bit? Because, like, I felt that in my throat. That was awful. But, like, if this is a consistent bit, it's a good bit. This gives hair cake. I don't know... I don't know how many of you know what the fuck I'm talking about, because this was years ago. And most people don't remember Filthy Frank. But, like, back in the day, was it Filthy Frank, Max Mofo, and iDubbbz made a cake that included, like, human hair and, like, vomit? And it was awful. It was genuinely awful. And this hits me the same exact way. That's at least food he's putting in there. No, and I agree. But it's the sopping sausage casing. It is the fact that his kitchen does not look clean. It's the fact that everything is weirdly wet. It's the branding everything with vomit and a fermented Greenland shark. And it is a fantastic A+ bit. Oh, don't submit that again, though, please.
Bop, 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 bop.
Because, like, this looks like a fine biscuits and gravy.
No, I get it.
I'd solidify it
I'm
a bit
not
more,
laughing, but I
though.
get it.
This is the better
Always
version.
vomiting
I
apple?
believe it. Waffled Skyline Chili. Okay, I might fuck with that. Master of Flying Guillotine opening. I do not know how these subtitles are gonna work, if there are any, by the way. This is a good palate cleanser. No real wordplay intended on that one. Master Flying Guillotine fucking rules. Yeah. Oh! God, this movie is cool. We gotta watch this. We gotta watch this for, like, a community night. Cause, like, kung fu movies and, like, wuxia shit is, like, it is always something I'm in the mood for. Yeah! Like, this is how you know how good the Flying Guillotine is. It's clean, it's quick, it's efficient. And he's the fucking master, baby. Not special effects, he actually did that. Fucking look at him, that's a wizard. Hang on. No subtitles. No subtitles. Oh fuck yeah. Like this movie is insane. It is Chainsaw Man pacing in this intro. And I love it. Yeah! Yeah! One-armed boxer versus the flying guillotine. Let's see it. Let's see it. Can he do it? Jimmy Wang Yu. Yeah, the hat is Kem Kang. This is such a good intro theme. Like, that bass line is fucking sexy. It's good. It's really good. It's just, I have no better words for it. It's fucking insane. The composer's just going fucking crazy with it. And I love that it sounds like it was recorded in someone's basement. Like, it sounds like the acoustics the song was recorded in were terrible, but that lends to it. Long Arm John, it's true. Ultra Kill Sisyphus Prime monologue, but every word is a Google image. Is that the disco?
I have slept long enough. The kingdom of heaven has long since forgotten my name, and I am eager to make them.
Is this the fucking disco narrator?
The blood of Venus stains your rhythms, and I must admit, I'm curious about your skills, weapon, and so, before I tear down the cities and crush the armies of heaven, you should do as an appetizer. Come forth, child.
Oh my god, that's a good fucking monologue.
Many years ago when I was
Making
in
a
college,
bolt-action
I spent a
pen.
Christmas with my then girlfriend's family.
Okay.
I was working part-time at one of the campus
As with every machining thing, as someone who really likes anything to do with machining, don't do this shit unless you absolutely know what you were doing.
machine shops, but funds
Be
were
very
generally pretty
careful.
low in those years. So I did what any broke college kid would do, and machined everyone's gifts from bits of metal I found around the shop.
Oh, fuck yeah.
My favorite by far was a bolt-action ballpoint pen that I made for her
Oh,
father.
fuck yeah.
It had a buttery smooth action, a beautiful copper finish,
Ooh.
and I even made a leather case for it.
Damn.
Apparently the pen and the other gifts made a good impression, as that girlfriend is now my wife. But to this
Good
day,
man.
anytime we visit her parents' house, I can't help but sneak a glimpse at that pen, as it's one of my favorite things I've ever made. Now, my father-in-law is the type of guy who would immediately give back the pen after hearing this, so no, Henry, I don't want it back. I'll just make my own.
That's good. I really do want to learn how to actually machine things, though. Like, as many warnings as I do give about anything that's like that requires specialty tools like that, like even like cloth cutting or
For
foam
all
cutting,
intents and purposes,
like
this
requires
is a
a
repeat project for
superheated
me.
wire.
And although it's been 8 years
So, like,
since
be
the first
careful.
time through, I was able to scrounge up the
But like,
original
I would
machining
love
drawings I threw
to
together
take
rather
like a short
hastily back then.
apprenticeship to learn how to do like
It's been
machining.
a few videos since I've had a good drafting therapy session, though.
It also feels like just a good
So I'll use
skill
this as
set
an
to
excuse to make
have.
these drawings look a little more professional. This will be a good chance to review the design a little too. To start, there are two outer parts of the pen made from copper C110. First is the grip, which has several internal diameters, making room for the cartridge body, ball tip,
Makes
and the
perfect
spring.
sense.
One end is
Also,
tapered,
probably
no surprise
allows
there,
it to be slightly
while the
easier to
other
take
end has a
apart
male
for
threaded
maintenance.
feature. The second copper part is the barrel, which encloses the rest of the cartridge and has a matching female thread for the grip. If I machine these two parts just right, the joint between the grip and the barrel should disappear completely. This invisible joint is the first cool feature of this project. You'll also notice the idea of the barrel is quite a bit larger than that of the grip. And there's also a special J-shaped slot through the side. This is for the second cool feature of this pen, the bolt action.
Yeah.
The end of the ink cartridge is captured by a stainless steel bolt. And there's a tiny little nubbins of a bolt handle that engages in the J slot of the barrel body.
This has
This
the
should be a
same
fun little bit to
therapeutic
make,
angle
and
as
also keep
like
track of.
how it's made.
From what I remember, the weight balance of the
But
original
like
pen
for
leaves the
cool
barrel end a
DIY
smidge heavy.
projects, I love it.
So to try and compensate for this, I'm going to shorten the bolt and also hollow out some of the material on the end to hopefully reduce its overall mass. The last cool feature of this pen is the clip, and while it doesn't seem cool
Oh?
now, how I'll make it and why is pretty neat all by itself. At least to me it is. With a good
I'm
reliable
curious
set
what's
of
gonna
drawings
set this
cleaned up
pen
and
tip
dimensioned,
apart,
it's
because
time
like
to get
I
to
don't know
machining.
shit about pens.
Because there are
I'm gonna
several
put it right here,
interlocking
right
features
now.
to
I
this
don't know
design
shit
where
about
the fits will be
pens.
important, I'll have to make these parts in a specific order. Starting with the barrel.
I have my favorite fucking
Mounting
pen
the copper
in
stock
the
in a
world.
collet chuck, I'll first face the end clean.
It is right here.
Except that looks like dog shit. Off to a great start already. The
It
copper is
is
super gummy and it likes to stick to
this
the
pen
tooling. But just a little
that
bit of oil on the
has
cutting tip makes
just
a night and day
perfect
difference.
ergonomics for me.
That's way better.
And the actual like
With a little
body
more
of it
knowledge
is
on how
made
to
of
treat this
bamboo
material, I'll dive into
with
the core.
a
Keeping the drill well lubricated
that's
and
just an
regularly clearing
aluminum
the chips is apparently the name of the game for this copper.
band.
This bore will house
down
the
the
back
middle.
end of the ink cartridge, and will need to be a consistent
And that's about
internal
where my thumb
diameter
rests,
to allow the
but
bolt
like
to
it
slide
feels
easily.
nice.
So to achieve this, I'll finish the
Right's
bore with a
good,
reamer, taking it
feels
to the final
nice,
dimension of 5/16.
Fits my hand perfect.
This end of the barrel also receives a female
Lets
thread
me
that will
spin it
ultimately
around,
mate
has
with
a
the
good
male
clip.
thread I'll turn in the grip piece later.
For a
These
mass
two features are
produced
actually why I'm starting with the barrel.
fucking
Since I'm limited to the results
dollar
of
a
the reamer
pen,
and tap,
or
I
not
need to
even
make these
dollar a
features
pen.
first. Then when I make the grip
Like,
and bolt, I can
promotional item.
fine-tune them to fit just right.
best pen I've ever used.
Now you might think the next step is to turn down the
You
diameter,
would never use
but that
this
actually
pen.
has to wait a
Actually, use
bit.
this pen, it would pinch.
I'll part the barrel off a ½ inch long and move on to the grip.
I'd have to see.
The grip has many tricky features,
I'd have
but
to
I'll start
say.
with the one that I have the most risk of screwing up, turning the 3/8 24 threads. First I'll face
Yeah,
and turn
like I
down the
want to learn
diameter
how
from
to
the ½ inch stock.
do.
The inboard side of the thread will ultimately
I
be
want to
what
learn
mates
how to
against the body,
like
and this mating surface
use a
sets many of the
chalk.
critical dimensions of the
Or
assembly.
not use a chuck.
So I need to make sure that the distance from the end of the material
I
to the
used to
mating
know what the
point is
fuck
just
this
right.
tool was called. What the hell is
And
this
since
tool
I'll be single
called?
point cutting this thread, I need a
Because
little
the chuck's what
relief
you
area.
put it in.
But
But
because
like
there's so little room for the tool
the
in
actual
here,
device.
I'm going to use a slightly modified technique and cut these threads running the lathe in reverse. This means I need to flip the cutting tool 180 degrees in the holder.
Like
Also, I'm using an internal thread
learning how to
cutter
use
here
one of
rather
those
than
just
an
feels like a
external,
good
mostly
skill to
because of
have for like a
clearance, but also so
million
I can actually
different
see what's
side
going on.
projects I want to learn. You
After
know?
setting the thread feed for 24 threads per inch, I'll start the lathe spindle running in reverse, position the cutter on the inboard side of the thread, and gauge the feed and start taking passes. And herein lies the main
Lathe.
advantage of this reverse
The word
technique.
is lathe.
I don't have to worry about disengaging the feed too late, since I can stop anywhere past
Yeah, I
the
want
end
to
of the
learn how to
material.
work a lathe.
If I was cutting this the normal way, I would have
Because, like,
roughly a 16th
that'll
of
be
an inch
good
to stop the carriage.
for...
And that's just a
I'm
little
still
too
learning
close
how to
for me.
do blacksmithing stuff.
A little more fine-tuning to match the barrel and the grip threads are
Mostly
finished.
because I need to
But before I get too
find
carried away assembling these,
time to do
I'll need to add a
basic
little
shit.
never seize to prevent the copper pieces from galling and locking together. Ask me how I know. Now I can move on to drilling and reaming the holes that will fit the ink
But,
cartridge.
like,
There are 3
learning
different
how to use a
diameters for the
lathe
reservoir, spring,
would
and
also
tip.
let me learn
And
how
while I could
to
drill all 3 right now, I'm going to just stick
make
with the 2 larger
specific,
bores.
like,
After
miscellaneous
parting this
gubbins
piece off, I'll flip it
for
and face it to
knives,
the
for
correct
swords, things like that.
And finally,
Like
I'll
being
drill
able
the
to
opening for
make
the
my
cartridge tip.
own copper
Before
pins,
moving on, I want to
for
test this with the
instance, which I
cartridge and
guess I
spring just to
might
be
not
safe.
need a lathe for, but, you know.
Got it on the first try. Nice. Off camera, I center drilled the solid end of the barrel piece from earlier in preparation for the next operation. I'll screw the grip and barrel together and then pop this assembly in the lathe, supporting the barrel end with the live center. By turning these assembled, not only will I guarantee that they are the same diameter, but the parting line should virtually disappear. About like that.
Oh, hell yeah.
A few high-speed passes later and I'm at the final diameter.
Yeah, I
And
also
it looks
wonder
like my
what the
machine shop
difference
Hocus Pocus
between,
was a
like,
success. I can't even make out where
slowly
that parting line
and
is in person.
quickly
Go ahead, take a guess at where it is
running
along
your
this
gouge
length, while I
against the
find a way to
lathe.
loosen this thing.
Like,
Ah, there
I'm
it is.
curious what the
Exactly
actual
like I hoped
difference
for.
is, you know?
With that complete, I can finish the turning operations for this assembly. First, I'll take care of the material left on the grip. Since this is already at length, I'll jump straight to cutting the 15-degree taper using the compound rest. Because of my work holding setup in the previous operation, the leftover material on the
It
diameter will
looks
clear up nicely
so
before I reach the board for the
satisfying to
cartridge
just
tip.
see metal shear away
And that's
like
it for the grip,
this.
though the barrel has a fair amount left
Absolutely
to do still.
gorgeous.
I'll part off the extra material I left for the center support, then face it to length and add a nice 45-degree chamfer on here. Now this thing is starting to actually look like a pen, but I still have to mill the J-slot for the bolt action and flatten the mounting area for the clip. I'm actually really excited for these features because it means I get to take the rotary chuck adapter I made recently on its maiden voyage.
Oh, sick!
Did I spend 3 videos building this comically oversized tool just so I can make a few tiny features on a simple pen?
Damn right!
No, but I'd be lying if I said it wasn't the only project I had in mind at the time. With the 3-jaw chalk from the
Hey,
lathe mounted on
thank
the
you to
rotary
Mecca
table,
for the
I can stand this behemoth
resub.
up and get
Here's
it
your
properly
VIP
positioned.
membership back. How you doing? How you doing?
A single hold-down clamp on both the front and back of the rotary table should keep this in the right location. But before I snug these down, I'll set up a dial indicator on the back face, then sweep back and forth along the
You're on the
y-axis,
couch playing
making minute
Xenoblade, so you'll
adjustments
be
with the dead
AFK
blow.
mostly. Are you playing X, or...?
Once the indicator shows no more deviation, the rotary table is aligned with the mill. Mounting the pen barrel on the chuck with the solid end out, I can zero the spindle on the center line and end of the part with an edge
X
finder.
is actually the only Xenoblade
With
I
everything
ever
properly set
put
up,
time
aligned, and
into.
zeroed, it's time to make
And
some
now I
cuts.
kind of want to go back, because
The
those
first
side
feature I'll
quests
make
were
is the flat
fucking
landing area
wild.
for the pen clip. I'll start by zeroing the Z-axis
But
by
I didn't
feeling
own a
with the cutter
Wii
on
U,
the
so I was
outside
just playing it
diameter.
on a friend's copy.
Then I'll raise the knee and take a single pass to form the flat. Now the design has 2 tiny number 256 threaded holes for attaching the clip to the pen. So I'll first center drill the locations with the smallest center drill I have in the shop, which of course is too small for this drill chuck. Here I was thinking I could make it through this whole project without a side project.
Oh, hell yeah, we
Fortunately, I
have a
smaller
count
chuck,
for the side
R8 Morse
projects.
taper
I'm
adapter, and a
so
drill
into
chuck
that.
adapter that should do the trick. And like most things in the shop, they require a little cleanup before I can assemble them.
Oh,
You
of
know,
course.
on second thought,
You
this
let
really
something
only
sit
took a few
around
minutes.
that long.
I think I'll bend the rules a little bit and declassify this
Shit
as a side
happens.
project.
Gotta clean off your shit.
Come on, really? Okay, fine. After swapping the chucks in the mill, I can properly mount the tiny center drill and prepare the first hole.
At least that wasn't a very long side project, for, like, all things considered. Would
Wait,
have been worse.
where'd the tip go? no.
Oh, son of a
no.
bitch.
It broke off down in the copper.
No.
Well, this blows. I got a little hasty and
Fuck.
neglected to lubricate the drill tip. Not only did I ruin one end of the only center drill I have in this size, but I also ruined the barrel. Nothing I tried to remove or grind away the high-speed steel drill tip worked.
Yeah,
So this
you're
leaves me no
not.
choice but to remake those parts.
Yup.
On the bright side, it's almost always faster the second time through machining something.
Oh, totally. But,
On
like...
the not so bright side, now I have a slight problem with the outside diameter.
new
The
mistakes
grip
are
is already at the
possible.
final dimension, but the new barrel needs to be turned down to match exactly so the parting line goes away again. To get around this, I'm left with no choice but to compromise on the final diameter and go a little smaller. After getting the rest of the barrel turned down to close to the grip size, I'll take one final pass about 5 thou smaller than I originally planned, which will hopefully make this parting line disappear just like before. And because I couldn't turn the grip all at once, I'll flip it in the collet and turn down the end as well. I'll finish the end of the barrel exactly like before,
God, I really do just love watching
and then take it back over to the mill
machining.
and cut the clip mounting flat.
I should. You
Now
know
that I'm
what?
back where I was,
That'd be
I can
good
make another
ASMR
attempt
for
at
when
the
I'm
mounting
working on
holes,
like
adding the
projects and need
obviously
something
needed
I
lubrication.
need background noise, but it's not anything I
Whew,
want to
I'm
or
glad that
have
worked
to
this
pay
time.
attention to.
I'll go ahead and drill the pilot
Just like
holes
the
for the
sounds of a
356
machine
cap, but hold
shop
off on actually tapping for now.
would be nice.
Now after all that work, we finally arrived at the defining feature of this project, the bolt action slot. I'll rotate the
I
chuck
used to
45
watch
degrees to get to the proper
gun
starting
maintenance
position,
ASMR actually,
plunge
because
the
like
1/8"
a
end mill
lot
through
of
to the
people
inside
would be
bore.
like,
Then
"Hey,
using
it's
the mill's
time to clean my
x-axis and
rifle,"
rotating the rotary chuck,
and I'm like,
I'll
"Oh
carefully
fuck
trace
yeah,
out
I'll
the
watch
shape of the
someone clean
slot.
their rifle all day." Especially when it was like
Other than some
essentially what
slight
I'll call old
oversizing where I plunged the
rescues.
mill through, probably should have pilot drilled first, that turned out great.
Yeah,
But I
it
know
came
something
out
that would
good.
make it look even better.
Okay.
Well, isn't that fancy?
Oh, the
I'll dismount
bevel.
this from the rotary chuck
I like the
and
bevel
tap the two
here.
clip mounting holes by hand to better feel what's
I
going
see what
on.
you mean by it might
I really
pinch,
don't want to risk
though.
breaking the tap off and having to start all over. Again. Lastly, I'll give the whole assembly a light sanding with my finest grit emery cloth. And then that's it for the copper parts making up the body of the pen. But it's not quite functional yet. Time to change gears and play with some stainless steel. I'll start with the bolt. I'm using 410 stainless here for a few reasons. One, because it's listed as wear resistant. Two,
Yuffie,
because it's
what's
harder
wrong,
than the copper
honey?
barrel it will slide within.
Alright, I need to be literally right back. Yuffie is... she wants out. I'll be right back. You know what, bud? Tell you what. I have fucking drama on this cat. I have fucking tea, alright? So, like, this cat, she likes to play dumb. She is a massive bully. I love her so much. I have trained her to be a wonderful guard dog. She just does not know how to turn it off. But like, she has learned that she does not know how to use the strength she has to open my door when I have the weight in front of it, right? So she starts fights. I outside of my room, or like anywhere in the house, explicitly so that she can run like a coward and have another annoyed human put her in here when she wants back inside. She will just pick a petty nothing fight. It is so strange. Either way.
So there's no risk of the parts galling and seizing together. And 3, the copper and 410 stainless have similar galvanic potentials.
She's a calico,
which
though,
means
so
they are
it's
less likely
expected,
to corrode
apparently.
each other over time. After facing the end and turning down enough length to form the bolt, I'll drop the chamfering tool on here and put just the slightest of chamfers on the end.
What is a chamfer?
Then I'll drill, ream, and again chamfer the bore that will capture
What
the
is a
end of the
chamfer?
cartridge. While I still have a way to actually hold on to this relatively small part, I'll move over to the rotary chuck.
See, you know what? This is actually something I like about Forged in Fire, and I'm not asking a YouTuber to have a History Channel level of production value or like care to detail. But there's something I like about that. When they're talking about quenching, when they're talking about flux, when they're talking about like canning something, when they're talking about Damascus, they'll always have like a little insert on the side of the screen to say fucking Damascus is layered steel of varying kind, yada yada yada, like to make a pattern, and it's inspired by Damascus steel from ancient history, which like they'll give that fact, or like they'll say a technique and then like the text will explain what the technique is. I kind of wish more YouTubers did that. Like, it's just something to add a little bit extra.
Where I can spot face and
Like,
drill the bolt lever pilot hole. Of course, the rotary
especially
chuck isn't
because,
strictly needed
like,
for this,
I don't know if
but
the
I'm not
average
about to
person
break
knows
this
what
down until I'm
chamfering
absolutely
is.
sure I'm
I
finished
sure
with this
don't.
project.
I would like to learn.
Again, I'll carefully tap the 256 hole by hand,
I suppose it's whatever it is you're doing.
then mount this back in the lathe and sand away all the burrs before parting this off.
But I'm a curious bitch at the end of the
opposite end
day.
then gets the same treatment as the first, with chamfers and a weight-reducing bore to help with the overall balance. Then that's the bolt complete. Just to make sure it's going to work before moving on, I want to see how it's going to fit in the barrel. Seems like a nice smooth movement without a bunch of play, exactly like I want. The second part of the bolt mechanism is the lever that engages on the J slot of the barrel. I'll cut this from the same piece of 410 stainless by first turning down the outside diameter. Then I'll switch to a neutral position cutter to form the smaller diameter that engages with the J slot. And also a decorative tapered transition between the two
Sorry, I
diameters.
was taking a sip.
I'll drill and tap the end to a matching 256 thread like the bolt. Then once again move this over to the
Like,
rotary
I
chuck
love
on the mill where I can cut
seeing
the flats.
people make shit like this from scratch. Out of just, like,
Back on the lathe, I'll part this off.
Out
I
of
cross
just
my fingers that it
pure
doesn't evade my
material.
catch pan and end up lost forever in the chip tray.
or even reclaimed material, because, you know,
Safe, thank goodness.
reclaimed materials
Before
in
calling
everyone's
this
shop,
complete, I'll
love it
swap
or
to a
not.
smaller collet to face, chamfer,
But
and
it's a
sand
lot
the
of
opposite
solutions to problems you might not
end.
know.
Perfect. Now you may have picked up on this, but I need to connect the lever to the bolt for this all to work. But obviously I'm missing a part here. I'll remove the head from a 256 screw, which I could thread into the bolt lever, then
Like
into the
seeing
bolt
a guy
itself
make a
within the barrel.
screw from scratch, that's awesome
Using
to
the
me. And
wrench
I
flats
don't,
on the knob
and
to
I
tighten
can't
it in
explain
place.
why. It's nerd
Now,
shit.
I did plan for the wrench flats
Don't get
to
me
align
wrong.
with the pen axis, and while I did have a plan to
Does that
adjust
look a
this if
bit
I needed to, I got
higher
lucky on the first
raised
try.
than it should be?
With all
Oh,
the moving
yeah.
parts
Yeah,
complete,
yeah,
it's
yeah.
hard to
That's
see
a
if
bit
this pen
higher
is
up
actually
than I'd
gonna
like.
operate. There were a lot of critical distances that
I'd
needed
want
to
it
be
to
hit,
be, like,
and they were all
somewhat
based on
low,
a design from
like-
8 years ago. So, does it work?
I don't know.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm talking
But
about.
that's nice and smooth.
The bolt
that's a
action is
fucking
super
stim toy
satisfying to
right
engage,
there.
just like I hoped.
Yeah, like, I'd love to
In the
make stem
extended
toys.
position, the tip sticks out just the right amount without wiggling all around.
I'd like
And when
specifically to
retracted,
make
the ball point is
to make
completely
like
concealed within the grip, just
useful
like a
everyday
mechanical pen
items that
should.
contain a stem toy aspect.
But this isn't a pen just yet.
to make things more
It's
tactile.
still missing one important feature: the clip.
Because I
still
think
have
more
some
things should
leftover
be more
stainless steel sheet
tactile. I think
scraps
that's
from
fun.
the original project years ago. But as you can see, the steel in its basic form is pretty ductile and bends easily, which is the opposite of how a pen clip should be.
Yeah.
To fix this, I'll use the same method I did back then and work hard in the steel by peening it with a ball peen hammer. This raises the yield strength of the steel, allowing it to flex a bit more without permanently bending, while also leaving a cool hammered finish.
Yeah, I
I'll
like
cut a
the
section of
hammered
the hammered
finish
sheet
of
off with
worked
a cutting
metal.
feel.
It's
Then clean up the sides and take it to the correct width on the belt
just
grinder.
another reminder that it's like, yeah, no, a
After
person
marking
made
out and
this
center
from
punching
scratch.
the mounting hole locations
And
with
it's
layout fluid,
it's awesome to see the
I'll
little
move over to the mill
touches
and
that
drill the
make
clearance holes for the two screws.
even
And then begin the
like,
process of bending the clip
there's a lot
to
of
match
sword
the profile I
companies,
drew out at the
and
beginning of the
like
project.
they hand forge their shit, and that's awesome. Because that means
I'll
even
cut
when
off
it
the
is
excess
a thing they sell all
give
the
it a good
time
rub
and
down
make
with
all the
Scotch Brite,
time,
and see how it
mine
fits on the
is in
pen.
fact unique to a degree.
Beautiful. The thing
Because
I
there
think I
will
like
always
most
be
is how the randomness
some
of the
quirk.
hammer pattern contrasts the very intentional and
Or
precisely
I wouldn't call it like
machined
an
features of the rest of the
imperfection,
pen.
but like
Oh, and look, the flat I milled for the bolt lever gives clearance for the
it's
clip.
just that little touches
Now that I didn't
of
plan
like
for
a
at all,
human did
but I'm
that.
doubly glad
That's
I
awesome.
included it.
I love it.
The ink cartridge I have in here now is just a dud that I use for test fitting, but I did order some fresh ones specific for this build.
Fuck yeah.
Before I drop one in here, though,
Also,
now
don't
is as
think
good
I've
a time
ever
as
seen a
any to break
copper
this all
pen,
down for a
so
good
I like
cleaning.
that.
All things considered, this project went decently well. It's been one of my quicker builds, with just one slight hiccup, and if you're really being picky,
Yeah,
only
just the
one
one side
along
project.
the way. But even more importantly,
And it was
after
like a
waiting
one and
8 long
done.
years to finally revisit this project, I now have a unique and quality pen of my own to enjoy. And when the time is right, to pass down to my children and grandchildren. As
Hell yeah,
always,
man.
thanks for watching, and see you next time.
Ooh, I like his handwriting. That was a good video. A bit more low-key than I'm used to. Than I'm, like, used to for this specifically, but, like, that's that... This has that relaxing how it's made feel, as I said earlier. Like, I love shit like this. But also...
The soup is cold and the salad is hot.
But that's also why I put videos like this in between the long serious stuff, because I like this to fucking flashbang me.
Hey, my name is Corey. What can I do for you this evening? Can I get a virgin pina colada? Colada, got you. I can do this. Oh.
Yeah, they always make flash bartenders. Like, flash bartenders are already kind of weird, but, like, they always make them seem... This is accurate. This is true.
Order up. Enjoy.
Also, no, you straw taste it.
Scotch on the rocks. Make that a triple. Bro, your eyes. I see a tired warrior behind those eyes. Oh, no. I'm fucking load off. Talk to me, Scott. How do you know my name? What's on your mind?
Bartenders know quite a bit, don't you know?
You got something behind your ear there. That's the weight on your shoulder, my friend. The weight on your shoulder, my friend. All right, here goes.
Oh, this is...
Feel like the world's playing hacky sack with your balls? Yeah.
This is great.
Yeah, exactly. Sounds like you're a sack on its last hacky. You think so? Listen, when life throws you a tsunami and you suddenly find yourself in a river of sadness, what do? Fight to survive. No. You do absolutely nothing, man. Nothing? You just let go. See where the gust takes you. Listen, man, you're in a tsunami.
There's also something about, like, the tattoo sleeve that is like, yeah, every movie bartender
by a sea of garbage. I think I
has that, like...
I say just be another piece
Oh,
of
it's
garbage.
just a shirt! Fuck
The
yeah!
river is just another adventure. And you might just find that you
Is
have
that an
the
arm wrap?
strength to meet whatever's waiting for you
Either
on
way,
the other side.
amazing
In the sewers of
costume
life.
choice.
Oh my god. You're totally right. I don't even need this anymore. Bring me up a
Everyone.
glass of milk.
And now, to
You
be
got it,
fair,
brother.
a lot of the bartenders that I see, they totally have a sleeve. Usually just the one. Hero! Breakfast. Food 1992. I don't know what this is. It has no subtitles. I'm scared. Breakfast. Oh. Oh. This has Flash game vibes. I can't explain it. Like, do y'all see what I mean? Like I have played Flash games that have this vibe. And it's fucking strange. Especially how they do Foley. Like, that tap tap, perfect. This is kind of freaking me out, though, not gonna lie. Like a proto-YouTube poop. Oh! That was a clay man! Fucking sick! Ew. Don't do that. Don't do that. No. Oh, we all got one of those. We all got a freight elevator down to the no-no zone. That's where your liver is. Fine plate of gizzards and hearts for ya. $500 cigarettes. Woo! Why is that distressing? I'm like having a subtle feeling of disgust, and I can't quite place it. I am fascinated at the emotions that I am feeling. Huh. I also feel like this guy changes. I feel like this guy has been two different actors. Or he just looks that different in profile. I can't tell. He's hitting that fucking amen break. Goddamn. Okay. Huh. Eh. Like, I feel like world building is happening. But I can't, like... Nah. Nah, I'm good on that one. Cool. Like, I can take everything except the eye thing. This seems disconcerting. Who boy is it? How you doing? How you doing, Exile? This guy has the same eyes as Pat Boivin. Like, he's got the same face and nothing else, and it's kind of wigging me out. Like, I especially see it when he gets wide-eyed. Doing better lately. I think things are leveling out at work. Be tired for whatever reason. God, do I feel that. Huh. I'll be real, I don't get it. I fuck with it, but I do not get it. I think this was an Iris suggestion. But like this... I'm not one to care much about Zelda stuff for the most part. But I do like cut content stuff.
Zelda Wii U. A mystery to
Subtitle
all of us
times.
Zelda fans, kept under
Forgot
tight
about the
wraps
Zelda
by the
U
Zelda
shit.
team.
Yeah, we are
The only
months
footage to escape
behind,
this
but
stronghold
we're
was the
getting there.
original E3 reveal teaser,
video is
an
like 10
off-screen
years
gameplay
old.
teaser, and the
Yeah, that's how
12-second
long
clip
it
from
took
the
me to get
recent
to it.
Nintendo
I'm
Direct.
sorry.
And with that, they've created a ridiculous amount of
Glad
hype.
you're around to
I
see
guess
it,
that's
though.
something only a series like The Legend of Zelda can achieve. Still, no matter
Also,
how
I can
much
tell.
we analyze this footage, there's
He's
always
still
going
calling
to be
it
little bits
Twitter
that we
with the
just
old Twitter
can't
logo.
understand with such little context. This video covers my 5 picks for the most mysterious little details we've seen from the footage so far.
So this was
Number 5.
pre Breath
The
of the
gameplay
Wild
footage
coming
brought
out.
to attention a lot
Yeah?
of cool details about the game. The return of the sailcloth,
Well, I can check.
Epona's new
I can
control.
check. I'm gonna because we're on the open internet. Gonna do that. Oh, it's nothing that bad. Yeah, 9 years ago, 2015, yeah. Fucking YouTube thinks this is Skyward Sword. Okay, hang on. Hang on. Actually, we may have a surprise guest. We may have a surprise guest. Hang on. This video came out before Breath of the Wild got the subtitle. Alright, hang on. Okay, I'm gonna... Right. Hang on. Smoother video. Go live. We are going to see if I can... We're gonna try 480p 30 FPS for that stream and just see what happens. It just occurred to me they can't hear you. There you go.
Hello.
Hello. Hello today.
Your favorite guest star is back from the
deal
EP dimension.
with bitches anyways?
Many are saying this.
Many are asking. They're curious. They've got to know.
They do have to know, but you know what I want to know? I want to know what the deal with Zelda U is anyway.
Alright, so, we will get, like, we can skip past the intro, because it's just, like, talking about, like, hey, this is what Zelda U is, but you know what that is?
Or was. God.
Well, like, this
I
was when it
remember when
was Breath of the Wild and all but name.
Yeah, well, this is what I was, when I was vetting this video, this is actually one of the ones where
Oh, right, you have seen this.
I have seen this, but I mean, I don't fucking remember every single detail.
You were screening them, like, as background noise for, like, slurs and tits, for the most part.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
And, like, explicit gore, I guess.
Yeah, and for this one, Jesus. I kinda
hey,
just...
Pitches, you sound like a robot.
Oh, let me fix that.
You sound like a sentinel. Sentinel, if you will. I certainly won't. Zelda U was just Proto Breath of the Wild, right? Yes. Yes, that is the case. I'm also really happy.
Is it still doing it?
Keep talking.
Lila Lulelo, Lila Lulelo, Lila Lulelo.
Perfect.
Okay, we're good.
Oh, wait.
Apologies for
a
that.
hat store today, and I bought myself a hat.
And I bought myself a hat. Yeah, no, when I screened this, I had the outright nostalgia of, oh god, I think I watched this video when it came out.
Video. Yeah.
Something very similar to it where I'm like, this looks so cool. And back then I had a Wii U. So I was like, I can't wait to play Zelda U.
See, I wish I had a Wii U, genuinely, because, like, I feel like one of the handful of people that would actually appreciate a Wii U.
You know what I wish?
Especially now, for, like, streaming.
I genuinely wish I still had it. It was not really my choice to get rid of it. It was one of those things where one day it was a fucking... This is a bit of a poll, but it was a Chris Oni plays moment.
Oh.
Where it's like, you don't need more than one. So just... You got taken from me. I'm the same with my fucking PS3 and my PS2. If I could still have those just in a box, I absolutely would.
Like, I am grateful to have my, like, childhood PS2s and my childhood Xbox and the first console I ever bought with my own money, which was the PS3.
Mm-hmm.
But that's also because, like, most of those things were family gifts, and, like, they knew we were broke, and they're like, fuck it, have the Xbox.
Have it.
Like,
Also, yeah,
we've had a
Exile,
360
Zelda U
for like 8
was.
years.
Sorry not to interrupt. I just wanted to respond and say, yeah, Wii U or Zelda U is literally just. It's not even proto Breath of the Wild. It's literally just early Breath of the Wild before the Switch came out.
Like, before the logo was made, but that's about it.
I don't remember, was Zelda U even an official title, or was that just what people called
I think
it?
that was the working title from the leaks.
Yeah, that was the working title. You're absolutely right. That was the working title from the leak, and people just went with it because fuck, what else are you gonna call it?
Yeah.
Makes sense. It's gonna be on the Wii U. It's gonna be Zelda.
By the way, since we now have a guest on, Pitches,
Of
I am
course.
gonna extend skip privilege to you, and we're gonna democratize them.
Okay.
So if you're like, okay, skip, I'm gonna be like, okay, I'm gonna give it a second, and we'll see if I agree with you.
Mm-hmm.
And I think we have a very similar tolerance for similar things. So I don't think we're gonna get gridlocked. Are you ready?
Oh yeah, I'm ready.
Were you gonna say something?
Oh no, I was just agreeing. I was just being like, oh yeah, we do. We have a similar tolerance.
Yeah. I also need to reset my tracking.
Number 5. The
Burger
gameplay
King?
footage
Number
contains a
5.
lot of cool details about the game.
I remember
The return of the
watching that
sailcloth,
footage
the player's new
specifically and
controls,
being
and
like,
even a glimpse
this
of
is
combat.
fucking
But of course, we
awesome.
can't be forgetting
Oh,
this.
yeah.
What is this, you ask?
Stormhang.
I have no idea. It seems to be
Stormhang.
large, but whether that's in the sunlight or by itself is unknown.
You thought you could
By
get
the
away
placement of
from
this watchtower
the Hyrule
this
just
rock
England
formation, we can see
allegations?
that this scene of the
Correct.
gameplay takes place here.
It's true.
That's actually
So,
cool
judging
detective
from
work, I'm not gonna
some
lie.
of the tree,
Like,
this
I
would be a
love,
side view of the strange
like,
object. But does it become clearer?
pre-game coming out
Nah, not at
speculation.
all.
It's
there
neat.
are many things that this could be, such as a metal.
Some
disc
games
or
don't
shadow
have this
water.
level anymore,
Maybe
but
it's the
some
fairy
do,
filter,
and I'll
which
say
finds
I'm
that
excited
have
for when we
water,
get to
and
finally
sometimes you have to
see
solve
more
puzzles such
GTA
as
6
throwing a
stuff,
bomb
and we
into
get
it.
more of
It
that.
almost
Oh,
looks like a
totally.
portal of some kind
Just
to me.
people
So
speculating.
possibly these objects
'Cause
are
I
getting around
love
the
this
world for
stuff
use in
where it's
fast
like,
travel.
is this a fairy fountain? It's like, maybe.
Number
We'll
4.
maybe
We
we'll find
don't
out in like
know.
4 years.
Another mystery that
We
arrives
don't
in
know.
the
2 years.
gameplay trailer is located on the map.
In this
This
case.
was 2015.
Well,
I
to be fair,
think
a lot of weird
Breath of the
stuff
Wild
is on
came
this
out in
map.
2016.
But in my opinion, the strangest
Yeah, so
is
yes,
this.
in a year actually.
At the peak of what appears to be a large snowy mountain,
Was the
we have
Switch
a big
2016 or
black
2017? I can't remember.
Dot. What?
2017, I
Whatever this is,
think.
It's at the very top of a large
I don't
mountain.
remember.
It seems to be
Time
impossible because
is
of how prominent it is on the
non-existent.
map. Theories
Time
on this
is
range from
fake.
it being a large building or tower
Buy
to the
gold.
mountain being some sort of frozen
I
volcano
googled
with craters
Nintendo
traversing
Switch and it
this
showed me the
possibly has a
Nintendo
dungeon.
company and it
This
said
is
founded
usually a larger circle
1889. I'm
surrounding
like,
It's
I hope
true.
it's when the Switch
slightly
came out.
darker than the white snow, giving the
No,
impression of a
that's when
depression
the
in
Switch
top
came
of the
out, and it
mountain.
still ain't
It
got
could be
no
a crater with
games.
some form of large hole in the middle.
Yeah,
into
no,
which
Nintendo
they
Switch is
could descend
2017,
using
but
a
Breath of the
sailcloth.
Wild was like a launch title, so this is like 2 years.
Yeah.
Number 3.
Number 3.
Now, Link's apparent redesign or starting clothes
I actually
are puzzling
really
in
like the blue
themselves.
tunic.
But to me,
I do
the
too.
most
It's a really
I
cool
remember
look.
though when
the
it,
patterns on his armbands. These patterns are
I-
the same found on Gerudo items. For
Like-
example, there
Oh,
are
yeah, this
The
is
kind
actually
of
cool,
fandom
yeah.
that cares about
Link has
this
never had a connection with the Gerudo
is so
before.
cool.
With the Gerudo patterns here,
I
it
know
strongly
Zelda
suggests
fans
Link
get a
has
lot of
link
shit,
to the
and
Gerudo,
and that's
as
it's
But
not
they're
my
really
place.
detail
But
oriented.
his starting outfit. For what
it's not.
this
It's
is,
not
we'll
my
have to wait
place.
until
Yeah, as
Nintendo
a
finally
not
gives us
a.
more information on this
I'm
game.
not a Zelda fan, but I do like Zelda. I think Zelda
Number
is
2.
actually. We talked once in the stream chat
Now,
about
as a
how.
Zelda Wii YouTuber, get it? Wii
Uh-huh.
U. Forget it.
It was
Oh,
funny.
2015.
It was funny at the time. It
2015.
was funny at
One
the
thing that
time.
really bugs me is this.
How
It's
is
not
the
a set of
bitrate holding
trees
up
like
for
I
y'all, by the
originally
way? Is
thought. I think
that
they're far too
watchable?
neon in color for that, and they seem to sparkle in the light.
On my end, it looks like we're
Um,
Similar to the
struggling,
weird
but
mirror or portal
you never
thing,
know.
it has a large flat
I'm
grey
not
disc.
noticing
I
anything
would talk
from
more
where
about
I'm
it, but it's
taking a
honestly
glance at the
so
stream on
confusing,
Twitch.
I have no idea what to say.
Fuck it if it looks fine
I
on
tried
your
looking at
end.
the earlier point in the gameplay footage
I'm
where
gonna
we get
ignore
an
OBS
overview of
screaming
this
at
area
me.
of the world, but it's hidden, probably by this
Maybe
cliff, and the
OBS
fog
is
doesn't make it
lying.
any easier. Whatever it actually is remains
Maybe
a
it'll be a
mystery.
fairy fountain. God damn it! I'm just gonna start saying that.
Number 1.
I can
New
feel
vocal
it,
stem unlock.
and I didn't
You
expect
didn't think I'd
it.
make a Zelda U mystery video and not include the
Oh
book,
yeah, it
did
was
you?
supposed to come out in
It was featured
2016,
in the
and they
most
went,
recent
nah, we're
footage of the
pushing
game,
that shit
and it's
Oh,
back.
right.
released.
They didn't know that this was the
Now,
Sheikah
this
Slate.
book is a mystery for a number of reasons.
It just looked like a
There's a
book.
strong
It did
blue
look like a
glow, which
book.
is similar to both
Yeah.
the eye of the arachnid Beamos and the
Because
energy part of Link's new arrow. It also has the
but
Sheikah
if you
teary
look
eyes
at that,
set
yeah,
right
look,
on the front of it.
that
Also,
fucking
like,
the grip on the ends, that looks like a page. That looks
yeah.
like the fucking close where the pages of a book.
But also, I like that they are able to, like, squint and go, is that the fucking Sheikah logo?
Yeah.
And they're right. Like, Zelda fans are extremely detail-oriented.
Incredibly detail-oriented.
And it's because Zelda does have an identity as a series. That you can actually be like, holy shit, what is that?
Even when you, because like they've gone through art style changes, and I know some people dislike some of them, some people like some of them. You
Wind
can
Waker's
always tell,
peak.
like, okay, Wind Waker's peak. But the great thing about Wind Waker is whether you like Wind Waker or not, and you like the art style, you cannot mistake it for anything other than Zelda.
Absolutely.
It's Zelda. The design of the characters and everything may be different, but the architecture, like the general like elements of what certain, I guess, species in Zelda look like and everything, you're like, okay, that's Zelda. That is Zelda characters.
And you know what keeps Nintendo genuinely very consistent? It's the same fucking people. Like,
yeah,
for the most part, Nintendo is a handful of very influential figures. And, like, and it will never feel dated, only stylistic. Yeah! Like, even, like, Twilight Princess, which is the closest they've gone to just straight-up realism.
And you know what? I have a story about that real quick before we finish the video. So, some of you people here, and I don't know if this goes for you, boss, but
I'm hanging on 0. What the hell? Oh, there we go.
You know, did you ever used to get the old, like, I say old, I only say old because they don't make them anymore, rest in peace, Game Informer magazine?
Oh, yeah.
Did you ever pick up some of those? Okay.
Oh, did you know that those people have jobs again?
Did they?
Check Dave Oshry's Twitter.
I will later. I'm happy to hear that because I was so sad when I heard that, like, especially for
I
something
thought to
like
bring
people.
that up at the top of the stream, and I genuinely forgot because I had to run a bit about a pre-stream thought of, are there Gilbert Gottfried impersonators, like how they're Elvis and JFK impersonators, and the answer is there's one guy, and he charges $25 per cameo.
And you know what? Fair enough. But yeah, no, I remember
the Game Informer thing. That's what that means.
Game Informer used to have, like, I don't remember if it was like a yearly thing or like a bi-yearly thing or whatever, but they used to have their Game Enforcer issue.
It was the April
which
Fool's.
was just it was the April Fool's issue. And I remember, speaking of brutal realism in Zelda, one time, and this was back during the Wii U era, so this was like 2015, I think.
This was when I was reading Game Informer too, so I think I know what you're going to talk about.
There was a Game Enforcer issue where they talked about Zelda Other Z.
Yeah! Yeah!
And I remember, because I was I for a second didn't realize it was a joke.
Yeah.
For a second was like, is this real? Because this sounds badass. And let me explain to the audience in very quick detail the thing that stood out to me at the time and stand out to me now. It was they described, like, oh, we haven't seen gameplay yet, but we've seen a trailer, and the trailer is a Link is sitting in a tree, and it's like, oh, like, it's so realistic. So the game looks so real, and then like a fucking moblin comes up and Link brutally beheads it and blood goes everywhere.
Yeah,
And then
yeah,
he
yeah,
picks up the head. And I forget what they said the line was, but they're like, oh my god, Link speaks. What the fuck? This is gonna be awesome.
yeah.
Zelda Other Z. And I remember
Oh
for
my
like a
god.
minute being like, dude, that sounds fucking awesome. I'd
Yeah.
play that. And then I Googled it and I was like, why is there no information on
And
this?
you
And then
were
I
like,
looked.
what, 13 at the time? 12?
Yeah, I was a child. I was at the age where I'm like, I fall for that. Yeah, that makes
You'd
sense.
fall for
And
There's
then
Akuma in Resident Evil 2.
maybe it's this made by
Same
Capcom.
company?
Maybe Akuma will be there. And I'm not
Maybe.
saying like Akuma is canon to the Resident Evil franchise. Maybe you
But
can
what if
find
I could
Akuma.
play him?
But what if he's a secret character? Anyways, that's my brutal realism Zelda story, and I was for like a week and a half like, when's this coming out? And then I find out, oh, that shit's not real, and I won't lie to you, I was a little sad
You know what my favorite thing
because
about Game and Parser
I
was,
would
though?
play that shit. What?
It was the month after the May issue. Because it would be... Because I think Game Informer was monthly. I'm pretty sure.
It was. I actually used to, funnily enough, I for a very long time was a subscriber where I would get a monthly in the mail, but due to where I
same.
lived, I actually got fucked over a little bit because I would constantly miss like an issue by like a month. I'm actually kind of convinced I think somebody may have been stealing them, but I have no evidence for that.
Bleep blooping again, by the way.
Wait, what?
You bleep blooping again, by the way.
Oh.
Domo arigato. MX robot. Oh, that sucks. That bit sucks. That's psychic damage for me.
That was psychic damage. Okay, we good?
Yeah, you sound fine.
Okay, sorry about that.
Up with
This
that.
was I don't either, because it's usually pretty good. I usually get that pretty decent. But
They hate your pussy tonight. What could I say?
this was on short notice, people, so
Oh yeah, no. Don't get
This
it
was
twisted.
literally-
This was like you had an
This was
idea and I'm like, you know what? I never thought about that.
yeah, you literally hit me with the I'ma think about it. And then I went to bed and I woke up and I checked my messages and you're like, hey, you want to be on an hour ago? And I'm like, fuck, okay, shit, I'll do it if you still want me to.
And it's like, this is
If,
the kind
okay,
of
we're
stream
still
where I
going.
can just go, you look good, get in. Because I can just
Get in.
literally tab over, because what am I gonna crash? Fucking Firefox? I hope not.
If Firefox crashes, that's... Oh, no.
I'ma make
Anyways.
OBS HQ look like Saka Tower.
We need to continue the video.
We do.
The mystery. Sheikah artifacts have often been used to see things in a different way.
I don't know
such as
why.
The lens of truth allowing Link
Just
to see through
the
fake
mystery
walls in Ocarina.
made me lose
Maybe
my
this book
mind.
does something similar. Outlandish theories
Oh, I
exist
wish
for
that
its
was the
uses,
case.
such as Carsten Ginoke in my comments, who suggests that the book is the
Yeah.
game's representation of the
Yep.
gamepad, and Link can look through it
Dead
to see
correct.
things in a different way, and possibly uncover secrets.
And
from the
that
world
was
around him.
correct.
Its
It's just not a
correct.
book.
is of course unknown.
Yeah. They just didn't know what it was, but that's cool.
And to be fair, they didn't explain.
Yeah.
Thanks for watching this top
I do
5
remember
mysteries
though
video.
it
If you
being
liked it,
mentioned.
please leave a like and subscribe
Oh
if you want to
god,
see
I
more
see
content
those
like
those
this.
Oh
that
my
are those right
God,
there. And I'm
this
like,
was
oh,
before
remember when there used
annotations
to be-
died.
On the screen. Cheers,
Yeah,
guys,
yeah,
and I'll see you
yeah.
next
So
time.
you'd click on these thumbnails and there'd be an invisible cat thing that you can click. And I mean, YouTube just has that baked in now, so that you don't have to make these bespoke every time, which is actually better, partially, but it also means some playlists got fucked up. Like,
It did.
not that I respect him now, but, like, that's how Chugga Conroy did a couple videos, where you'd click certain annotations to skip to specific parts in the video. And it was, like, nice and efficient. I do like Popey Po.
Not the perfect cell.
Oh no. Oh no. Is Toei gonna come after me? Thank God.
Maybe Funimation, not Toei. I don't know who owns the rights to that music.
I'm like crossing my fingers there's no porn. Because I know Signalis's fandom. I'm like,
I know
oh God,
Signalis's
oh
fandom.
God, fingers crossed you're on an open Twitter scroll.
Even me, where I've not played Signalis yet, I was checking that very carefully. Like, there's no porn, is there?
I mean, it's on YouTube, but like, there's also a couple videos where you're like, how the fuck? Like any Seth video.
Before that one Seth video got taken down because somebody found out. What?
I'm thinking the God Hand video where he used the sponsor money to commission porn of his favorite character from God Hand because there was none.
No, there was an earlier video, I don't remember which one, but he did a re-up. Oh, it was one of my magics, where he's like, there's a...
Was that the one that got banned in like 50 countries?
No, it was the, it was when it was Might and Magic 7 in Might and Magic 8, and he was like, oh yeah, my original, oh no, his Might and Magic 6 review.
Because this is a tangent.
Just his Might and Magic 6 review. I don't think it got taken down, I think he took it down, because...
That happens on occasion.
Because it was like, okay, because for like, I think it was actually fully on screen for like half of a millisecond. You see a full porn, and he just went, that video is not very good. I think he mainly took it down more because he was not comfortable with the quality rather than that. Fair. But I think that was an extra motivation of, you know what, let's just be safe.
You know what? I will say this. I do respect YouTubers who will outright review a porn game and just carefully walk around the porn so that they can cover it. It's kind of awesome.
Remember when Seth did, this was like I think this was like one of his really early videos. It was like top 100 Flash games or whatever.
Oh,
and he's just like, I'm reviewing every Ben 10 Flash game, and like 30% of them are just porn.
Oh no.
And it's not porn, it's the adult characters.
No, it isn't. I know exactly what era he was sampling from.
Well, that wasn't just the era. That's just, there's never been much of that version of Gwen, unfortunately, and that's mainly because I just think people don't like that design as much.
I'm a vent about some shit I keep seeing on Twitter. There's a specific AI ad that isn't a Twitter account. It is an ad. There is a slight difference between a promoted tweet and an ad.
Yeah.
And it keeps being like, character AI, fucking flirt with this character, and it's like, what the fuck? Also, hi, Ivan. And it's like, what the fuck? What do you mean flirt with this character? And then I see it's like original series Gwen, and I'm like, what the fuck? Stop showing me that.
I think also when I see, I don't
unironic brother ew.
Brother ew. I occasionally see, actually this is the one I consistently see on my phone, because on fucking my PC of course I have an ad log, but on my phone I see it.
Oh yeah.
Which is the fucking character AI chat with your AI girlfriend, and it's fucking Mavis, and I don't think Mavis was underage at first.
Okay, so this is weird. I believe she does become an adult as of the second movie, but her design doesn't change.
Her design doesn't change, and the thing
like,
with Mavis
from when she ages up, anyways. Like
is I already remember. Yeah, I remember in like one of those movies also, like she does like get pregnant and have a baby.
Yeah.
So.
And it's like cute.
It's cute.
Because Hotel Transylvania is a good series. Genuinely, like, it was just on TV once, and I'm like, you know what? I've heard good things about a children's film starring Adam Sandler. You know what? I don't believe it. I have to see it with my own eyes. And then I watch it and it's like, it is endlessly charming. It is so fucking funny. It's genuinely really cute. Skynet is invading? Oh.
Skynet.
It took me a second.
Yeah, Skynet's invading,
like
and they're
that.
and you know how they're, you know, we always thought when Skynet eventually becomes real and invades that it was just going to be like we're kill robots. No, no, no. Instead, they're capitalizing on the Gooner crowd.
Oh, no.
You will have sex with my
You will
AI
live in
girlfriend.
the pod. You will have sex with cartoons. You will eat
You
bugs.
will eat bugs.
I don't know why that's a really funny refrain for me. You will live in the pod. You will eat the bugs. I think
You
it's
will
just
eat
because
the
it's so
bug.
passively gross.
It's so passively gross. I think what really helps is quite literally, while this is of course a slight exaggeration, there is, to be completely honest, every day you will see a tech bro be like, bro, we're gonna get to Mars, bro. We're gonna live in the pods, bro. We're gonna have
You
the auto
will get
jack
into the
built
auto
in.
milker.
You will get into the auto milker pod 9000. We'll auto feed you the
There's
bugs.
only
You'll never
9
have
million
this
of
thing.
them. We have to get our
There's
money's worth.
There's 9 million auto. To be fair, if the auto milker was real, I'd buy one.
20,000.
Who said that?
Must have been the wind. Just like, there's something about limited server space auto blow on Mars.
The Gooninator.
It's
the
like
G1000.
it's like when one guy. It's like FF14 housing. So every time someone's done in the auto milker, there's like 5 guys outside the placard on the lottery for it, putting down dollars.
Do you remember
rolling
during
dice
the
in the
Omicron
corner.
Do you remember during the Omicron LP when Pat suggested the more efficient suicide elevator?
I thought you were
where
gonna
it's the
say the planet cracker.
No, the planet cracker is unrelated.
It's good.
And it like zambonis you away. It's like an escalator. Oh no, it's like like an escalator, and you put your head into the wall.
So
It's chopped.
bleak.
That's
It is
what
one
we're
of his
getting to,
bleakest pitches, but I love it.
But that's what we're gonna get. But it's not gonna be head chopping. It's going to be dick sucking. You put it into the auto milker, and the boys behind you will play dice and play cards, and then they get their turn with the auto milker.
Exile,
It's like at the
to
start
answer
of Blade
your question,
Runner.
I would like to. Keep going. I'm sorry.
No, just real quick. But instead of the fucking or no, fuck, sorry. It's like Blade Runner 20 at the start of Blade Runner 2049 when Kay gets in the shower and he literally gets 1/2 second. Literally for 1 second he gets blasted with hot water and that's it.
Oh fuck yeah. I still say we should do it like FF14 housing, so they just start gambling in the corner with knives.
Yeah, with knives. I mean, all gambling could be with knives, honestly.
Yeah, if you're at the gambling table, stay strapped. You never know.
To quote one of my video that I could honestly put in this recommended someday.
That
It's
guy
really
in the
funny,
big
but
cowboy hat, he could flip the table at any time. He has burst.
He has burst.
You can't block this overhead when you get dead-eyed. The tomahawk in Black Ops is really just an overhead.
It's an overhead.
And you couldn't block
Sorry,
it.
I was laughing thinking about the Arthur Morgan smoking 10 packs of Marlboro Reds while fanning the Winchester.
I'm imagining like the cigarettes are all in his mouth like they're quad nods.
That's exactly what I'm thinking of. I'm thinking of the Badger video where he fucking did the SFM model and he's got the 10, like the 15 cigarettes in his mouth.
He can't flip the table if you flip it first. Be a sorer loser than they could ever dream to be.
Abate the table flip. What are the flames? I'm gonna have to doing the Vince McMahon neck chop. Doing the Vince McMahon neck chop. What are the frames on his table flip? You might have a slight frame advantage.
You might be plus. Do you want to watch the video? I think we're gonna die.
I think we're gonna die.
The time is indeed near.
Space expedition with her beloved
We are getting close.
They've been living in
I like the name Audrey Signalis. They genuinely have such cute designs.
into a marital dispute. Jane woke up the next day feeling really bad though, and went to find Audrey so she could apologize to her.
I'm surprised how quickly Signalis gripped me.
To her surprise, however, Audrey was nowhere to be seen.
Like, every new survival horror, I feel like I need one, like,
Jane must embark on a new adventure
let's see what we're doing, let's get my bearings, but, like, this was immediately, like, I understood what was going on.
Jane meets some peculiar oddities.
Because every lesbian has had this experience.
Well, it's just Resident Evil Remake.
But in reality, these folks are
It's just Resident Evil Remake, but isometric, and that's awesome.
video essays on YouTube that made them very sad.
Wait, Nitro Rad made a
Before she
video?
gets much further, Jane has a chance
I didn't see
encounter
it.
with Lisa, a regular
Shit.
Sorry, that was a good bit. The fucking David Lynch Dune footage, and it was labeled Twin Peaks Fire Walk with me.
I'm here for you. Oh, I'm good.
Oh, fuck, I'm an idiot. Oh, I am an idiot.
Wife.
Sorry, I was gonna
To get to
pause
her,
to say,
you'll need to
I
find
meant to
puzzles.
make Dune happen this
He's blocked
week.
the path to his lair with various puzzles and riddles
Fuck.
that only you can solve.
Yeah. We're gonna watch the David Lynch Dune, get in the Discord, come
Next
watch
week?
that
He
shit.
makes
Next week.
Next
Sorry.
week.
Yeah.
You know what?
Huh.
I will just...
In order to solve the puzzles of the future,
I'll just
we
write
must
that
first
down.
Look to the puzzles of the past.
So that
Back
even
in
if
the
I'm on
90s, two
autopilot,
groups
at
of
least
people
I
were punching each other
autopilot,
in the
right?
face. The Yusian Empire and the Yusian Nation. They're fighting over who gets to keep the name. It's very high stakes stuff.
Home of House Atreides, source of the slime. That's my type of bit.
DSP plays Signalis, did he?
Now, this last one is pretty problematic.
Well, did he think they were just friends?
They're supposed to be mining
Oh, that'd be so funny. I forgot that the background lore was about, like, mining rights.
That's my favorite type of sci-fi, where the real evil is, no, I have the rights to mine there.
So he spent his time carefully crafting wacky
He built this puzzle in a cave with a box of scrap!
I believe it. I believe it.
was that she'd just fall asleep. At a loss for what to do next, Albert just kept making puzzles. He got so good at making puzzles that people started calling him the Puzzle Master. With that in mind, Jane had the tools she needed to solve
I
all
love the use of the Spider-Man music.
I was getting ready to say, I'm gonna be a little bit quiet because I'm munching on pizza real quick.
No, that's fair.
But also, I also almost choked when I heard the
It's so good.
More puzzle.
Okay. What's the puzzle?
Dodge. That is how it felt.
Gravity.
That is how it felt.
I think I solved it.
I need to hear it. I need to hear that again. Yep. I heard that right. I don't know if he played Signalis, but he announced he'll play Disco Elysium.
After solving the gravity
Yes, he's gonna play Disco. Oh my god.
I think Disco Elysium is about him.
Yeah, he'll be right at home. That puzzle sucks so much. Wait, is this done in MMD?
I think so.
The math is just weird. I don't like that puzzle.
But wait, you may be asking why Audrey looks so different in the photo. I mean, that's a brunette lady, and Audrey has white hair. What's going on? Okay, hold on. We'll get to that in a bit. Just hold on to this picture of Ryan Gosling for now, okay?
Okay, thank you.
For now,
I always have my emergency Ryan Gosling.
It's like the guy on the cover of Death Grips' ex-military, how you just have it in your wallet as a sign of power.
Do you have any idea how hard I worked
That way, if some mugger tries to take my wallet, he opens that up and he's like, "You know the guy from ex-military? I can't fuck with you."
How do you explain that?
You have a gravity puzzle? How does that even work?
I push her down the fucking elevator shaft, and the puzzle is supposed to—
Shh! Felicia is asleep! Jane needs to be very quiet if she wants to snoop around and take a look at her diary.
I love that room. There's something about everything in that room.
Still though, we don't want to wake her
That
up.
feel when DSP ends up understanding Disco Elysium better than most video essayists. Not enough video essayists are big enough failures
So that's what this
to psychoanalyze Harry Dubois.
Now, why would Albert go out of his way to
That's my
hide
hot
this
take.
To understand Disco Elysium, you first have to have been a total fuck up at some point in your life.
And that's why
If
I
you're
empathize.
If you're too well adjusted, I genuinely think there's a small part of Disco Elysium you are missing.
Like, it'll still be a good experience.
Now, yeah.
Oh, hell
worth
yeah.
clarifying.
on the fly and quite well, so maybe like we could team up and make some more puzzles and shit, alright?
I do want to say, like, I haven't been talking about it. I do like how this video is made so far.
Really
Same.
giving me
This is
much
really
more.
well edited. This is really well put together. Yeah!
Solving one last
And just
puzzle and taking the keys
good
to
comedic
the downstairs
timing.
elevator. Jane makes a startling discovery. There's nothing down here. Well, not nothing exactly. Let's see. We got Amanda, Stacy, and Julie.
Oh
There's two down
no.
here. They seem a bit sad though.
Yeah, this is like the
video
most
essays
doomed
again.
area.
Or was it the really sharp wires all over
Sigdalis is
Dude,
woke.
That's the
I mean, it
equivalent.
is, but like, that's good.
I can't believe they made my game about cyborg space lesbians woke.
Get in the robot pitches.
Oh.
Or
Through the hole. Jane has a That's So Raven vision that takes her to...
That's a joke for me. Yeah, I love this moment. This was when I understood that the game would be going for shit. I appreciate it.
Here we are. As it turns out, what lies below the mines is a facility imported directly from
I thought that was the drive
as part of a
music
merger between
for a second.
Sierpinski and the Konami HQ
I did
that was-
too, and I got really excited.
Along with the imported facility came world-famous Silent Hill protagonist, Kiefer Sutherland. Hey, Kiefer. You're in Signalis, man.
That would explain everything.
I love Kiefer Sutherland. Oh wait, this is done in the VR chat world.
Sutherland is busy with that. Jane jumps into yet another hole to find Lisa stuck between a rock and a hard place.
Hey, buddy. Seems like I kicked the hornet's nest. Or rather...
I kind of want to
hornet's
cosplay
arms.
her, not gonna lie.
You know, it's a lot of... Please help. Okay.
She looks like she'd be fun to put together. That sounds weird out of context.
So did you have a plan? Or... I won't miss.
Yeah. That is how that feels in AC set or in AC6. The fight against the worm is so fucking badass.
Luckily, Jane can utilize the ungodly power of bath salts, available at your local Bed Bath and Beyond.
Evil fucking bath salts.
But we're not out of the woods yet. You still got
Oh, and
one
this is where you
last
get the Nitro Express rifle.
You mean these hexagons and rings I've been collecting? Yeah, you gotta put them in the slots.
In the square hole.
And the hands. How is that a puzzle? Did he stop trying? Burnout is a health issue of serious concern in our industry, buddy.
Okay, yeah, you get the drill by now. Collect the things, put them in the things, and finally, end of Jane's
Who made
journey is in
this?
sight.
Ever watch Groundhog Day, Mrs. Signalis?
Do not Mrs. Signalis.
Oh, I forgot that he has just a knife sticking out of his face. That clip of James dancing in the bathroom at 2 seconds of the Lane theme song. Oh, fuck yeah. Have you heard the Dua Lipa and Duvet mashup? I know you have pitches.
Bill Murray, Mrs. Signalis?
I have.
What's a groundhog?
The Cillian Murphy.
With the puzzle master finally
Killian.
outpuzzled, Jane crosses the Scarlet Dunes.
I have a cousin named that now.
I think it's Sicilian.
Actually,
I'll have you know.
It was actually his first birthday when, frankly, we didn't think he'd have any of them.
Aw.
Well, there was a lot of scares during the pregnancy.
Yeah.
But he made it a year, and he's healthy. He's a preemie.
As a fellow was not supposed to be born baby, I relate to that.
He's a good kid, but he came out the womb looking like his wife left him.
Every baby does. They're still.
He looks Irish. He looks super Irish. Like he looks like an old Irishman. He looks like a longshoreman.
They took me fucking. She took me fucking kids.
I love that kid, but he gives me the stink eye all the time. It's great.
And inspiring you to go out there in the world and solve your own puzzle.
I'll check if someone drops a link in the Discord. Pitches. Could you find the Dua Lipa Duvet cover and put it in stream context?
I can.
Earliest convenience. If you're still eating, don't worry about it.
I'm still eating, but don't worry. Once I've finished, I shall.
I made 2
Once the
chicken
goon
burritos
says.
before this.
Jane and Audrey Signalis are a married couple. This much is true.
Yeah.
There's something special about
Because
Audrey.
it's woke.
She's actually what the hip young kids call bioresonant, which is shorthand for phenomenal cosmic powers that lie waiting beneath your
Yup.
subconscious. As a bioresonant, you can
That's called
make your wildest
zombies!
dreams come true by altering reality as you see fit.
That's Dr. Monty!
She doesn't have many
That was Dr. Monty, actually, yeah.
just as happy living out
I've been watching a lot of zombies lore videos. That felt serendipitous.
government-funded spaceship. Except the government that was funding said spaceship, the Yuuzhan Nation, had a different perception of space expeditions. See, the Penrose
God,
program
that's
was
good ship
actually
design.
just a publicity stunt, where they'd shoot a bunch of ships
I eat
in
nap
space
time,
to show
I eat
everyone that they're
veggies,
exploring
I eat
past
sharing me
the solar
toys,
system.
simple as.
Simple as.
Weren't actually expected to find any planets out there. Instead,
Whenever
they were
I-
tasked with the solemn duty of just
Whenever I
I know what you're
see like the Dune movie spaceships, I'm like, that's my favorite type of spaceship design,
They're
where it
so
doesn't
cool.
entirely make sense, but it doesn't have to.
They're so cool.
If you've gotten to the point of technology where you have anti-gravity, why not make a flying saucer? Fuck it.
Sorry, I saw Halo and just started smiling.
Ships were
Red versus blue, baby.
They're just for show, right?
I love Red versus Blue.
We're not actually expecting them to find habitable planets anytime soon. This is purely a propaganda move.
Correct.
Right. So that would mean that we wouldn't need living
I
personnel
love that
aboard the
cutout
ship to
faceplate
take care of them.
of that
Because
helmet.
no one would ever see anything past the outside of the ships. We could just as well be shooting chunks of metal shaped like ships out there to show we mean business, right?
Absolutely.
Because that would be a completely irresponsible waste of resources, right? I mean, for all we know, there could be a bioresonant compatible person in the program, and we'd inadvertently be sending them to their deaths. And that wouldn't be strategically sound in any capacity.
No disagreements here.
Then why are we putting people in these ships?
Because we need them.
Okay, but why?
Because lesbians killed my grandma, okay?
How did lesbians kill your fucking grandma?
Needless to say, Audrey didn't take this revelation very well. As time went on, their ship's engine started leaking bad stuff. She got sick. Jane got sick. And Jane got
Signalis
the idea
is
to
just
put
so
Audrey in a
fucking
cryo pod
tragic.
until they landed somewhere safe. This didn't work out because Audrey was still sick
It
in
is
the cryopod.
doomed, dearie.
And Jane died. But you know how Jane is an android, or more specifically, a replica? This is where Audrey's bioresonance kicks in. Turns out, bioresonant people can just replicate replicas. Crazy, right? So, Audrey's in her cryopod.
I don't think I picked up on that.
Meanwhile, her subconscious is going into overdrive, warping reality around.
Oh, that makes this way worse.
A mining facility, showing everyone Signalis video essays on YouTube, bringing Jane back over and over and over again. Hey, you still got that Ryan Gosling?
Like, I knew it was a cycle, I just
thanks.
didn't know in what way.
Basically, she saw this one girl and was like, literally me. So she wrote herself all over the place. That's all that was. All this to say, Audrey's dying mind is physically fabricating a scenario where Jane can finally remember her promise and put Audrey out of her misery. And that's pretty messed up. But Jane is a good wife. The best wife, even. She loves Audrey. And if going through the depths of hell to end her suffering can finally bring her peace, she'll do it. One last hole.
Like, Signalis is kind of the perfect mix between OG Resi, OG Silent Hill, and Dead Space.
And you know what? I'm down for this.
I appreciate it so much. What the fuck? This is kind of close to what happens.
I know you're here. Though I have failed to expunge you from
Hey, Embee.
Honestly.
Once is enough. Today,
Also, I think I know that shader. I think that's M-Tune.
This is definitely M2.
I like it.
Today, I will end you are not my machine.
Have
See,
you seen my wife?
There's something I appreciate about Gianni, and I'm gonna dap an Embee up here. I love that he is somewhat affordable and is usually in niche internet shit, which means that if you are making a shit post, you can just get the guy who voiced the guy to do it. He asked me for no money and gave me a wonderful machine I have become Dick Butt, just because I drew Dick Butt Gabriel on a whim.
That's the thing that I think it's probably why Gianni's so popular as well.
He's great.
Is he started on the internet? He gets internet shit posting. He's in the industry now fully, whereas people are hiring him. But also, he's still. I Sue. But he's also still getting work small time because he's affordable enough. Well, I say small time. It's not that it's actually small time, but outside of big game.
He will work with not just indies, but like he will work with one guy with like a bag of gummy worms and a dream. Ow. You know? Outside of his work, he's genuinely a damn good person, too. Yeah! And, like, yeah, he's jumped the gun in the past, but, like, who hasn't? Especially if, like, the people affected made up.
We also just gotta, something that's so easy to forget about. When you're trying to build a good world where everyone's happy, you have to take account for the fact that humans make mistakes and we do jump the gun, and you got to give people the chance to make up for that.
And frankly, like, the mistake he made was yeah, sure, potentially avoidable, but, like, no damage really done in the long run. Everyone made up. Shit happens, you know?
As they say, shit happen.
But like, yeah, love the man. He does great work. Eventually, I want to get him for something, but I'm not sure what. I still have to get Quills on for something. I still don't know what for. But, like, when you have voice actor friends, you're like, I want to give them money so they can do their job. And also have, like, another thing on their resume to say, like, hey, I did these, too.
We should do a bit. Where we enter an alternate dimension and we meet an alternate version of ourselves. You're voiced by Voice Quill. I'm voiced by Gianni, and then we enter another dimension together, and we fight Gabriel Ultrakill.
If I trusted people with my Twitch account and I had enough money for both of their
that would be
hourly
a good
rates.
bit.
And, like, have them do the Fuki Tech, have Quill Says me play Ultra. But, like, that is so much money for a bit I can do once. One.
That is a Vision Quest good bit joking bit. That is not something that's ever gonna happen, mind you. But that is something we can think about and go, damn, that'd be funny.
April Fool's is coming up. Although I wish I had more time. Like, I know April Fool's same day every year, but, like, time sneaks up on you. There's something I want to do where, like, every year I am silently judging people's pranks. I do not. So, as a Discordian, as a fellow Reveris, I do not personally participate in April Fool's Day. Because A, I think if you need a day to commit chaos, then frankly your heart's not in it. I'm in this shit for the love of the game. But also, I am looking at other people's pranks and mentally rating them. And part of me wants, like, a year where I, like, go through people's submissions of what they would do as a prank, money no object. And I want to just rate those pitches. I don't know if that makes sense.
It does.
But I think
it
would
does.
be
I get it.
fun.
Now, show me your idea.
Give me your
if
idea.
you could put
I am
someone in the cock breaker machine.
In the Huey leg breaker.
I was ready to say in the femur breaker machine, but then it would have no consequences for that action. Money no object.
Yeah. Because, like, you say in the femur breaker, I think of that scene from Metal Gear Solid 5 where they're torturing Huey by hyperextending his leg in his mobility gear because
that's literally the fucking femur breaker. That's the Huey femur breaker.
I fucking hate Huey so much. They're so cruel to him, but, like, I can't be upset about that.
I mean, he got what was coming to him, also.
He got what was coming to him, and also he died a bitch. Fuck Huey Emmerich.
Get cucked by my own son.
Like, it's fucked up.
Try to kill self
Huey's
in pool
life
with water.
is so fucked up.
Okay, I'm gonna get up long enough to fucking put this plate away, and you can get Sue in here because Sue's in the waiting room.
Is Sue in the waiting room?
Yep.
Fuck it. Crack the egg into the bowl.
Oh, I'm chilling.
What's
Hold
up?
on. What's up?
What's up? My face is rosy, and it hurts a little bit. Correction, my face isn't rosy. It's warm.
Did you drink or something? I mean, if you want me to get drinks, I have some soda.
Not in that sense. I have been smiling
Okay.
for way longer than I usually smile. Because good business.
Fair enough. Also, I am hanging out because I am anxious, and this is a good way to not be anxious right now, especially with being around people. Don't worry, I'll be fine now that I'm actually around people and have eaten. So
That's fair. That's why I had to delay stream as well, because, like, I realized, like, oh fuck, I haven't eaten, so I made quick and dirty, like, you know those things of freezer, like, already breaded, already cooked fried chicken that you just put in the fucking air fryer? Those things are so useful for, like, a million different things. When I don't know what to eat, those are always a pretty safe option because it's chicken. It has no flavor. I can fuck with whatever I want to get the flavor I want. And it's still good because it's chicken. Yeah. See, Doctor, if your smile lasts for more than 2 hours, there's an analog horror series like that.
Opinions on Mandela catalog are that's really cool. Also, do something more, but
No,
not that it's
one.
bad.
Not that one.
Oh, there's another one?
Yeah, there's like the smile tapes or whatever.
Huh.
They're aight.
I still kind of want to do like not analog horror, but the analog what the fuck am I reading? But not specifically horror. I mean like lane type. This is fucked up.
By
I
the
can't
way,
stop
I'm just
reading.
gonna dot so that when I alt tab away and this subtitles closed captioning thing was staying on for longer than I wanted it to, and it was bothering me. So I had to unpause the video very quickly.
That makes sense. That makes sense. There was something I was going to bring up that, like, again, pardon apologies in advance when my ADHD meds have worn off. So if I rapid fire between multiple different dialogues, that's why. But relevant to people, I have started playing Nier Automata again.
Good game.
I have good opinions on it. I think in terms of I am very much enjoying it, and I can tell why people think it's a masterpiece, and I agree with them.
I think it's a masterpiece, but is it weird to say I think Replicant is more of a masterpiece?
I can't give an opinion because I've never played Replicant. I've heard. I can see why.
It has Kaine, and also is a bit more personal with its philosophizing, whereas I find Automata is more broad. It is about things instead of people. But I think that is good. I think it is good that they talk about two different things. It lets these stories have the same tone, tell different tales.
It's from little I've got, because I remember the last time I played Nier Automata, I got to when you meet A2 on Route 1. Yeah. And then for some reason I put it down. No. I know all the spoilers, so it's more I'm experiencing it and everything like that.
There was one thing that I remembered. Reincarnation is also about something different. It is still about things, but it is about things that were.
Yes.
Very specifically, it is retrospective, which is neat. Anyways, sorry. Had to get that out before it left.
You're good. I would say if you like that and you miss reincarnation, go play Reverse 1999. It's that, but done with the lens of Disco Elysium and 1960s era occultism.
So I'm in a weird state where I have a gacha game installed that I have not played yet.
Which one?
And Reverse sounds cool, but it feels weird to install a new gacha game when there's one I haven't even gotten to. Girls Frontline 2. I decided I'm gonna give it a genuine chance. But like they stripped away one of the things I liked about GFL 1, and it was a pretty major thing for how the gacha worked.
Oh yeah.
They made it more standard, which is fine. That is better for their money.
But I prefer the recipe gacha, to be honest.
And I liked how the real money gacha was things like personalization.
Yeah, exactly.
Or time skips.
There was another mobile game that I think I enjoyed a lot called Black Survival.
The untapped potential of analog comedy. Hold on to that.
I believe if you want analog comedy, that is just
the Scribblo
Dracula Flow.
You know what? Yeah. Yeah. Holy shit. Oh my god, that's also, the most right you've ever been.
Hi, welcome back.
Welcome back.
I'm Ben Right.
I know.
I am Nima.
You're them. You've been them. You'll continue to be them.
I am also going to admit, I genuinely did not realize that Sue did not ask to be on. Sue just joined the waiting room, and I was like, oh, I guess Sue asked because I was busy eating pizza and didn't look at the chat. So when you were like, I figured let's get it in, I'm like, well, damn, cool, okay.
I figured that because it was going to be just a watching stuff stream, I might as well pop in it, and if it wasn't cool, then you would say so.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I just really want to lead this into a bit about how Sue will never let me have anything.
I won't let you have anything because you're Yakubian, but that's a different issue.
That's actually exactly what I was about to say. It's because I'm a Yakubian.
Put his hand on my shoulder.
Sue will not let me practice my trichonology on this Twitch stream.
You're getting
Also,
emails
John
from
Cena
Yaku,
shirt.
motherfucker.
Also, before we keep going with Signalis, I have one question. What was I supposed to look for?
The
A
Dua
Lipa
Lipa
mashup,
Duvet
right?
mashup.
Thank you.
Hold on. I
Throw
got
that in stream context.
Dua Lipa duvet.
Yeah, either of you. I don't really mind, because that's not like stream context is just for like if y'all say something and I'm like, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Or if I say something and you're like, Bedlam, the fuck are you talking about? That's where
Present
we can
day,
talk
present
about
time dot JPEG. Yep. Hold on.
I love
Got it.
I love the picture of Lane in a Santa outfit.
Mhm.
That just
I
says
do
present
too.
day, present time. That is the best 4chan post ever made.
And eventually, I'm very
There
excited to.
with "Are you fucking sorry?" where someone went and tried to say "Are you okay?" and "I'm fucking sorry" at the same time, ends up saying "Are you fucking sorry?"
I cannot quote what one of my current favorites is, but Bedlam knows what it is.
You're under
It's the
fucking
one-
attack.
You're under fucking attack. That's not what the original one says.
No, but that's the
it's
vibe.
really good.
It's
but that's the vibe.
One of my favorite Twitter posts that I cannot quote, but I can post. It's for you. It's lit.
It's lit. The
Y'all
fucking
know
post
exactly
I'm thinking
what post
of.
I'm talking about,
Some
because that's
people
what the
might
Twitter For
know.
You page was for a while.
It was. Also, fucking for the sake of the chat, if you were wondering what post you talking about, bitches, it's the one where it's the guy being like,
Ukrainian
he's like,
flag next to his
yeah, the
next
Ukrainian
to the anonymous.
Yeah, it's Ukrainian. He's like, I keep hearing these sounds. Is like, is there like some sort of like military test? And some dude from like America just goes, "You are under fucking attack."
I think it is you are being fucking invaded.
No,
is the phrasing. There's a word we should not say in there.
No,
like,
it's attack.
generally on Twitch, but like, there's just the bluntness about it. Because like, yeah, I'd honestly rather someone be upfront like that if I ask a question.
You
Like,
know
I'm
why I
hearing
think it's-
explosions. What the fuck?
I think I know why it's so funny to me, because that is exactly how if my part of the eastern United States was getting invaded, and I was like, what the fuck's going on? That is exactly how you, in particular, boss, would DM me and go, "You are under fucking
You are
attack."
being fucking invaded.
Also, I want to say I'm very excited too once I get to the point of it to do more video submissions, because I'm very curious to watch Ivan's submission of Duende real real capture real goblin.
I scrolled past that and like I have to keep doing these streams so I can see some of these legitimately.
Oh, yes, bro.
Do y'all want to continue? Y'all good?
Yeah.
Alright.
Big signals.
This is gonna be way more than 3 hours, but I'm fine with that.
Probably.
We chilling. It's fine.
Bing chilling.
No.
You have to go reinstall an Ultra Kill. Hold on.
I want to reinstall Ultra Kill. I want to give it another shot. I suck at it.
Are you okay?
I also suck at it. Are you gay?
Where's
I feel like I'm okay at it, but I'm not like to the tier of like
Can't do this anymore.
astoundingly like.
I can't get out of chapter 3. I'm on the boss,
Are you hungry?
but I can't.
Gabriel?
Oh no, chapter 2 then.
My teeth hurt.
Because I haven't
Oh,
fought
wait,
Gabriel
hold
yet.
on.
I'd love to. Fighting an enemy that has all of my moves is weird in a game where I don't understand all my moves yet.
Wait, you don't like V2?
Oh no, it's a good fight. It is a good fight. This is a skill issue.
Oh yeah, no. Mission 3-2 is Gabriel. I'm stuck on there in standard mode as well.
Okay, yeah, I'm on standard mode. It has been 2 years now. and I still need to be talked into lowering the difficulty. There's something weird about lowering the difficulty on a character action game.
Fucker.
Anything of that description?
Jane, down there in the mines.
Ooh, that's
I
good.
figured it out. Those memories.
Let me. Oh, actually,
Showed me the truth. The truth.
open stream. There we go.
They showed me how to carry more than 6 items at once.
Answered none of my questions. What is she talking about?
I think she's talking about the rule of 6.
Like the mark of the beast? That's kind of fucked up. You know those Monster Energy drinks do the same thing with their logo.
Pitches, this feels like it's ghost written by you.
I did ghostwrite this. I'm a big fan of this bit as well.
It's only when Bill Murray uses his knowledge of the time loop for the benefit of others instead of himself.
I forgot about the Groundhog Day bit.
Out of the curse. Will you be Bill Murray at the end of the movie, willing to stop this loop for the sake of us all? Or will you be Bill Murray at the start of the movie?
Ooh.
Wait, oh, that's secret level shit.
All eternity.
Oh.
No, I did 1-1 with flipping the coin into the fountain.
I didn't.
I love doing that.
Why didn't Bill Murray just talk to the groundhog? Is he stupid?
Fuck yeah!
I didn't expect this. When I fucking vetted this video, I
61
did not. I had
Raven.
no idea what was going on. I was just like, this is gonna be fucking sick.
Like, we yap over these videos a lot, but like, I am paying attention.
I'm trying my best.
Machine, you will delay this no longer. We still have a score to settle. Oh my god. Oh my god, that's Hatsune Miku.
Okay.
Hatsune Miku.
She knows it.
Have you used your healing powers to help my friend feel better?
Aww.
I lost my connection to the light.
You good soul.
I love how I love how he didn't question it for a second.
No, of course he wouldn't.
You can't do anything.
He's a man of God after all.
Compels you.
Power Christ compels you.
That's
I
a
like how this
good
just became a
sound.
fix it. I like how this just became a fix-it fic.
Yeah.
Where what if Gabriel Ultra
Oh
Kill
my
and Hatsune
God.
Miku save Signalis?
It's like a almost less bleak version than that
Metamorphosis,
sequel to
Josuke.
Metamorphosis. Yeah.
Yeah.
I love Josuke. This bitch looks like a crack whore. Can we help her? I'll use
Like,
Crazy
it's so
Diamond.
rude. It's so rude, but they do help
But it's also
her.
exactly what Okuyasu would say.
Yeah.
Wait, hold on. Wait. This is so cute. Oh, I've actually not seen this part of the animation.
I like these models. I think they're not Vroid, but I don't know.
I think they might
I'm
be
curious
actually.
what shaders they're using. Like,
Oh, baby.
oh, fuck.
Chat, can we get claps for lesbians? Can we get a W in chat for the lesbians? Woo!
Just not more than one W in a row,
How did you do this?
because that's
I can show you
laughing.
the recipe, but you have to keep in mind the most important ingredient. Love.
Truly, the language of God.
And so, with Audrey's space
I
illness
felt
cured
this way
and
about
order
food.
restored to the solar system,
This is
the
true.
last puzzle of Signalis.
I made a bacon cheeseburger with an everything bagel as the bun, and I felt my health go up, and I heard the from Yakuza. Like when you go to a restaurant and eat. Oh fuck yeah!
Again, right? You that was completely made up. You made that up. You just lied to everyone. You lied to me.
And that's how.
That's a good video. Oh, this is
And
done in
that's-
SFM, not MMD.
Oh
I
yeah,
think
this
this is
video.
an Iris submission.
It is.
And I suppose I am.
I like guessing who
I
submitted
suppose my
what.
primary purpose, the reason for which
It's
I
fun.
was formed in my mother's womb and for which I rise out of bed
Send a
every
couple
morning to walk
bangers to
this
the
mortal
vid channel.
plane.
I mean, I would
tell
post the
stories.
Worm Girl Signalis
But
video
to say
because
I am
it's really good, but it's also 3.5 hours, and I'm not making y'all sit
Oh,
through that because
God.
that spoils the entire game.
I don't go more than 25 for the most part.
Yeah, we don't go more than 25
Well,
minutes.
I know, but I am simply saying, however, it's a good video. Go watch it because it turns into True Detective halfway through.
Can y'all remind me when I need to turn subtitles on?
In the clouds and the tides.
Sure, if I remember.
I can try my damnedest.
A cosmologist, an archaeologist, an economist, and a paleontologist. There is not a field.
My ass going holy shit Dawn Trail for a second.
Experts until
God damn it.
Brain rot. Brain rot.
Yeah.
At night, questions plague me. What factors influence the
I think I should sit down and talk to you about Solution 9 because I still have not gotten there yet.
Done.
Will not get there.
Are shrimp conscious?
Fair enough.
I'm not done with Dawn Trail. If someone wants to pay for my sub,
fair.
I am literally at the end of the expansion.
They say that true Renaissance men cannot exist in our modern era, that the amount of knowledge we have accumulated in every field vastly exceeds what...
Time to relearn how to play Ultra Kill while we hang out.
But I almost have it all. However many sleepless nights it takes, however much pain it brings me, my mind
also, I
is a
can
ravenous
make
feast, and
my
I must
badass
feed it.
fantasy
The
world.
tales I write are misaligned from the shape of reality.
How much
This is Brandon Sanderson, and you can't tell me.
Wrote none of it down.
No, Brandon, no.
Down to the subatomic interactions of which they are composed. How could I ask any
Mad
Brandon Sanderson does not care this much about his worlds.
He does world build a
lot. Spat into the wind by
He world builds a lot, but not as much as this straw man.
But in some world out there in the multiverse, they are.
But he does.
Oh, I'm sorry if that
when
came
I look
through.
out into the stars at night,
I had an ugly ass cough.
Space of immense but finite possibilities that our laws of physics allow.
Well, fuck you for being human, I suppose.
Somewhere out
I
there,
suppose.
in the vast reaches of possibility.
I suppose.
My characters are looking
Go on,
back
kill
at
you.
me and smiling.
You wish you could.
Huh? What?
And then there's me.
Hey, so I have some
What the fuck?
questions about
Oh.
the world building in this manuscript.
Yeah, what?
Let's walk through it.
Well, in chapter 3, you introduced this mind reading ability that some people have, but then you just never mention it again. And I'm just thinking, you know, if certain people have the ability to read other people's minds in this world, don't you think that would have some effect on society or the plot or anything?
Yeah, cow tools.
What?
Cow tools.
Is that like a book or something?
Cow tools.
No. You know the Far Side?
It's
the Gary
self-explanatory.
Larson comic?
Yes.
So there's this really famous Far Side comic that basically depicts a cow standing in a barnyard. with,
fucking
a whole
love
bunch of
cow
tools laid out in
tools.
front of it. And the tools are all these like strange, meaningless shapes. But the comic is effective because of the absurdity of not knowing what any of these tools are for.
I don't really see what that has to do with mind reading.
If the reader understands everything about
It's one of my
your world
favorite
building, you take
comics.
the mystery away. Instead, what you should do is give an illusion of depth, an illusion of meaning, and let the reader do the rest of the work in their heads. Like with the cow tools.
I kind of agree
In certain
sometimes.
contexts, I can see how that might be good
Sometimes
advice.
I
I'm not
agree.
talking about vague or mysterious elements.
That's how
of the
some of my
building.
worlds
We're
have been
talking
built.
about Blatant contradiction.
Listen, I don't know what to tell you. This is a classic cow tools situation.
But you do this all over the manuscripts. Like, for example, in chapter 5, you make this huge deal about how no horses are able to live in this world because all of them died off 50 years ago because of some curse or something. But then in the next chapter, the characters just go get a horse.
Cow tools.
And then in chapter 9, you introduce these
that's
killer
not.
ant things, and you say that one bite of them is...
Yeah, no. The one issue I have with this video is that it kind of is too hard on the other guy.
Fine, and nobody even mentions how insane that is.
Cow tools.
None of this is cow tools.
That's
This is
plot
just you
armor.
throwing ideas at the wall and then contradicting yourself the moment you get some idea you're like better. You have to have some self-consistency.
Oh, you could say the same thing about so many famous
Okay.
novels. Like
Okay, hear me out. As someone who is a world builder, sometimes I will make something that I'm like, that doesn't fucking fit in this universe. But it's such a good idea that I am going to now work on a side project so that I can make this into something that fits somewhere else. Which means I have a million worlds that are half built, that are problems to solutions and not solutions to problems.
No, I know that feeling entirely.
Yeah, no, exactly. As somebody who is currently going back and doing a lot of work on my main setting, I'm not outright changing shit and retconning shit, but I am kind of putting shit that already happened in a different context because, simply put, the shit and the thing is, this wouldn't be an issue except I've run 2 tabletop games using Powered by the Apocalypse in this setting.
Right.
So, like, to a degree, there is outside investment. If this was just me, I wouldn't give a shit. I'd be like, I'll change that, I'll change that, it'll be good. If anything, though, having the outside investment has helped me hone it. It's actually been kind of cool, because I've had my friends who were a part of that give me ideas and concepts through their characters and ideas they had from what I gave them, and then I can go back and I can reintegrate that. However, because I'm currently working on something that'll probably not happen for quite some time, but I'm working on doing another tabletop game. I might use Pathfinder for it actually. It's going to be set in 30,000 BC during the Victorian Age. We're going back to the Atlantis. And I have a lot of ideas for it. But the thing about it is one thing is I'm getting to build cultures using some real life ones as a basis, although I try to avoid it being one, of course.
Yeah.
And because I'm using like not pre-humans, because I'm using prehistorical civilizations, I can just use some inspiration and go from there. But it's a thing where like when I rewatched this to vet it, I had the distinct thought of cow tools are useful.
Cow tools are fun.
Cow tools are fun. You need to have mystery sometimes.
Mentats.
But I also do like, in my head, figuring out what it is. I think there's a fun thing you can do as an author, which I will recommend to all the authors and world builders listening. To the girl reading this.
To the girl reading this.
That sometimes it's not a bad thing to figure out what something does and means completely to you, but you don't gotta explain it.
Yeah.
All at once or ever. You could just be like, here's what it is. Because I'm sure Lovecraft, before he died, probably had a better idea of how some things in Lovecraft mythos worked beyond what we as the readers ever found out. But those were just ideas he had, and he put them away. And he didn't explain it because it's better if you don't.
Letter somewhere, but like
it may have been in a letter somewhere, and then later on you get other writers coming in and giving their interpretation. And even if you use Lovecraft as a reference, even if you don't like August Derleth, or not August Derleth, but like the guy who basically introduced like the Elder Gods and was like, oh, there's good and evil in the Cthulhu mythos, even though like that's kind of antithetical to like the setting. That
because now you're making the unknowable more knowable. But like personally speaking, like as someone who likes this shit, frankly put, even when you explain the unknowable, you can still make it weird and keep it weird.
Yep. Once again, I'll point at Chainsaw Man.
Yup, there's a lot of shit in Chainsaw Man that just fucking happens.
And you need to know what causes it? No.
No, you don't. Because
it's not for your mortal mind.
Fujimoto has restraint.
I wouldn't say it's for your mortal mind is the idea so much as
like it's like 4:15.
It is. I tend to view it more in the vein of the cool way to do it is that you have a general idea, but sometimes rule of cool is the best way to like genuinely guide your writing.
And I bring up the August Derleth thing specifically because while we as Lovecraft fans might go, that's not what Lovecraft intended. That's not what this setting is about. At the same time, I respect the fact that he came in and went, this is how I interpret it.
It's like, I got some neat
idea. These are my ideas for this setting. And the great thing about I think the part of the reason why people like Lovecraft so much is because you can do that. You can go in and go, I want to write a story about a fucking elder thing or a great old one. And it doesn't matter. If you want to make Cthulhu come in and be the big evil, go ahead. Yeah, Lovecraft is like, he's not evil. He's just unknowable. But who cares? It's a character.
Do you want to summon Cthulhu with a gun and scribble nuts?
Yeah, you can do that. And you know what? That's entirely valid to that setting. And I think that's part of the reason why Lovecraft has stuck with people so much when it comes to his world building. He would. You can summon Moses and give him the AK.
Yeah,
I feel like part of the appeal of it is like you got to be able to like also realize how much of it is actually under quote unquote your control as a writer, and realize that there is a genuine death of the author thing that most authors don't really seem to remember / account for. In that,
if you
people
are
gonna
making a playable space, you need to kill your darlings very quickly.
Oh yeah, no, I agree with you and I love doing that. Like I've played in a lot of TTRPGs where people have been surprised that I would kill my character in a heartbeat, and I have straight up gone. The reason I would do that is because it makes better play for everybody else. Yeah.
If it makes the plot better, that character's dead in this timeline. Who cares?
I've had a million things where I've outright during a tabletop session, like as an aside, went, "This is not gonna be the best decision, but I'm gonna do what my character would do." And I know that has, I know nowadays there's a reputation for that where people are like, "That's so tryhardy." I don't care. I'm a role player. I'm going to come in and I'm going to go, okay, would my character react and get angry and maybe fuck up here? And that's actually, although this was not me as a player, as a DM, there was a moment where one of my players almost completely fucked the entire campaign because she mentioned her character might shoot a big pod that was doing some technological shit, and if she had done that, it would have fucked the entire thing. But I didn't go, no, don't do that. And if she had made the decision to do it and she rolled for it, I would have let her, and I would have, after the session happened, I would have been like, so I'm gonna need like another week.
Yup.
Because my entire plan just got derailed, and said
but you got some good. Yeah, good play is the right way to do it.
Yeah, good play. But there was actually a moment where that player, her husband, was outright like, "If you had done that, I would have beaten the shit out of you," as a joke, not actually, but I would have strangled you to death when we went to bed tonight.
Okay.
Because it was just a moment where like they had such investment in the story. If one of them had fucked that up, and that's actually something that happens a lot. I actually want to, before we continue this and finish all the video, encourage, if you're running a campaign and shit, sometimes, no, not just that, not that. If you're a DM and there are moments where your players are like, "Are you going easy on us?" Sometimes you just gotta be like, no, you just got lucky, because that happened to me. There were multiple times like, you can go hard on us. I'm like, I'm not, because that was my first real campaigns that I ever ran ever. So they just, as a DM, I should say, and they assumed, oh, you're going easy on us. I went, no, you just always got lucky, where like none of your characters got brutally impaled and died. And that's something I want to. It's a good piece of advice. Sometimes you can just tell your player, "Oh yeah, you could have fucked up there, but you didn't. Good for you."
There is a.
Oh, sorry.
No, there is a story I like telling about my time GMing a Persona World of Darkness game. Back in college, where it was, I think, my second run of this game with the same people. It tended to be very fun because I was really fast and loose with World of Darkness, but made an entire, like, you know how every World of Darkness game has their own set of, these are what this specific non-human thing has power-wise, and I made one for Persona users called Gambits. It was fun. But the point more is less along the lines of that was just translating all the SMT things to World of Darkness. That's not the point, though. The point is, how do you translate Persona to World of Darkness? And I figured out, well, they're freelancers. They're mercs on the open market. So they would be adults taking on very adult things that Persona users would do, a la Trinity Soul. If you gave people with stands the ability to go, oh shit, other people have stands, what happens? And it was really fun. But the story I like doing or telling people is the story of their first boss, and I think their only boss they got to fight. It was a group of 3 people. I don't remember their characters directly off the top of my head or their personas. It's been a while. But I remember their first boss was an XP of Kanye West.
Oh, you told this story.
Yeah, I have told this story plenty of times. Because I'm very proud of it still. Because
no, of course,
my beautiful Dark Twisted Fantasy is a good album. Go listen to it. Sorry, Kanye turned racist. Can't really help him on that.
You could enjoy Kanye before the racism.
You can enjoy up to Life of Pablo without guilt, I think.
You can enjoy any art when you separate it from the artist, but you do have to keep in mind that after a certain album,
Everything goes to shit. I think it's after Yi. That like Yeezus specifically that it turns to shit, but that's not the point that I'm going for here. It was based off of Dark Twisted Fantasy because listen to the old album. It's a story about a person, and I figured we didn't need to do a Persona 5 like style antagonist to see how they would handle doing a Persona antagonist. And through the course of the couple sessions I did with them on this specific antagonist, they decided they would spring a trap for said person. Specifically, they would do some kind of psyche eval for him, like court mandated psychic eval that he had to do, and then spring a trap on him then. Turns out they did so well on their role play at the time that they managed to pin him down and expunge the actual shitty persona out of him so they could fight it.
Oh, hell yeah.
Didn't stop him from being an asshole, but they turned a fight that was going to be, you know, enemy stand user into fuck you, you're fighting Jehudi.
That's good.
Yeah, that's good.
Like his original persona was supposed to be Imhotep for a very good reason.
Oh, that's good.
Because think about it for a split second, how fucking based that persona Imhotep would be.
Oh,
and that's where my logic was for that.
I thought it was the phonetic I am Hotep.
Oh no, I didn't think that even that. But now that I say,
you accidentally created something powerful.
I didn't.
So
for the record, I did not predict that
real.
Connie would become a Hotep.
I didn't realize that I'd be the person to point it out to you.
I didn't realize that
was on purpose the entire time.
No, it was not.
No,
you didn't tell the Imhotep part.
Because I remember like I was not expecting them to be able to beat him in a social battle that well that they were able to pull the persona out and, you know, beat it to death with hammers first before he even got a chance to use a turn. But that wasn't because they beat his rolls. They just genuinely got him into a state of like, you know, they caught him with his pants down. And as a result, we basically had to do
They stopped his Kanye quest. He had to take a Kanye rest.
So they basically had to go, all right, I'm going to give you an actual boss battle to test my mechanics and go, all right, Jehudi. I think 3 turns that he lasted, which probably is a disappointment when it comes to Jehudi himself, but you know,
sure,
whatever.
But still
the cool thing I like doing with my game specifically in this vein is that you need to be able to challenge your players, but in a way that makes them sit for a second and think about what they're playing. Not the least of which because
or how they're playing.
Exactly. I tend to love playing with liminal stuff, like, you know, is this the actual game? What is the fourth wall kind of thing? I love playing with, if you roll too high on a like arcana or investigation check, someone's going to go knock at your door and it's going to be a man in black.
Nice.
I think in my last D&D game, I was co-GMing for the Space Forgotten Realms one with Wolf. And I think our Death Cleric, who, by the way, was a Death Cleric of the Beach.
Nice.
And still proud. They got their Kifu
sick.
And everything. And
I assume you're excited for Death Stranding too?
As Imagine Dragons once said, take me to the beach.
Mm-hmm.
I assume you're looking forward to DS too.
What? Oh yeah, no, I'm gonna get DS2, but like I need to get a PS5 first in order to stream it. But yes, I will.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna get it on PS5 too. I'm gonna be real.
Mm-hmm. But the point I was going to that is that like you got to give them stuff that like makes them question what the fuck they're looking at.
Yeah.
And I promise I'm gonna wrap this up really quickly because in that it was a world that was mostly, you know, sci-fi with a small hint of magic, in that there were people that did magic, of course, and they were relatively common, but like wide-spanning magic was akin to technology. And there was a magic plague that could only be like you basically had to wear a Pip-Boy with an AI in it so that you wouldn't catch the plague. A la you had to deal with a black wall, like
your balls are falling off.
Yeah, you're basically black wall is outside the door unless you're wearing a Pip-Boy. Here's the thing, that still implies that I didn't consult with the other GM on this, but I thought, wait a second, there's something interesting with this. So I wanted people to knock on the door because this is a thing where like a changeling race, for example, was replicas that were explicitly supposed to guard that AI, stuff like that. It is really cool. I just don't play it anymore.
Mm-hmm.
I'm getting to the point. I thank Wolf. Wolf was the one that come up with most of it. I was just a participant in time. Okay, promising getting to the point. Right, our Death Cleric. Once we went to a backwater planet that was revealed to be Hades Town, as in the town of Hades.
Nice.
So we were doing the whole we're all nerding out, talking with Zagreus and everything like that. Blah blah blah. Having a Revelaton of one might say. Because I thought about it for a second, going, there's something else going on here, but like I don't want them to like sit there and like stare at it too long. But our Death Cleric rolled an investigation check and saw G-Man.
Oh.
And I kind of grinned and went, okay, do you want to roll that one more time to see if like you double confirm on this before it starts getting crazy? They did. And I went, okay, cool. G-Man's not actually G-Man, it's Ereshkigal. The Sumerian god of the dead, who is just popping in his head going, hey, are you all good? Okay, cool.
Anyone smoke weed in this thread?
Basically, but he's talking like G-Man. But since a mortal who is also a Death Cleric also spotted him, he figured, and why not? If they have a question, fuck it, might as well ask, especially for someone that was a vat grown replica. To ask questions about death is an interesting thing.
Yeah,
and
what's it mean to have a soul when you were made in a pod?
Right, exactly. And so one thing leads to another, and unfortunately / fortunately, I became a meme of you can now ask a god a single question if you answer or if you say like power words, and power words are specifically what is the secret of the universe, or more aptly, what is Wintermute? Because Wintermute was the thing of what the fuck is going on with the AI and everything like that. And I don't quite remember what led to Wintermute being the word of it, but I love that Wintermute then became you die, you get to ask your god one question and come back, or see your death. It is traumatic. Sometimes you don't always want to see it. Yeah, exactly. You don't always want to see it. But like we had a
information is not always in your favor.
Oh, exactly. I think my character was already kind of going through the time loop TM, as in like, because this
we're doing it again.
No, not just doing it again. Like this one, someone who is vaguely aware that they were in a time loop and it was driving them insane. Hence why I'm not playing anymore. Probably for the better. Like the way that character was going, they would have only ended up insane and become.
I wanna do a quick aside. By the way, I have an idea for that next campaign, which is kind of like the thing you said about asking a god what the secret of the universe is. Except in that case, when you ask that god what the secret of the universe is, they go, "I don't know either."
That's good.
I'm trying to figure that shit out myself, fam.
Horrifying.
I think that is probably one of the best ways to do it, quite frankly, in the vein of give your players a little piece of a puzzle and give them like an unchained piece of a puzzle. And here's the key of it, don't make up the rest of it. You don't have to have plans in the background. Don't need to do any of that. Have a fragment of an idea, think about it, throw it to them, and then see what they come up with.
Over preparing is the death of good GMing, I think.
Yep. Without under preparing, I would not have gotten Jeffrey, one of my players having Jeffrey Chaucer as a fucking persona. I would have gotten I would have gotten a whole lot of cool stuff in the games I used to run. And quite frankly, I wouldn't have gotten the Convictor Drive game. I do want to get off the ground, / the Cyberpunk game I want to get off the ground.
I had a really cool concept with a Cyberpunk campaign, actually. It'd be a short micro campaign where it'd be 5 sessions that each happen once a week. And I would be playing with each player at the table one-on-one for the first 4 weeks. They each
Cool, like
handle
that.
a small strike team during a multi-phase heist that week by week, in real time, there's really nothing happening because to them, end of session is just like pressing pause in Cyberpunk. But when we pick back up, we're on the next group of people in the next phase of the heist with the next player. And they all
So you
have
wanting to
their
run
small
heat,
strike
or
team.
you wanting to run something more than that?
I kind of want to run a mix between Payday and Ready or Not using Cyberpunk.
And you know what? Cyberpunk is quite literally the best setting for the
Best setting,
the
and
best
I think
system for that
best
as well.
system. And I think the idea that I'm gonna run with, and the only reason I'm okay saying this is because plans are subject to change. This may be in the future. This may not be anything ever. Is I want it in kayfabe. There is a Cyberpunk version of Bedlam that I played first before the one you're seeing right now. Frankly, every redesign is getting closer to the original design.
The Bedlam from the Bedlamification of Bedlam.
Yes, true. Where you would be hired by the fixer variant of me from Night City. And I would be in kayfabe, but for real, live streaming the heist. And giving color commentary.
Fucked up. I love it.
Because you're rating Kang Tao, baby. Good score, we're back. We are
It
so
all
back.
comes back.
Well, they got worse, didn't they? People in Night City know how to shoot even less. Ooh, boy. Fucking you critical hit one of their heavies and just, ooh, that's gotta hurt. Like fucking Smash TV. I'd be your bane.
Yeah.
I was thinking of fucking Backyard Baseball for a second because those are the fucking shouts I hear in my head. Sweet as candy, I tell you. I love candy. Everybody likes candy. That's why Halloween's such a popular holiday.
And then Fred Durst comes out in the lowrider.
I love the backyard sports. No, that was WWE.
No, but I just...
WWE?
No,
Yeah,
that was
Fred Durst was
WWE because
WWE.
remember Fred Durst made the deal with WWE where he's like, okay, you can use my music, but you can use break stuff and fucking roll them. But I want to be in one of your video games, two of your video games, and
I gotta be a wrestler.
I want to be a wrestler, as an unlockable wrestler, and I want a secret lowrider intro, not a secret. Well, I want my intro to be like on a fucking cool lowrider. Also, we've been talking about this for like 20 minutes. We can continue
I don't
with the video.
care. This is good talk. This is good business.
This is what happens every time I'm in chat. You know
it's
this.
fine.
As incompetence. Cow. Tool.
That's what happens when you get like three people who love world building and storytelling talking about that.
And you know what? Hear me out. I have one last piece of advice from this tangent. If you claim something as cow tools, you need to point at the stands from the start and say it's cow tools.
Okay, you lost me on that. What do you mean?
Okay, you know how Babe Ruth would point at the stands every time? Because he'd hit it every time? Pointing at the stands is telegraphing. That's what the metaphor is. Telegraph.
You gotta
this
telegraph
is fucking cow tools. You need to make that dedicated decision. Because
your
once
players
you make
don't
your cow
know.
tools not cow tools, that's when you start getting a little messy. That's when it starts being make or break on it. Sometimes it is way better to just keep your shit unknowable.
I actually have an anecdote about that I can quickly talk about.
4-minute video. Iris has a point.
Iris has a point. Yeah.
We on Woolly mode.
That anecdote.
I love that, man.
Yeah.
Also, this is a drag show.
Yeah, the anecdote literally is I had a thing in that second campaign I ran where there was this tower that was just there, and it was literally there to have a character have like basically a thing of energy came out and it shattered his psyche. It was a plot device.
Yeah.
but the players were really into it, and they were like, okay, when is this coming back? When are you making, is this gonna be a thing? Like they kept thinking, oh, what's this gonna do with it? And I felt bad because I'm like, I should have choreographed better that this wasn't really important. This was just a background world element that fulfilled
this
something.
might be terrifying.
What I'm doing here in the winter, which is
It is.
Is it?
No, maybe. I don't know.
We need some. Okay,
I don't remember.
can I make a request for my audience?
I do interesting enough.
Just surprise me
Mhm.
with this.
But thank
Give
you.
me videos of just Gopniks
here
doing
to
shit.
Let you watch.
Yeah.
Getting up to tomfoolery.
Pennsylvania, more propane.
Show me some Gopnik videos,
just
because
arrived here
like
with the football
they get so stupid and hardly ever get hurt.
And 10,000 gallons of propane.
Call the Void is a hell of a bitch.
We're going to deliver here today. I was going to show you everything when
Like I saw a guy get his arm
needed
yanked
4
by a
hands
bear in
to
a
do it.
cage, and he was
I just
fine.
went ahead and hooked it up. I've got the
And I'm like, damn, why are they feeding Russian children?
empty windshield washer jug
You don't want to know.
full of methanol.
Yeah, probably
We
not.
put methanol in the hose, a gallon each load.
Kvass.
Before we
I really don't want to try Kvass.
I do.
go over here and take some readings.
I've heard good things.
It just
Check what we got.
it just reads to me as just slightly sweeter bread soda, and I just don't want that.
That's fair. I like kombucha. Let me put it that way.
Up about 15%.
Yeah. You know what they never told you about bread soda? It's pretty tasty though.
Oh yeah, I imagine I'm in the wrong on that, but like I've already had bad
But it's
experiences
not
with most
appealing
beer.
Be able to see that, make sure that
Well,
we
yeah,
can
it's
verify
because I'm
the
experiencing
flow.
it as possibly beer, so I may be wrong on this.
That would probably explain why they're so big on drinking over there, like more than some other countries. Trucking is so
it never.
There ain't much
Oh,
else
it
to
is.
do over there.
You gotta drink.
Yeah.
Now it's open. It's a pressure.
You know, you know what I just realized? I accidentally referenced the best friends again because I just referenced the if there was a glass sandwich, you might eat it. Yeah, I might be like, that's pretty tasty though.
Jesus.
Quite tight here.
Sometimes people just say things and they think that's something everyone says, and it's like, nope, it's a best friend's bit again. Not that I'm complaining.
Tighten that up. That was just a little bit of
I mean,
small squirt.
something,
curious.
nothing is original. Something, every bit is somebody else's bit. Something.
Well, even the best friend stole bits from Slow Beef.
Customer's valve here on their system.
I need to go check out
They
anything
admit it.
Slow Beef.
For the record, they admitted, like, oh, we stole shit from Slow Beef.
Yeah, of
Well,
course.
they admitted all the time they took this, but that's the thing about humor.
I don't think I've ever actually seen propane being serviced. This is. I was like, why was
interesting.
this submitted? And it's like, oh, because it's fucking neat.
No more product flowing through.
How does
'Cause it's
this? How does
interesting.
the world work?
I can tell you, not great.
Everything looks good. Don't see or hear
The world
anything.
works great. The things we've built in the world don't work great.
And this motherfucker who just sent me a fucking spam friend request with the name of Olivia. Shut your bitch ass. You're not. I don't do it anyone that does. You know what? Never mind.
Dude, did you ever see that image I DM'd you?
Huh? Yes.
Which
Okay,
one?
good. For context, Bedlam, I sent her the Black Panther image.
Oh, the Ryan Gosling?
No, not the Ryan Gosling. The one with fucking old boy who played Bilbo.
Yeah, because you went
Freeman.
because you
Martin
made
Freeman.
a joke about the token white boy,
The token white boy in Black Panther.
and I just sent that picture of Ryan Reynolds in response.
You mean Ryan Gosling? You
Do
fool.
I? Every time. It's every time. It is
Wait,
an
what the
evil
fuck
bit.
do you mean they changed 1.3? Hold on.
Oh yeah, they changed a bit for flow reasons.
No, but I don't mean like design wise. I don't mean like game design wise. I mean like visually.
Oh yeah, a lot got overhauled visually.
It's
That
weird
was one
seeing
of the
like
massive
mirrors
updates.
on 1.3.
It's cool though. It's part of the reason I want to go back to Ultra Kills, because there's a bunch of new stuff, so I wouldn't mind playing the old stuff.
Mm-hmm.
In the pipelines and in the trucks.
Reminds me, we need to get like a set of old games that we could like
Propane is a
not dick
liquid is
around
so
in.
cool.
What?
Propane being a liquid is so cool.
I think that's the first time I've ever imagined anyone in real life has ever said that.
I think science is cool. I think it's cool that we can get gaseous stuff into a liquid form. And vice versa. Like, we can melt a rock and make it a liquid. That's cool. The world is
That's what
neat.
lava is.
Yeah. But, like, we can replicate
What if
that.
liquid rock? Yeah, we can.
And it's easy.
Something I've learned when it comes to like writing and world building is knowing a lot about science in the modern day lets you understand a lot more about how to make a magic interesting.
Yes, it does.
Because
I get to sit here and
I wonder if anyone can ID this truck cab.
we unload this thing.
absolutely someone could.
I'm curious. If anyone can, if anyone within the sound of my voice can ID this truck cab, I'm curious. I will not know what you're talking
It's the girl
about.
reading this.
Until I became president that I
Oh,
realized.
I love Conan.
Well, Bill Clinton wrote back. He wrote the.
What?
It's interesting. George W. Bush wrote.
Legit.
What's this mean?
What do you think it means? The girl reading this. Return the slab.
What is
Oh, I
happening?
love this video. I know some Furbies that sound like that.
You know them?
I have some Furbies, actually. I collect them.
Resurrecting the Homer Simpson beer opener.
By the way, so I have seen this video before. It makes me very happy, though, every time, so I didn't skip it. This Resurrecting the Homer Simpson beer opener. Do we want to do a side quest?
Let's do a quick side quest. It's 43 seconds.
See, that's what I'm thinking.
So we can know.
Oh, you know what? I can just click this, and then tab back 15
It'll get
years
added to
ago,
the
I
queue.
uploaded a video of a Homer Simpson beer opener making scary sounds as the batteries died. A sudden surge in views led to requests that I replace the batteries and post a follow-up.
Oh, look at how much better the camera quality. Look at how much older his hands got.
It's cool. That looks like a nice beer opener. Oh.
Didn't work. But
Realized it was probably.
It did not work.
Ooh. Okay.
surgery.
They did surgery on a beer opener. Oh my god, and it actually, like, damn. And we'll just, fuck it, we'll rewatch this.
That's me when I have beer. No.
Those noises are fun. They're fun to make. Learning
Same
how
as
to
it ever was.
Learning how to roll your R's means that you can do a lot of cool effects with your voice. Linux users removing bloatware. This video's funny as fuck.
Every time I hear rolling my R's, my brain just goes, Rumble Roses when.
I wish. I think I'm allowed to stream that, but I'm not sure.
I think you are.
Because it's
I
not
think you
porn.
should be.
Also, I don't think Manhunt 2 should be on there.
Linux users scare me.
Yeah, I'm a Steam Deck user and I scare myself. Like, that's Arch. They just booted Arch on that little piece of shit.
This is a good one.
I love the videos like this. I like the Detroit Become Human naked gun.
I like PV a lot.
Oh, yeah.
Actually, this is one we're turning off the subtitles.
Yeah, I just did.
Pretty good.
I need to see some of the old clan.
God damn, right.
I know has a big butt. Come on, let's talk about your big butt.
I love you, Pee-wee. Rest in peace, the goat.
Rest in peace to the goat. To the LGBT hero.
Was he?
Yeah, he was gay.
Oh.
The actor.
Awesome.
Yes.
A lot of things about me you don't know anything about. Things you wouldn't
Oh my god, his name is PV.
That's why I said it earlier, PV.
couldn't understand. Things you shouldn't understand. don't want to get mixed up with a guy like me. I'm a loner. A rebel.
Oh my god. Yeah,
Editing
that's how
like
that
this
feels.
makes me happy.
You're an Aldo Caldo, damn it.
Yeah! I feel like a hero every time.
Oh god.
That was amazing. I kind of want to see Shrek and Kingdom Come Deliverance, but I want to play Kingdom Come Deliverance 1 all the way through.
Oh, that's somebody who's playing it now.
I mean, I own the game. I think you're playing it through my copy.
No, I'm playing it on console because I'm not sure if I can run it how I would like.
That's fair. The first game actually runs pretty good.
Actually, who knows? I might
The
just
second
fucking
game
play it
runs
on.
pretty good on PC.
Oh, it does. It really
Yeah,
does.
they made their own Fork of CryEngine that's better optimized and looks better. God, Tankman. This is just such a welcome back old friend moment for me. Tankman was my shit.
Apparently I did play Agni and Rudra in this one last time. Hell yeah.
Huh?
I won 3's secret boss. I didn't realize I already fought.
God, like, old school Newgrounds had some really cool designs, genuinely.
It did. That era is kind of over now.
But it's still being kept alive. It's still being remembered and loved.
Oh no, it's still alive, but
And that's
like it's if you were there for the peak, it's like anything where it's like when you were there for the peak, you cannot describe to people what it was like.
Videos.
That's what he
They
gets
have
for wearing that
fucking
stupid
Beavis
fucking-
and
Stupid fucking
Butthead.
hat.
This says Beavis and Butthead, RNG.
It's those pesky Amazon drones again. They won't stop till every postal worker on both sides of the Mississippi is balled up on the ground like a burnt marshmallow.
Where do they come from?
Hell. They
They come
from
from hell, boy.
Boo.
I don't know, that guy's videos make me giggle. Oh, this video rules.
I forgot how to coin shot. Help.
With Dan Rather reporting from
Frame one,
CBS
do
News
it.
Headquarters in New York. Good evening.
I would if I knew how to.
Have you died yet?
3 times so far, but that's kind of par for the course.
Horrifying, isn't it?
A developing story out of New Mexico has captured
I
the
kinda
attention
love
of
it.
the nation. Reports are
I
coming
just
in
love
of a
the refrain of
significant
the
incident
refrain
near
of
the
I
Black
don't
Mesa
want to
Research
die.
Facility, one of the nation's
Which it's
largest
like,
research
oh,
complex.
right,
CBS's
you are
Elizabeth
flesh crammed
Palmer
into
reports.
metal.
Divine Light Severed.
Did you know that the robot you play has ovaries?
What?
Yeah, don't worry about it.
Trains of tanks and armored vehicles are moving towards
This isn't the Beyond Citadel bit, is it?
No.
any military presence since
Oh.
the
No.
Cold War.
No.
I also want to say I do really like this video. But look,
Just a regular
Is
training
it works?
exercise.
really
Work
just-
one, say hi.
I don't
Hi,
think
all the
anyone
same,
needs to be nervous
CJ.
about it. It's a drill.
How you doing?
Hey.
It's not a response to what's been circulating on the news.
I don't know
The
why my
Black
voice
Mesa
did that.
Research facility, located in the remote desert of New
I just
Mexico,
really like.
is a
I
highly
like
secretive
what
and
if Black Mesa was a real
complex
place in the late
from an
90s.
abandoned
Yeah.
ICBM launch site,
I still
which has
think it's
seen
cool that
extensive
Half-Life 1
upgrades and
takes place in like
overhauls thanks to government
97
funding
to
and
2001.
We don't know
defense
exactly
contracts.
when it takes place,
Local
but it's
law
sometime in
enforcement
the
have
late
been
90s to early
tight-lipped about the
2000s.
situation,
And that's
attempts
cool.
to
And it feels
officials
like it.
at the Black Mesa facility
Because the late
Yeah.
90s and early
unsuccessful.
2000s feel kind of the
New
exact
Mexico
same.
Department of Health has also issued an
Yeah,
announcement
In retrospect,
the 2000s do not start till 9/11.
without giving a sufficient explanation.
And even then,
Before, like, look at that. Look at that. September 6, 2001. Before September 11, 2001, the 2000s do not begin. It's just the late 90s more.
by the way, Pitches, you should watch the, it is the second to most recent Please Stop Talking episode. There's a Patreon question that's, you come back a week and some change before 9/11, how do you prevent it?
For the Black Mesa area.
And it's just, they get some good
Learning of
answers,
this
but you should
information,
watch that episode.
Okay.
The president has
I will.
authorized the deployment of military units. The hazardous
Oh, I love that they're just letting me fight V2 immediately.
have been assigned to secure the facility and prevent further collateral damage.
Of course he is.
Mr. Secretary, can you just clarify on the reasons for a
Do
military...
do 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 do.
This is merely an accident.
Fight me, bitch!
Oh, they also talked about the Mandy Stars war bit again.
As you know, with some
and said they're keeping the tradition.
Requires a greater caution.
Oh, the thing where he
Fuck this.
Black Mesa Research Facility.
I'm gonna pause. Mandalore has a thing where he'll invite friends over to his house and they'll get drunk and watch a movie, and he'll say what movie it is, but subtly he has changed the movie in stupid fucking ways. And he did it with Star Wars and did things like editing Arthur Fleck from Joker into the Jedi Council. Or like, you know that animation
but it's only for a second. Here's the thing you have to understand about this bit is it has to be small changes at first so that people are like for instance during like the Grievous bit, like fucking the Dio music from Part 3 is playing.
Yeah, and they recycle that bit. Or, like, they'll also make, like, General Grievous, like, he keeps coughing. Or, like, another General Grievous bit of using the test footage of him turning into his speeder bike thing.
Yeah,
As if it were really a part of the movie.
Yeah, and Mandy gets so drunk he doesn't remember he made it, because then drunk Mandy, who is his evil split personality, takes over.
And will make more.
And fucking like, and the people look at him, like the people who were there look at him and are like, why is this here? And he's like, I don't know, this is the Disney Plus version. I guess they're just putting in the test footage.
So, all that to say, at MagFest this year, they did a thing called E3 2010 LARP, where they all sat in a room and watched heavily but subtly edited E3 conferences from 2010, reacting as if they really happened. But it got more and more deranged over the course of the hour. And,
do you remember who was running that? Was it Tasker?
That was Quite.
Yeah, it was quite.
I think Punk Duck was involved.
Which, by the way, thank you, Punk Duck, for making me reinstall Dragon's Dogma 2. You were right.
Wait, did you go to MagFest?
No.
This year?
No, I was going to, but one, don't have the money. Two,
that's fair. I want to go to Mag one year.
Well, you should have gone this year because Cyberpunk. It was fucking all.
Yeah.
I would have also
apparently it went really well.
I would have also loved to see the allegedly terrible Lotus Juice concert. Not gonna lie.
No. Oh, that makes me so sad. I love Lotus Juice.
Like,
Don't have a bad concert.
Okay. Here's the problem. They summed it up on Castle Super Beast pretty well by saying it's not that he was performing badly, it's that it was none of the songs you wanted to hear.
Yeah,
it was a lot of his original stuff, which if you're a Lotus Juice fan, that's cool.
And I am, so that's cool for me, but the people who were there want Persona. Yeah.
Want the stuff they know, and he barely did anything, apparently.
Yeah,
and it
he
was
barely did any Persona music.
Crowd, but I would have loved to be there. Just to say
absolutely.
I was there. Because that's the sort of energy in a room I kind of want to feel. You ever, like, want to be in a situation that you hear about and be like, I just want to be a fly on the wall. I just want to feel the mood in the room.
Because the thing about it is I would have absolutely
you and I would have
that.
The time of our lives.
Because I like Lotus Juice's original stuff, but I understand why people at MagFest are going to be like, I didn't come here for this.
You could have probably gone up near the stage in Fanboy. Like, given how many people weren't fucking with it, you probably would have had room.
And I probably would have honestly made the guy's day, because I know the thing about Lotus Juice is and this is a thing you see with a lot of people. Yeah, and also he makes good shit, but the thing about it is, Lotus Juice has said before that he loves working on stuff like Persona, but the issue with that is he does not want to be the Persona rapper. He wants to be Lotus Juice, but the issue with that is you're always going to get people who are like, boo, where's Mass Destruction? It's like,
You know where I
Dude.
am?
What?
Boo, where's Bang 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 Have a Nice Dream?
Yeah.
From Soul Eater.
And I think it also does not help that we literally just got a new Persona release featuring Lotus Juice on the track.
Yeah.
So people
think
are
they did
showing
do
up
some of the
like,
reload
I
stuff,
want
to be fair.
I want to hear deep breath, deep breath, deep breath.
Deep breath, deep breath, deep breath. God, I love P3. I think P4 is my favorite of the, I'll call it new Sona.
I'm afraid I cannot disclose.
Yeah, I stand by that.
Can I call it the color era?
This incident will not.
Yeah,
because they all have a strong primary color.
Perimeter and time.
So. Also, why they changed how Discord looks again?
Yeah, I hate it. I hate it, except the one part of when you click an image, they give you more options without right-clicking. And it's not intrusive, but it's right there. But also, I like that dark mode can get even darker. Oh, fuck yeah.
With more gentleman callers than the operator.
It's tail time.
Okay, so.
Why is Miku versus...
For the record, I have seen this video, but it's good.
I have not seen this video. I want to see it. I'm ready.
If it'll play.
I was about to say, how the fuck did somebody render Saren?
Oh, right. It's a warning because there's the scene of Cillian Murphy with the gun to his head.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
What did you say?
Oh no.
Oh, for fuck off.
British screaming.
Okay, I've legitimately thought about using that footage for a recreation of the FES intro.
That would be good. But I take it to the street.
I just need more Peaky Blinders footage.
Okay, this is unrelated to the stream, but I am posting Peter P3.
Okay. I'm gonna
I'm posting
preemptively
Peter
say
P3.
this is 6 minutes and 40 seconds of Speen. I might put this up to skip.
Yeah, listen,
I will let it
a
rock.
minute and a half of Speen is pretty good, but we're gonna let it rock. We're gonna see it. We're
I'm gonna let it
test it out.
rock until the bit is like, okay, Speen. But that might not happen, but I see it happening. I fucking love monkeys.
Spin! And thank you for 100 bonus spin.
This, I don't know why that has
Strogan, I dare
Pharaoh
you.
imagery.
Because
textbook
Pharaohs
imagery.
are well known for their gambling.
He's free.
Have you ever seen a Pharaoh not gambling?
What is going on?
I was rolling dice in the Great Pyramids.
Okay, I like that it's not just him saying Speen.
Oh, spin!
Yep.
That's one of those corruptions. Wow, that was a fucking sick. I want to see the replay of that. Look at that, look at that, look at that. Look at that move!
Wow.
That was a fake out.
Great play. That's like fainting in For
Jesus
Honor.
Christ, what are these engines made of?
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Shut up.
Fuel that we're using. Plutonium?
What the fuck? Why are the icons all doing
I know
that?
you want to hear it. Spin!
Oh,
Is
fuck
this
yeah,
fucking...
Eon.
What is this? This looks familiar.
This is Bond Everything or Nothing.
Okay, I was gonna say this is either one of the terrible Activision James Bond games, or it's,
that is one of them. It was the third person Pierce Brosnan one. The first person.
What the fuck was it? The
Nightfire.
hopper or jumper.
What?
It was the game where the guy could like teleport.
Jumper. That's
Jumper.
a movie.
There's
You're
a
thinking of
video
the video game.
where
You're
can
thinking of the
fast
video
travel.
game story.
You can teleport to the final boss within 3 minutes.
You heard me.
And there's an achievement for it because
Yeah,
the
you walk
QA
away.
testers found that
You know
they
what you
could do
did.
it and no one knew how to patch it out.
One is all the way back. What, all the way left? You mean?
I saw people play that game and it is mystifying.
Yeah, it's kind of nuts. Oh my god. Bombay. Oh my god. This is what working in a cat shelter is like, by the way.
Yeah, it is.
They just go into the fucking red room?
Kinda?
Hey, well, you're in for a treat because this guy.
They just kinda do shit.
On the
With like
inside. You're
no
gonna love
explanation or no
Hey,
reason.
everybody. Spin!
Oh?
Crickets.
Very cool. Very cool, Vinny. Thank you.
Listen, I
Oh my
like
God,
Vinny. Joel is
Zelda,
still my
you.
favorite.
I like Joel.
Just spin.
I like Joel better.
You know who I
That's
saw
not me
live
hating
in
on
person
Vinny.
of the old
What?
Vine Sauce crew? I remember I was once at a panel for GPM. If anyone remembers GPM.
Nope.
That is the guy who got ethered after accusing Vinny of sex crime, I believe.
Oh.
Oh, yeah. That guy.
And that guy is ex-Vine Sauce. And I remember being at one of his panels like years before any of that happened. I did not know who he was. I just saw this white boy with Nintendo shit on the projector, and I'm like, the hell is going on in here? And then I'm like, oh, he's a YouTuber. That makes sense. I'll step in. And like he eventually, like as he was watching like Smash Brothers footage, eventually got challenged to do push-ups and started doing push-ups. And I'm like, this is the most confusing panel I have ever fucking been to, but I'm kind of glad I'm here. I'm kind of glad that there was no tickets for it, because that means I could just literally walk in and see what was going on.
Hey, what's going on in this thread?
Literally, that's my favorite part about like conventions that take place at like college campuses, is that there's a lot of shit going on like that.
Yeah, you can just show up and be like, what's going on in this thread? And they're not going to be like, you can't see what's going on in this thread unless you pay for it.
Like, Gen Con has a lot of stuff that's like pay-gated, which makes sense. But like, also, if you want free stuff, there's free stuff to do.
Yeah.
Gun too.
What game is
Suddenly,
that?
I don't feel so bad anymore.
This
a good one.
looks familiar.
Is it Null?
Huh?
This might be some sort of. This looks like some sort of weird game we all played when we were children.
But
I think it might be No One Lives Forever
It
1.
might be
Coffee.
I think that may have been No One Lives Forever 1's multiplayer.
I just don't recognize the UI because it's been years since I touched Nolf.
That's how you do it.
I was a
Hey, when are you
13
playing?
kid.
When are you playing like that era of fucking FPSs on the channel?
Already have before.
Wait, you played Sin? What?
Not Sin, but like I played things like Doom 3. I had plans to play like Shogo at one point, but then decided not to.
It's not an FPS, but we need the Anachronox LP.
I will be on that shit because I genuinely want to see if that's actually any good.
It's a
that
dollar.
and Septerracore.
That game is $1.
I suppose I deserve that.
That game is $1. If I didn't just have to buy Minecraft, I would buy it.
I had to tell you about it because I didn't know if you'd ever heard about it, but I'm like, this is a
I
Pitches
never
game.
heard of it except like the name once or twice.
So you didn't know
like,
anything
there's
about
this
it, or that there was a PC version?
Oh, not at all. All I knew was this is like an obscure Square Enix published RPG from like 2000, and that's all I knew. And you know what game it looks like to me? VTM Redemption.
Oh my
yes,
god,
and I fuck with that. Because I
should
love
play
VTM Redemption. You
On
should
stream,
listen.
you
That
should.
game's super underrated. Listen, and the thing that sucks is it's super underrated because it also was like comes out a few years before Bloodlines, and everyone loves Bloodlines. But like Redemption's, I think a better adaptation of the system.
If you want
although I
a
love
really good
Bloodlines.
video on Redemption, Ragnarok's has a good one.
There, but,
I watched that video. I love that one.
Ragnarok's is a really good
How is
video.
this Crustio?
Have you seen his Riddick video?
If I can spin.
Yeah.
I love
I've
his
watched
Riddick
pretty much
video.
all
I
his
think he does a
videos.
great job.
I like the guy.
When's the marathon LP?
What?
When are we doing the Riddick LP?
Oh, that'd be good. I think a Riddick LP would fit channel
I've
pretty well.
actually, so you joke? I've been thinking about it.
But you know, you just do assault. You do assault on Dark Athena. It has Butcher Bay built in.
Does it?
Golden tree.
Like
I think so.
actually? Okay,
Yeah,
if anyone can verify that and tell me how that works, let me know.
I know that Butcher Bay is like missions and shit are in there. Let me double check that it's not just like if the story's in there or if it's just like you can replay the old missions.
I don't mind if the story's just in there, but I want to know what I'm getting into.
Yeah, of course.
Because I've been told that both have good gameplay.
Oh my god, there's so much more fun.
Oh, Assault on Dark Athena is basically identical. It's just slightly more.
That's fair. That makes sense. One of these days I'll have enough
Thor High Heels
bits.
video.
Ah, okay.
Thank you for sharing.
Assault on Dark Athena remakes Escape from Butcher Bay, and it's included along with the Assault on Dark Athena campaign.
Wait, what was
so
the
like
bit
I
there?
think. Say that again.
What is the bit here? Oh,
I don't know.
It's just really good editing.
I've edited. Quirky Bird Murderer.
Oh fuck yeah.
Yeah, and a bird murderer.
I've known women like this.
I wasn't gonna say it.
I still know some women like this, but
I don't like those odds.
Ugh.
You murdered birds.
I never want to hear the words "I'm so random" ever again.
I'm so random.
I'm gonna kill you with hammers.
This is gonna get stuck in my head. Fuck you. Whoever submitted this, I love you. Fuck you.
I'm playing you in the cockbreaker.
I'm feeding you to honkers.
Yeah, we're feeding you to honkers, and we're gonna make you play the risers.
Nah, fuck you. I'm putting you in. I'm
No,
putting
I'll
you in
make you
Gnome
play
Throne.
Rise, Son of Rome. Play some Peak, goddammit.
Rise, Son of Rome is peak. I'm
That
sad
game's
that it was
fun
on a
as fuck.
system that nobody played.
Okay, you wanna know the cool part though?
Wall hack.
Yeah.
Every class.
That game is on PC and perfectly plays on Steam Deck. Okay,
Wait,
I
is
like
it?
good demo plays. Yeah, I was playing it on Steam Deck, and they say that it doesn't
Okay, in which
run
case,
super well.
eventually.
But like, I was
Eventually
running
I'm gonna
that
have to
full
try it.
settings and no input lag at 60 frames.
I'm gonna have to try that eventually then, because I've wanted to play that game, but I've never had an Xbox I could play
It's
it
in
on.
the family library.
I'm going to after at some point, yeah.
I
'Cause
genuinely
think that
okay.
game's cool.
Pitches. You said you were gonna like get
Yeah.
$2,000 for a PC. If you just want to play video games for the most part, like save up like 800 and get a Steam Deck and a bunch of aftermarket like accessories for it.
I've considered it, but I think I'm gonna stick with PC. But we'll see.
Well, cause hear me out. You can get a dock for it and use it as a PC.
True.
And I believe there's an official dock.
There is. I think my roommate has one.
I know of
Look
a
at these
couple
insane
streamers-
demo. Was that Ghost Rider? Sorry.
Yeah.
That Scout has the Ghost Rider.
I should get back into TF2.
Remember when Punisher was Ghost Rider and it would kind of sucked?
Remember Spider-Man Ghost Rider?
That one was cool. I don't like Cosmic Ghost Rider because I think it's just a bunch of random shit smashed together. What if Frank Castle had the power of Cosmic or for Galactus, but he was also Ghost Rider? And I'm like, I don't care. I want him to be a guy
Frank
who shoots
Castle
people.
with the Phoenix Force.
I think the Phoenix Force might kill him,
the
and that would be
Pride
the funniest
NFL
part.
tag. I
know what
don't know
love?
why that being the logo they choose tickles me.
I hate what modern What If has become due to the show and shit, because I like when What If occasion would just have What If Punisher got the Phoenix Force, and it's like, he dies.
By the way, I watched
'Cause he can't handle it.
episode 1, New Daredevil.
Good.
Good.
I heard like mixed reviews, but in the vein of like not sure what they were expecting. But I'm glad it's
I'm
good.
curious what they're gonna do with Punisher as the series goes on, because the plot hook that they have right now is interesting.
Well, I mean, I think it'll probably... You know what I just hope? I hope they don't repeat the mistakes of the original Punisher show, because while those two seasons of that Punisher show were pretty good, the one issue I have with it is most of the show is he's not doing Punisher shit.
Yeah.
He does Punisher shit occasionally. And listen, I
it's
understand it was
cool when he
budget.
does.
I understand that it was.
Sticky jump, damn.
You remember how people really worried because there was that out of context quote from one of the people who worked on Born Again. They're like, it's not going to just be talking. Oh, Awaken, sorry. But like, there was that quote from people who worked on Born Again where it was like, the show's not just gonna be all talking, and people were like, ooh. People took that out of context. What they mean is they wanted to have a lot more action and Daredevil shit in the original show, but due to budget constraints, a lot of it's just talking, and it's good talking. Nobody's complaining about that. But what they were saying is, listen, we have budget now.
Action.
We want you to be able to see Daredevil be fucking Daredevil and, wear the costume. Whereas as much as I love the Daredevil show, he wears the costume for one season.
Yeah.
The Madam Web treatment.
I did have to say though, oh god, that was a good air blast.
Sentry gun built like
oh my god, really fucking good air blasts.
Send us your fucking bits, or send us your cool clips, and we'll review them.
Yeah, you know what? You know what? If you want to show me Titanfall frag movies, do it.
I remember I used to watch Vonnie, I think, for Titanfall frag movies, because his was fun, because he had, actually good dialogue with everybody.
Yeah, but if you have, a cool Twitch clip of you playing Titanfall, and you want me to see that shit, yeah,
Fight for the 4.
Send that shit. But yeah, no, I'm excited for what they're gonna do with the Punisher in Born Again, purely because you have to remember, John Bernthal originally was like, I'm not doing the original version of Born Again because what they want the Punisher to do is fucking dumb. And then they redid the show and they were like, will you do it now? And he went, I'll do it now. Now here's a fun fact. In one of the most recent episodes, you can tell where they had to ADR some of the dialogue because it was actually that was actually footage from before the show was reworked.
Mm-hmm.
It was some of the only shit they got John Bernthal for, and instead of reshooting the scene, they just ADR'd some of the dialogue.
Oh no.
And it's a little bad, but I don't hate it because it's a good scene. But you can tell originally this was just going to be, this was back when Punisher was not going to be good.
Am I not TF2 pilled enough?
No,
to get those?
Nobody is. I'm not TF2 pilled for a lot of this.
Frags.
I just think cool frag funny.
I'm not going to laugh, but I did. My lips did
smile.
I made a face.
I made a face like Shaq dipping the wing on his tongue.
Yeah. You know what I will say though, one last thing on the Marvel thing and on Punisher, is that something that I do like the Netflix Punisher show, but something I hated about it, and I hope they don't repeat with Born Again. They did the plot twice with both seasons where it's like Punisher has to earn the skull, and I'm like, no, fuck you. Punisher would never earn the skull. He is the skull. He Punisher.
He makes the medals for himself.
Yeah, he does. He's like, I killed him really good today.
I feel good about myself.
Today was a good day.
Today was a good day.
I would thank God.
I would love to see Frank listen to rap music and be like, I don't get it.
Oh no.
He's too white.
Oh no, oh no, oh no.
He's Italian, he listens to Frank Sinatra.
Did y'all get a chance to do Stranger Paradise?
I've played it.
Okay, I started playing it too.
I love Red Dirt.
I fucking loved it for what it's worth.
I'm not all the way through it, but it was hitting all of my weird liminal what the fuck are you talking about bits perfectly, and I'm still impressed that its combat's actually a challenge brackets.
I love what if Final Fantasy 1 was an isekai where you play as Jack Chaos listening to Roland on his iPod?
It's even better.
Mm-hmm.
It is a Final Fantasy theme park. It's not just FF1.
It's not just
There's
FF1,
a dungeon
but the
from
main plot.
FF14 as a zone.
Yep.
Yeah.
It was Sasha, and I saw the
so
door.
good.
I know, I agree, but I saw the door at Sastasha. I'm like, that's. I don't know this BK person, but this looks way too uncomfortably like Sastasha.
Yeah. While I won't spoil anything about the plot, I will say I do love how they tie it in with the plot of the first game of FF1 as well. It's actually cool how they tie shit in.
I think the way they tie things in
I'm a big
genuinely really
fan.
cool.
I'm a big fan of Jack Garland. I have to kill chaos.
It's not Nisekai.
Is your crystal vibrating too?
I love your crystal. I also want to say about Mr. Jack Garland. Jack Garland, I think probably why I love him so much is that is a D&D character I would play.
Yeah.
Yes.
Fighter man who all he wants to do is kill the big evil. This is the sword my father left me. I'm gonna kill him.
It's like literally. Remember the moments in Goblin Slayer where people were talking about shit, and he's like, "Does this involve killing goblins?" And they go, "No."
Yeah. No, then fuck off.
And he leaves. That told me that Goblin Slayer is autistic. Kid.
What?
Yeah. I get.
I'm a computer.
Wait, the Holy Scriptures. Stop downloading.
Stop all you downloading.
Help computer.
I don't know much about computers other than the
I love his one glove.
Yeah.
Mom put a couple games on there and I played.
Yeah, Joe. Fucking love.
Stop all the downloading.
Yo, I love you, Nikki. I wish this game was more easy to LP, cause like I could just stream me playing it, but like genuinely there'd be long stretches of absolutely nothing happening.
Yeah.
Oh hell yeah!
Yeah.
I wonder who submitted this. I say
this is cool no matter what.
I say this lovingly. I'm razzing.
I say this lovingly.
Okay.
This is really charming.
I think it's really cute that we've gotten to the point of saturation where I am seeing people on my route that are just happily with stickers of what role they play, just on their school on their cars and shit.
Yeah.
And I'm just sitting here going, we are there finally.
We are indeed close.
We are indeed close. I actually want to. I was reminded of something.
See, by the way, my vocabulary is back.
You had to fix your vocab. I actually reminded of something, Sue. Earlier you mentioned how you like liminal shit in your RPGs, in your TRPGs. I did something kind of like that with the ending of my second campaign. This is a quick story. And you don't have to tell me if I just want to say it. Something I think you'd like.
I like this guy's outfit.
I do too. I love when YouTubers make a disguise.
This is gonna sound mean, but I mean it in a really endearing way. He looks like a player who has all iconic gear from different sets.
Yes.
Yeah.
But they're all really, really good and feed off of each other.
But they go
really
together,
well.
though.
Like, it looks like his build's actually really good. He just hasn't
the Cataclysm DDA. The Cataclysm DDA.
Yeah, really good. I love the concept of in real life his build is strong.
How many shift codes do you think he had to redeem?
Shut the fuck up.
But no, Sue, what it was is at the ending of my second campaign, there was this artifact, which basically, I took some inspiration from the fucking Lords of Shadow games, the Castlevania
dear
one,
Lord. Okay, continue.
Where there was this mask that let you see the world through God's eyes.
Oh my god.
Through like a God's eyes. And how I showed this is when the main antagonist, or basically the closest thing there was to a main antagonist, put it on, when the players were rolling and shit, he was speaking to them.
Nice, love that. Perfect.
And I also straight up ended that second campaign with a message from like the favorite character of the players who they loved, and who that second campaign ended with him coming back from the dead.
Nice.
He basically became like a godlike being. So it literally ended with him talking to the camera basically and going, "Hey guys, listen, this is over. But we're
Are you still here? Go home."
No, it was actually the opposite. He was like, "Hey, I know this story's done, but we're not going anywhere. These characters, these memories we've made, we're still gonna be here, and we're still going to be in
I
your
respect
heart.
this guy's hustle.
You hit him with the "it's never over."
Oh my god.
Literally,
he literally
I did.
just hit fine. I'll do it myself.
I'll do it myself. But it was actually a moment that made my players cry, where it's like, hey, listen, this story might be over for now. It may never continue, but we're still gonna talk about, you're still gonna talk about us, and we're still going to think about you.
And the fact that we...
Getting input.
I'm gonna say the line. I'm gonna say the line.
It's a little easy, of course, but yeah.
Remember that we once lived.
But if we go ahead and isolate these functions,
This is how coding works.
then the process of making our game
In my
PC
head, it
compatible
kind of
is
is.
just a
Like,
matter of
not
copying
literally,
them
like,
and
in my
making
head,
different
this is what it looks like. No, in my
for
head,
the
this
PC.
is kind of what it feels like. I
This
have
is
a bunch
kind of how net running
commands-
works.
Like, I have a bunch of commands that are in my brain that I know how to use. So I'm just, in my head, picking them up and putting them places.
You're not beating the robot allegations. I want you to know this.
Yeah, okay.
This is kind of how net running is actually.
You're talking to someone who isn't confused by Metal Gear.
Game Boy Advance game. Combine the PC.
Are people actually confused by Metal Gear?
Yes.
Metal Gear can be a little confusing if you're not used to
Such
it.
as certain details, like, did you know Big Boss never actually used child soldiers? You cannot prove it with in-game data.
You cannot prove it.
The closest thing you can say are the kids in Zanzibar land. But those children are literally running and playing and not being trained how to do combat, and the kids in Phantom Pain were literally child soldiers that were being rescued.
Maybe even web browser, mobile
Yeah, they were.
So that they wouldn't have to be child soldiers.
I also want to say is,
I'm not going to write my game
Buck,
using C++.
you see, most Metal Gear fans aren't that intelligent because they think Metal Gear Rising Revengeance is only aura and hype moment, and that's why they're not very smart.
Lately.
However, it has a decent collection.
That's the thing. How can you look at MGR and go, "This is aura and hype moments"? They ruined Raiden. What do you mean?
I do want to get one of these masks for conventions, by the way.
I do too. You know, there's art of the wise man full body conversion for Cyberpunk Red that has a face like that where it changes.
I want the puppy mask from Ruiner.
Use that with Butano.
Yeah.
Just to have the scrolling kill. Like
kill.
It goes hard.
You might not have heard of it, but
it does.
Was used for Dead Cells in Northgard.
But I'd also flash the Joy mask from Payday.
Together, this is how our mini game engine is going to look.
You know, on topic of this video, how do you guys get really sad when you sometimes dream about a game, and then you wake up and you're like, "Fuck, that'll never be real unless I make it."
There was a dream I had where I played a Silent Hill game that was canceled.
Pretty much every modern platform.
In a dream, I played Silent Hill Cold Heart, and it ruled.
All we gotta do now.
I had a dream a few months ago when I was really into BioShock again, where I had a dream where like somebody leaked a nearly complete build of one of those BioShock Infinites, and I played it, and then I woke up and I went, "God, why'd you do this to me?"
By the way, not gonna say names because it's a fellow creator online, and I don't want to ruin surprises. But aren't you happy that we're confirmed that one of the discoveries we made is gonna end up in something?
Every time I see a new video, I always look and I'm like,
I'm checking my inbox all the time.
I'm always checking, because to be fair, I know that if I don't see it first, I'm gonna get the DM from you that's like, it's there.
Yup. I have actually been clicking on those videos way quicker now.
Oh, me too.
Especially if the word creepy.
Which is not me being egotistical. It's me being like, did I make a discovery that might get me remembered in this community for like, hey, I have a theory, a community I love.
Genuinely have fun with.
We're fucking programmers, man.
And I would love to be the person where like they're like, yeah, just as a random name that comes up, this person made a discovery and it might be correct.
That would be annoying to do each time we make an image.
Like, the evidence
instead,
supports
I wrote
it
an Ace
with what we
Spray
have.
plugin that gives us this custom exporter, which exports to all
I'm
three
excited.
files simultaneously.
Me too.
So now we can save the
And for those who are like, what are these two fuckers talking about? You'll learn when it comes
I
out.
will talk about it when it comes out.
has been optimized.
Literally the only reason that I'm not saying anything, despite the information being pretty easy to like put two and two together on, is because it is another creator that I respect. That I'm like, hey, break this story.
My TikTok, go check that out for some bonus content.
Also,
and then I got the email that's like, yeah, I will. This is definitely
pretty nice place.
This is definitely in the backlog now.
Not for long because we got
Yeah, and I will say with this video specifically, I keep seeing it and I'm like, Wooly, somebody send this to Wooly. I want him to be ran about the GBA and how it has so many good games again.
I want him to, because he's right.
Into the code.
Okay, sorry. He insists that the Game Boy has a lot of good games. The GBA has a ton of good games. The Game Boy has an okay amount of good games.
Okay, but like, there's a lot of Alzheimer's on there.
Using a bit of hack.
Yeah,
yes,
no,
I know.
that's the
I can say
thing.
Pokemon once. I can say Mario once. I get it.
But the thing about it is, right, is it's not that those games are bad. It's just like, how do I put this?
Anyway, check out the C++ it creates.
There's a lot of good Xbox games.
Now it's just a matter of
But everyone's gonna be talking about Halo. A system has to have more good games on it than just the ones that changed gaming. And the Game Boy, the original Game Boy, has games on it that aren't just games that change the like genre, but those ones aren't as memorable as the ones that, you know, change everything.
So far are the Game Boy Advance limitations. For example, we can only use 256 colors at once.
You don't need more than that.
You don't. The human eye can only see 12 colors a
The
second.
reason I bring this up is that there's a
That's true.
on the number of
But when I become a powerful transhuman cyborg, my eyes will be able to see at least 230. I was actually about to hit you with the nano machines have augmented my eyes.
We ignore all the empty spaces.
My eyes are augmented.
Squish that shit down in the
I love that line from JC because my favorite thing about JC Denton as a character is he really is a guy where you're like, this is a dude who was grown in a pod. Not literally, of course, he was not grown in a pod, but he was fundamentally grown in a pod and raised by a government agency. He does not know how to talk to people.
And then during our squishing algorithm, whenever we encounter
What a rotten way to die.
What a rotten way to die.
Safely delete.
That's the thing where if they ever remake Deus Ex, I'll be really mad if they try to make him like sound emotive. No, like save that for fucking Adam. Adam can be a bit more emotive, and even then Adam's not super emotive, but that's fine because Adam
He has appropriate emotive. Like Elias Effects is good enough at it. Plus, I want to see more. I want to hear more Elias Effects in games. Quite frankly, I'm happy anytime he gets work.
If I have 3 wishes, one of them would be let them make the final entry in the Adam Jensen trilogy.
Okay,
Yes.
I love
that's
this
cute.
sprite. I love
Or
this
finish.
sprite.
I love that sprite a
it
lot.
so much.
Or fucking finish. What's it called? Finish Mankind Divided properly.
Yeah, I never finished it.
I want to see them get to, because they're like, we have one more game where we're gonna finish the Adam Jensen story, and they got canceled, and I would love to.
Lamal Embracer.
Yeah.
I mean, they kill Embracer with a fucking rock because of it. TBQH.
Oh, they're going.
However, you know the one thing I will say that's probably for the best that that third Deus Ex game didn't come out is, or the third Adam Jensen game didn't come out. At least we're not gonna get people going, wow, this game's doing what Cyberpunk wanted to do so much better. No, it isn't. They're not doing the same thing. Shut up.
I feel that though.
This game is so much about politics. JPEG. I don't know what to say.
This game is so neat.
And so to fix this,
like this,
I want to say something about he's talking right now about how he's like fixing the movement and shit in the direction. But when it wasn't right, I could actually tell at a glance like something's off here.
Which is neat.
Done collision yet? Oh shit! Yeah, that's not gonna be fun.
I really like this way of telling who you are.
Anyways,
Future me.
wraps it up for this video. Bye. Just kidding, it's time for hardware update.
Oh, fuck yeah.
A video where I update you on my progress on actually playing this game on an authentic.
Oh yeah, Pow
GBA.
Kitty, because
To do
like that
I
is
need
pretty
to
much
first
just
somehow put the
secondhand.
That's a
on
Game Boy.
cartridge,
That's a Game Boy Advance.
And then I need to obtain
just an
a
all
Game
but
Boy
legality
Advance,
name.
And I don't have either of those.
I feel like
hopefully if this video does good enough, I can.
I also said the worst thing about writing a book or making a campaign or making game is the fuck do I name that shit?
This one, if you don't like it.
Okay, the setting I put the most work into, it does not have a name yet. Okay, hear me out. You know why?
Mine either.
So first is 3DS.
Because I decided the world needs to be done before I give it a name.
Yeah. Well, the setting actually, my main setting has a name. It's just what I'm going to call some of this shit. I don't have a proper name for it yet. Although I do know that I think due to the setting and what it's going to be, my next campaign is going to be called something that's inspired by like classic Conan comics and shit.
Yeah.
Like that sword
and it looks great.
I also want one of these. I'm not gonna lie.
I want a portable emulator box, and I remember I own a Steam Deck.
I was about to say, you have a Steam Deck. You're fine.
You're fine.
But I want something with the form factor of a GBA.
On my phone, and
but I want it to be I want to put on my VR Virtual Boy goggles and it's beamed directly into my mind.
You can try on the Itch.io
I hook myself into the VR headset, strap myself to the auto blow, and I just boot up an idle game.
That's about it.
Listen, I don't want.
That's what I do nowadays.
I don't want to live in the Elon Musk dystopia, but I do want to live in the world where I can plug myself into the video game and hook up my auto blow and just go to town.
Because I just realized this is like the 4th auto blow bit today.
And you know what? This is the stream of this. You know how Nintendo has the year of Luigi? This is the year of auto blow.
Last year was the year of Remedy. How the mighty have fallen. And I ended
how
the year
the mighty have
down
risen.
To the wire. I'll be real. I timed that perfectly.
Castle Samsara Beast.
I said
Thank
that
you,
earlier.
Iris.
I said that earlier. None of you. I'll kill you.
I wasn't here for it.
I was here for it, but I fucking saw it again, and I'm like, I love Castle Samsara Beast.
We aren't escaping the stream with this one.
I see the radiant light. I hear the beautiful chants. Fuck you.
Speaking of, I think I actually think I am gonna play Alan Wake. Alan Wake. Not Adam.
Alan Wake? Yeah,
Alan
that game
Wee.
fucking rules.
I think I'm gonna play it.
Oh, hell yeah.
I need to play it too. I feel like it also hits that liminal like bullshit thing I like too.
Oh, get it on.
This is just Larry the Cable Guy if he was Australian.
Oh yeah.
That's called a hoon. The word we're looking for is hoon.
I didn't know that's what the word hoon meant. I'm glad to learn.
Word. That's close to a lot of really rude things to call people.
That's what they call themselves.
Okay.
Especially Australian.
They're allowed.
Especially Australian.
In the world of board game sports, these two are about to.
I thought that was Rey Mysterio. I thought that was Rey Mysterio.
On one side,
Ashy
No,
Larry's
it's
in
Conde Mask fighting fucking Arlo.
His winning streak.
Shut up.
You have the giant owl.
Does anyone remember Ashy Larry?
Known for his strategic gameplay and powerful.
He gets shot below the waist. That way, it becomes attempted assault. It just becomes an assault charge, not an attempted murder.
Will Billy maintain his unbeaten record, or will Al topple the king and claim the throne? Welcome to the Board Game Sports Network, where legends are made one week at a time.
It's kind of awesome.
Get ready for the undefeated.
It's Ocho shit. Let's go.
What is the video title? Legendary. It's
Crokinole.
Crokinole. Oh.
Crokinole?
Yeah. Y'all gotta watch this shit.
Billy loves
Y'all gotta get in on this.
Crokinole
Who
is
do you
like
think-
more competitive shuffleboard.
A peel is when you
Who do you think this is, by the way?
Wooly talks about this a
Billy has
lot.
done this 24 times this season. In
Oh.
4 games,
So
averaging
this
6
is
a game. Second place is 12.
What is that Indian?
Billy
What's that
was
Indian
this
fucking
season if the
shuffleboard
pillow
game?
was sure of it.
I don't know.
I don't remember, but I know what you're talking about.
Might as well start
I
calling
don't remember the
him
name, but I know
player.
exactly what you're talking
Al
about.
comes in today. on a 2-game.
I'm like, I don't recognize the board. And I see Crokinole, and I'm like,
Playing on this hot streak is really gonna help his ship.
If I ever have to appear on camera for anything, I need to get myself my Dastardly Rey Mysterio mask.
You should get a Lucha mask.
If Al continues to play
I do want to get a Lucha mask, not because I want that to be like my thing or whatever, just because I'm like, if I ever have to appear on camera for any type of video, that's why I'm gonna hide my face.
I'm a big strong
and not
man.
scared of
I'm
bats.
Not scared of bats.
True.
What type of Sango fighter? We are becoming more and more nervous.
That's Killer 7 as fuck.
That's that fucking the dog thing of you can't admit that you're weak and a dog just looking at you from a GBA.
You know the goddamn fucking like screenshot of it's the dog and it's like I yelled at him and he told me you get more plants when you water it and then with thunder, and then it's just like he sold me a year's supply of fentanyl.
God damn it.
Off with going with Stan. I understand it and respect
Now
it.
I'm thinking about.
For a second, I'm sorry if the Discord hurt.
Don't worry, you were not alone.
Heard a spray.
Gramada, Seb.
Nah, you're good.
I could spray a thing because my window's
Stan
open.
Just isn't looking the same. This
Yeah.
season.
And
Put it in
neighborhood
The monster's
smells.
back.
Gonna win today. Al.
I'll look over at the.
game
Do you want me to look
sucks
over
right
at the
now.
streetlight that scares the fuck out of me?
Yeah. Sasquatch is standing under there right now.
Okay, I always do kind of worry that someone's standing under it though, like the Exorcist box
Okay.
art. Okay, how do I put that it is a weaker light than it used to be, but is much oranger?
No, I know exactly what you mean, boss. I want to ask you a question.
More threatening at this range.
I want to ask you a question. What would you do? How tall is that fucking street lamp? Would you say?
Street lamp height? I don't know.
Very
like
good.
above 10 feet?
I'd say like 10, 12.
What would you do if there was a big, scary 9-foot tall Sasquatch that was as wide as a fridge standing underneath it, and he was just looking at you?
Bite on my secret tooth on the spot.
And then he takes out his big banana and he takes a bite out of it. He doesn't
Also
peel it
banana.
either. He just goes, ow.
So, I'm
Wait,
excited
is he
for
just
this
doing
matchup.
that?
Billy comes in here.
Is that all he's
whopping
doing?
40% open 20.
Yeah, and then he walks away. He's
I
not
might
doing
be-
anything threatening.
Oh, whatever.
He misses.
Once I
Okay.
realize that he's not doing anything.
Al.
Oh, big man.
I'm a big man.
Yeah, Crokinole is sick.
So
It's
what
like,
is
sorry, I'm
how do
trying
you-
to
It kind of feels like we're gonna
I
have
think
some
it's
We are becoming
I
more
think
and more nervous. A fierce fighting is about to start.
points I believe are somewhat like yeah.
20
They're,
made
it's
it.
like golf and darts.
That is what he
Got
needed.
it. Okay.
You get it in the middle.
Al an open chance.
But
37%.
it's like
Wow.
sorry where you can
Weaker
flick your
players in
piece
open
towards the
20s.
enemy's piece just to fuck them over
And he does miss.
and force him to reset.
I will say the one thing I'm impressed with.
It's
is Billy's
really popular in
improvement
old folks'
over the
homes.
last,
Yeah, I believe you also steal points
4 games, 5 games.
when you
You
knock
do.
someone
I
out.
mean, he struggled in week 1.
Yeah, all right.
But he still pulled off the victory.
This is the type of game where Glock 9s would hit the table.
Only one
Yeah.
4-0. And so I'm pretty impressed with everything that's gone through here.
That
As
was
Al,
fucking
you know,
smooth.
That was a good needle thread. That was a good needle thread.
It's tough to.
You know what just occurred to me, boss?
2 and 2.
You can actually do the Spider-Man 2 LP
I
now.
don't know how what you
What do you
really
mean?
would have expected from Mal.
It's on PC.
Coming in, this is only his 5th.
Oh,
game,
Lilian's on PS5.
as he's still struggling.
Oh, okay.
Struggling.
I've got
I
her
can't even
library.
say, Struggling.
And
looking
you
at
don't have to
Billy
worry about
back.
DLC because there isn't any.
Yeah.
Just Billy.
Oh, whoa, whoa.
Billy.
Everyone loves Billy.
Everyone
We'll
loves
see
Billy.
how
I
this
love
all
Billy.
plays out,
Do you love
but
Billy?
That's what.
This
That's why Billy's a popular holiday.
could be a great game.
That's a bit for nobody. I'm sorry.
It's
That's a
good.
bit for me.
I like
As
it.
Al hits an open
Ooh.
20.
Oh, that
That
needle
That was an
thread.
extra needle thread. Did you? Can I get a replay on
open.
that? Okay, I want to get a replay on that at half speed. Genuinely,
Yeah, yeah,
I
yeah.
want you to
Examine the
marvel.
play.
I want you to marvel
Frame by
at,
frame.
like it is like Jordan hitting the rim. How
Yeah,
it
yeah, yeah,
swishes
yeah, yeah.
in. Watch this shit. How he
Look
threads
frame by
between
frame.
from this puck to this puck has to make it straight through. He's got a lot less range than he usually does. And watch this play.
As
Flick.
Al
Whoosh.
hits an open 20.
Nothing but net, baby.
Up to 37%.
I could be a sportscaster. I just have to understand the score.
Misses. Doesn't count as a miss, but it's close enough to a miss where we should call it a miss. Open 20 chance again.
Okay. Damn.
Misses.
It's going to be a lot harder now.
37% on the dot.
Yeah, he's going to have to come at it at an angle.
Like how you're actually analyzing
this.
Because Crocodile's fucking cool, and the rules are pretty self-explanatory.
I'm not disagreeing. I'm just amused that you're just like, oh, we're actually having dialogue about it.
We need some frame data on this.
Where are the saber stats?
40 to 50 is your final for set.
Now I don't understand the intricacies on scoring.
For the victory.
Yeah, there's some intricacies that are.
I'll won that straight out. 2 points.
Need a little bit of background.
I need more playtime.
So.
I would like a crocodile board,
exactly.
genuinely.
Al did have the hammer.
When I say background like that, I mean like that means you have to have played the game a little and you need to have figured it out. Like I did not understand.
I have only watched Crocodile.
This I'm gonna sound dumb when I say this, but for the longest time, something about blackjack, I should say, something about blackjack did not click for me for a long time until I finally played blackjack, and then I understood it.
Did you play Red Dead?
Opportunity here in open.
I played New Vegas.
Okay. So I didn't understand blackjack until Resident Evil 7.
Yeah.
Because of the 21 minigame. I had to. Sorry. I had to explain blackjack to my 16-year-old cousin recently.
I kind of talked in set one.
It was fun.
That's the thing, like blackjack's not complicated at all, but for some reason, I guess it was just an autism moment, or for some reason when people are telling me about it, I'm like, I don't get it.
He's a young autistic guy that like he's not great with card game rules.
Here at rank 4.
Yeah.
But like blackjack is so simple. And you want to know a really good way to teach blackjack?
He is really capable of doing.
Teach basic strategies, such as do not, if the table calls or stands on 17, also stand on 17.
Open 20 opportunities.
Yeah.
Like, follow the table on that. There is a reason.
Make him pay 65
if you are playing by the casino's rules like that, in that way, you are more likely to win if you just keep it in mind. And it's a way that you can have a strategy without necessarily having to card count. Also, eventually, like, you're just gonna know.
75.
You're just gonna have, like, a times table of quick math.
Yeah, exactly. That was the thing for me with blackjack click is for some reason people are like explaining the cards and everything. It's like, oh, it's just addition. Just add up to 21. Ooh.
Open 20.
Clean.
But it turns, yeah, that was the thing that it took me the longest time to understand, and then it finally clicked. Oh, it's just addition. You just add.
0 to 80. Is your
and it's like, oh,
final for set number 2.
And
there's more to it than that. Of course, there's depths into it. But the thing, it's one of those things where sometimes when you're explaining a game to people, you gotta start with what it is at its core. Don't immediately hit them with the you gotta hit the fucking no. Just hit me with what it is at its core.
You gotta put the ball in the hole.
Yeah.
Ooh, I like. Ooh.
Oh, look at that!
Holy shit!
On the rim.
Michael Jordan.
That's a rim job.
Slam dump.
Oops, Barkley.
Open 20 made. Up to 39%.
I'm thinking of the Clerks animated. Shut up, Charles Barkley. Oh man.
I have to find the video where Charles Barkley goes on a rant about San Antonio women and put it in the video submission.
I fucking love Charles Barkley. Did you know he's a trans ally?
Second take out of the game.
He is. You know what I love?
He's like really loud about it too, which is badass.
This is where
I could watch clips. I'm not that interested in basketball, I'll admit, but I love watching clips of Shaq and Chuck just talking.
Hear me out, by the way. Hear me out.
Game number 5.
If there's ever an Embee Cabaret meetup at a con, we're getting a table for this.
We're getting a table.
We're getting a board.
Back it up.
There's no way that, like, say it happens at, like, Gen Con, because that's the con I go to every year. And I feel safe saying that. That's a big con.
We're gonna have some real money games.
Like, there is a mall that is attached to the convention center, that has a toy store in it. There is no way that you cannot find a Crokinole board.
It's gonna make a long shot.
You can definitely fucking find one. But you know what? You know, here's how we make it really interesting. I'll appear and I'll have designed the 21 Resident Evil 7 finger cut machine.
The evil Crokinole device.
And if you miss,
Billy gets a takeout.
If you miss, the game's gonna get a lot harder because you're gonna lose a finger.
It'll inject crocodile.
Hammer, meaning the last shot of the round.
It'll inject fentanyl with the titanium needle, like that shit they get to the absorbing man.
Nuts to me.
Did I ever send
No,
you
you're
that
wearing
panel?
a CPAP machine that's just feeding you fentanyl
Try to put it
if
away.
you lose.
That I'm putting that in something. I don't know. That's a good threat.
Not much Al can do here.
Gonna put Fen in your CPAP.
That's Pat's fear.
Oh!
40 to 50.
That still scores, but damn!
Drops it.
Yeah, that's Pat's evil needle fear, but just different. Where he's like, the evil needle's gonna come get me.
39%. Al's hovering around that range.
My leg is
Started
fucking
at
bouncing
37.
right now. I am genuinely so
Ooh, sets up a
excited.
rebound opportunity for
I love
Billy.
the mouth going shut. Yeah. No, I love Crokinole. It's so cool. Cause like Wooly talked about it, and I'm like, the fuck you talking about, Wooly? And I looked up what he was talking about, and I'm like, oh shit!
As we
I see exactly what you're talking about.
This is
Oh.
only gonna help Billy. Play on his side of the board. Yep. That was an awesome shot by Billy. Keep it on his side. Make Al's shots difficult.
There's something really humorous to me, just in general, about the genre of what if there was sport that would never actually have something like this.
Yeah.
And then it just exists. Also, I know you read it a minute ago, boss, but I agree. I guess I love the Muppet's mouth going shut.
25. As Billy makes it.
Ooh.
Okay, okay.
Oh, it was. No, the score was correct because that's a 5.
They should add Crokinole to Yakuza 9.
Score sometime. You know what? I'm gonna leave that in.
I could totally see.
Kiryu gets really into it.
As
Yeah.
Rebound,
I feel like I still need to get into Mahjong enough to be able to sign off on that, but I agree.
I try every game. I try a couple times to get into Mahjong, and it never clicks.
Okay. I have a question. When it comes to Yakuza, do you call the Kiryu games Yakuza and the
It's all Yakuza in my mind.
like a dragon? Yeah,
I
do
still
that in
call
my
it
head.
Yakuza 8.
Yeah.
Because
You know
that
what
is
you're
what
saying
it
when you-
is, but yeah. But I kinda, in my
It's not
brain,
great
there's that
Al can-
separation for
Al
some
can
reason.
totally recover on this, and Billy can totally beef it.
Ooh.
But Billy can make the
okay,
same
I-
mistake.
Throws it away.
How did you
Okay.
fuck that?
40.
I think that was a deliberate
Final for set
sportsmanlike,
number
like,
4.
hey, I am not gonna
Oh,
stomp
okay.
you out. I'm
Somebody
gonna.
has to win this.
Yeah, that was sportsmanship.
All right, I think we're at match point.
Yes.
Yeah, looks about.
We go into a set 6, I guess, until we get to.
Oh my god.
I love hearing a word "I guess" coming from your fucking.
Open 20 made from Billy. Great.
I love hearing the word "I guess" coming from your fucking like announcer dude going. I don't fucking know what's going on.
I guess.
Well, sometimes I don't
Sure,
know what
whatever.
to call it. Sometimes I think I'm
No,
right.
Takeout game. Billy has no intention.
They're
of
gonna
playing
have to
this
play
game.
aggressive. They're tied. But that means they're gonna be playing desperate.
As we get a little stare down from Al.
I'm gonna be desperate.
And Billy gets the takeout. 40th takeout of the season. 8th
God
of the
damn.
game. And that was gonna be a difficult shot to remove. It was
Ooh.
Rebound 20 opportunity. Oh
Oh!
my gosh, he hits his own opponent's disc in.
Oh shit!
Helping
I just
Al
realized this is also a
massively
little bit of pool.
as Al gets a takeout.
It
Yeah,
is
a little bit, yeah.
A little bit of billiards.
And
a little
curling,
bit of
and curling,
pool. And curling.
Still got
There's a
some
lot of like micro influences.
Camera control. He's got
Same as it ever was for every single game ever.
Same as it ever was, yeah.
Same as it ever
that might be
was.
the
Same
killer.
as it
I
ever
saw a
was.
post. I saw a post the other day on r/D&D Circle Jerk. That was literally every tabletop RPG
40-20.
is either chainmail or fudge.
5 shots
Yeah?
left.
What?
Pathfinder chainmail. Vampire the Masquerade, believe it or not, chainmail.
Yup.
No. Nuh-uh.
Okay.
How's Vampire
I don't know
Chainmail?
if that's what you needed to do there.
Oh, sorry, no, it wasn't Vampire. It was, Call of Cthulhu. Call of Cthulhu,
Yeah,
believe
Call of
it or not,
Cthulhu.
chainmail. Yeah, no,
Here's the thing,
VTM.
You said VTM, and my brain went, okay, you could argue it.
You could argue it. No, VTM is fudge. Sorry, no, I got it confused. Call of Cthulhu's chainmail.
Al's on his
Remember,
last
Call
one.
of Cthulhu
Don't
is-
beef it. Don't think about it too hard.
Oh! Don't let it set in.
Call of Cthulhu is closer to D&D.
Turn of events for Billy there. He squeaked.
Damn.
What a lucky win.
Clean, honest win, though.
6-4 is your
I
final.
feel like it would be fun to do like a stream of just let's watch some the Ocho tier like fucking bullshit.
I would
Like,
love to watch like indie wrestling.
I'm excited. Oh, I would love indie wrestling. We've talked before, boss, about doing the let's watch some indie wrestling and let's commentate.
Yeah.
On fighting games, like, and let's do it like we're doing WWE. By God, he's been broken in half.
Just do 2K WWE and just run your friends on there.
You could,
Yeah,
we
sure.
could, but I don't know shit about
That would
basketball,
be
which would
fun.
be even funnier now that I think about it.
WWE 2K.
Not basketball.
We're not doing Living the Dream.
No, but hear me out. I buy one of the NBA 2Ks, right? And I just run bot matches.
You run bot matches, and we see.
I'm not letting you run salty bet.
And we turn
2K.
the
That's the
commentary
trail of the
off.
wrong crowd. That's
Cyrus and Wizard.
Oh my God, I need to see that
I'm so
game.
excited.
I can't believe we have all of these videos queued up because that means I can't watch this.
Common ground and start to get.
I don't think this is real. I don't think that's a real video.
No, it is. Wizard Duel, Crocodile's Magical Showdown, Wizard versus Billy.
Sick.
Stonehenge.
Hey,
Why is this in Russian?
I don't know how many years on this earth I got left. I'm gonna get real weird with it.
This was basically the Johnny Silverhand LP, wasn't it?
Well, let's see. Okay, so far.
Johnny would absolutely do that.
Yeah.
What a sweet little birdie. You want some food? Want some...
Johnny would never. Yeah. Yeah.
Bitch, can you conjure the dead?
Yes.
It's true. That's good. Can you get my dead whore wife back here so I can explain to her from the other side?
I keep forgetting how misogynistic Frank gets.
What the hell's everybody
And
doing
it
in my
fucking
apartment?
gobsmacks me every time.
It looks like he may commit
Are we having a
suicide.
gangbang?
Suicide is badass.
I am.
That is how the ending of ours fell.
I am naming my father as my successor.
Really?
Yeah.
How can you possibly justify?
Why is his hair
This is
blue?
not the Fallout run. Or this is
Yeah,
not the
because the
Oh.
lighting in Fallout 4 is not that good.
In the Institute,
True.
the lighting is more blue. So the white hair.
You keep getting cock teased with Shrek and Kingdom Come Deliverance too.
Years implying that the death of the children is the ultimate sacrifice for
Something
is
just
what it
dropped in
means
my
then.
room. Holy shit.
What'd you say? Did you say something dropped in the room?
Dude, a box dropped off my shelf randomly in my room. Are you fucking kidding me?
The demons.
Actually,
The
I'm not even
demons,
joking.
the
I'm
homo
like, that actually
demons.
fucking that scared the shit.
The
out of me.
demons.
And my door is closed.
The
Like,
demons.
The death defending.
Yeah, but at least she's just your wife, dude. Do I have a goddamn demon in my room right now? I'm freaking out.
Okay, but like, okay. I'm with, what's his name, Elijah?
Me Canyon.
No,
Wendigoon is Elijah, yeah.
I'd rather call him by his first name, for what it's worth.
Call me Mr. Goon.
Why are people...
But,
people still on the Wendigoon thing? Okay.
And it's just, I know some people are uncomfortable with it, so, like, if there's another name people know him as...
Elijah's fine, yeah.
And, like, I know
Wait, what is this about not being comfy with his name?
some
yeah,
people don't like his name.
Some people think it's,
Oh,
you know...
right.
It is a thing I have no dog in. I have no dog in this race. My native blood is First Nations. This is not my territory.
Not my territory.
Land acknowledgement now, streamer.
Wait, what?
No, don't I understand. Don't get me. I can't speak today.
We understand. We understand.
I understand what he is saying when it comes to like, well, sometimes my wife opens the door and scares the shit out of me. It's like, you know what? Yeah, because sometimes you forget you live with people. And it might as well be a ghost broke into your room because you forgot there were other people in the area. Sometimes you're so locked into something. And it's like, say what you will about Elisha here. That man is a workaholic. It's kind of crazy how much he puts out with that much, like, video length. And most of it is still, like, researched and written by him. Like, it's kind of scary. So, like, he probably gets locked in just the same. Might as well be a ghost. Either way.
Oh, I know. I got this, and I got.
Very few people have what it takes to play the world's greatest monster.
I thought that was going to start the fucking MGS3 the end fight for a second.
Oh my god.
Every time I see the start of this video, I think it's gonna be Top Gear.
Oh my
Same.
god.
May 2007.
Oh my
wait, who are
god.
these?
These are the three guys
of Godzilla.
that were in the Godzilla
Okay.
suits. Also, the subtitles were terrible.
Group of
And also, I want to say, I like how two of them are still in the posture.
Because above all others,
You can kind of see it in the back.
Auto-generated. That.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do your best.
Why are they cutting like it's Baki? Am I wrong?
Is the original Godzilla.
No.
He played the monster in 12 movies, more than any other actor.
It never leaves you.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a thing to be said about like suit actors in Tokusatsu, and like how much they
Godzilla count of Tokusatsu?
Yeah, it's grown-ups to spandex, and
Yeah,
grown-ups
you
to
know
count.
what?
Yeah,
Godzilla is Tokusatsu. No,
that was not. That was not me, like, kinda, yeah.
I just never thought about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, Rodan!
Gargantua.
Yeah, the Green Gargantua!
It's just not my style of Tokusatsu because I prefer like on the ground stuff.
Yeah, I like heroes.
I do love. I like when Godzilla is the hero. I actually really love. I'm gonna be real. I know it may not be accurate.
You got the word fucked up and it made me smile.
Yeah, but I do love.
Began his monster acting career.
Wait, it just occurred to me. It just occurred to me. This is edited like that one Best Friends video.
It is.
Willie goes to Japan.
Yeah. But like, there's a few videos where they do cutaways like that, where it wasn't Fashion Week. It was like the WWE shit.
It was the WWE. It was the WrestleMania. It was WrestleMania.
WrestleMania.
I miss the WrestleMania.
I would love to do a loving send up to WrestleMania.
I would love to play like WWE SmackDown versus Raw 2005 and do the WrestleMania send up.
I would kind of want to clear it with at least one of the guys.
Yeah, of course.
To be like, hey, I want to do that thing as an homage. The spirit of Satsuma Godzilla.
That's right.
I do love.
Yeah,
I love when I love when Godzilla is like the hero. Something I really like about how the American Godzilla movies have handled it. Where it's like, no, Godzilla's our big hero. Godzilla may destroy buildings and cities, but he love Earth. He's not gonna let it be destroyed.
I love the joke of watching the original Godzilla, but rewinding the whole time. So it's a story of a lizard coming out of the sea and fixing everything.
Because I know a lot of people have an issue with Godzilla being a hero, because they're like, oh, Godzilla's like the symbol of destruction, but I actually love the fact that Godzilla went from being this symbol of horrible destruction to being a hero who saves the day.
Yeah, There's a thing I want to point out, because, like, I never thought about this, but he talks about there's a specific mannerism that is so definitively Godzilla to me that I didn't realize it started somewhere, with a specific guy being like, I'm gonna put a spin on it. Where he's like, when shooting the atomic breath, I move the neck sideways like this. That was my idea. And that's so definitively Godzilla for me. That's his wind-up animation.
I remember playing the fucking GameCube fighting game with Godzilla, Ghidorah, and like quite a few others, but I don't remember the name of it. Was it Destroy All Monsters, I think?
King of the Monsters.
Probably.
I believe.
I just don't remember the name of it. I played with one of my friends back in...
It was kind of like a proto-arena fighter?
Yes.
Yeah. King of the Monsters.
Yeah, that's King of the Monsters. There was a lot.
I love miniatures.
We another Godzilla fighting game.
I would love...
This is true.
Okay. There is a lost art to, like, miniature buildings that, like, in another time, that would be my job. In a heartbeat. I love the idea of building essentially dioramas for a guy in a rubber suit to walk around and mash up and, like, destroy. It's cool.
Yeah, go.
I kind of... Do y'all remember a show called Kaiju Big Battle? Battle spelled E-L?
Vaguely.
Vaguely.
Like, I bring it up because it's just that kind of thing of that was the idea, was just like backyard pro wrestling, but explicitly with kaiju. Like people in suits trying to be kaiju. And I remember the dioramas they had were always like so like construction paper and glue.
Yeah.
But there was something really charming about it that never seemed like bad faith. It always felt like, oh, this is cute. I love this kind of shit.
I mean,
like I was already a huge Power Rangers fan when I was younger, but even then I considered like, I get why people love this kind of thing.
And with paper mache, like essentially, you can get so much done. Like the first paper mache I ever did was with like fucking shredded newspaper.
As you should.
And like I made a flower paste and made a mask. But there's only fans might be had in sexual tokusatsu city destruction. I know a couple people that are giantess VTubers that lean into that.
Have you heard of a company called Giga?
In passing.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying.
I'm gonna be real, I don't know how I feel about that.
It's not the building that I walk into, but it is in the streets I walk.
But it's no easy task. This crown comes with all sorts of occupations.
You know what I mean?
I feel like that would be a thing I would like to like.
I would love to suck oxygen through the Godzilla tube.
Like, hear me out.
I want to produce that kind of shit.
I'm hanging out in Jig Jig Street, and it's there, and I walk past it, and I acknowledge that it's there, but I'm not walking into the building.
Yeah.
Hey, we see me in the building, we just wave at each other.
Same hat.
Same hat.
Same hat.
Though admittedly mine is more of the I want to be the monster kind of thing, and not the giant, like, okay.
Yeah, sorry.
Not TM. No, you're fine, you're fine.
Mecha's post made me remember something.
Oh no.
The backseat freestyle bar of I wish my dick was as big as the Eiffel Tower so I could fuck the world in 72 hours.
Jesus Christ.
72 hours.
Which, like, that's a fun bar, genuinely.
It is.
He's just having fun in that song.
Nothing was more challenging than working in the big pool.
I want to go to the quarry. I really want to go to the quarry suddenly.
I would love to go to the Tokusatsu quarry. Can someone do me a favor? Could someone find an MMD stage that's the
yeah, there's an MMD
quarry?
stage for the quarry. I know there is. I think I've seen it. Yeah, give me a sec.
I have ideas.
I mean, one, I need to send you the stuff for the V-Roid model for that, because I will get on that shit immediately. MMD stage.
I'm gonna be real. The only comms I have open are thumbnails right now.
That's fair.
A lot on my plate.
I need a video of the compilation of primetime channels half an hour before the Arasaka incident synced up in real time. I would love somebody to do that. Like, you know, like the fucking the samurai at Red Dirt video. I would love somebody to do
You know
like
what?
that,
Hear me out.
but with the 2020 news, like an hour leading up, and then it just hard cuts to Arasaka Tower fucking exploded.
Hear me out. After we get through the playlist, pitches remind me. Write this down.
The first Godzilla suit.
Okay.
To find that
through a
video.
process of trial and error.
So I can show it to people on stream because I love that video.
Okay, so what I have found is I have found a list of the common filming locations, as in their IRL counterparts. I am still trying to find if there is a stage for it, but I know there is. I have seen plenty of MMD Toku stuff because unfortunately I'm just that kind of person and seen
but
it.
This is where it's useful.
You're looking for Mount Iwafune. Okay, got it.
I'll be real, I'll take any quarry. But if you can get the quarry,
oh my god, there was a bombing experience?
What?
What?
Improvements were made.
Is this just, hey, you can, yeah, okay, yeah, experience the Toku explosion stuff. Okay, got it.
Remains largely unchanged.
I was like, what the fuck is it talking about, like, bombing? And then I sat there and thought about it for like
oh my god, we're talking to the guy that makes them!
I would love to be the guy who made Godzilla.
Like, physically. Monster Maker!
Gave Godzilla a
I love his badass mullet.
Godzilla 2000.
I like his hair.
I love all these
the
dudes' hair.
Like,
yeah.
It's like he gave his whole head a blowout. I'm gonna start calling it the just did that cut.
Can't be doing that.
You can be doing that.
I'm a gremlin.
2000, Wakasa has created
I'm allowing it.
almost every Godzilla movie.
I knew the perk was fake, but I ate it because I'm a gremlin.
I'm not finding any Mountain Wifune stuff on DuckDuckGo, but like you probably can have decent luck searching for it.
Do you think in the cyberpunk universe there are people who get like cybernetics and biosculpted to just become Godzilla purely for movies?
Yeah, people become Catgirls and Shark Girls all the time.
I mean, yeah, exactly. But do you think there's somebody who does it specifically? It's like, I did this for the role.
Yes.
I did this to feel like Godzilla. This movie really makes you feel like Godzilla.
Can you imagine being in a fucking BD?
Oh my god, a kaiju BD?
Yeah.
Do you think Judy's ever made one?
No. I don't think she has. That's not her job.
I think she's probably edited one. I think she's edited one.
Probably edited something like that, but I don't think she's ever personally made one.
I guess I used the wrong wording, because she is an editor.
She's an editor, but yeah,
she's on the ones and she's on the ones and twosies, not on the front of the camera.
I also I don't really see, I see her as being a bit more, I kind of see Judy as sticking to her lane more than you would think when it comes to what she edits. Like, I don't really see her. I feel like if somebody was like, will you make me my giant Godzilla fetish BD, she'd be like, you know, I won't, but I know somebody who will.
Yeah, fair.
It's like that one part of Yakuza 5 where they're like, we need to find a forger in Sotenbori. How do we do that without arousing some... How do we do that without arousing... Huh?
You hit me like with a fucking pipe in the face with thinking, oh yeah, Sotenbori forger. God damn it.
But... And it's like, okay, how do we contact a forger? Well, Akiyama knows a forger in Kamurocho, so he calls the forger in Kamurocho to be like, hey, do you do forgeries? And he's like, what kind? He's like, suicide notes? And he's like, hang on, I know a guy.
How does one even... Okay, I guess, yeah, I thought about it. Yeah, I see how you forge one of those.
Yeah. Okay, The way they find it was a fake is such bullshit.
That's cute. I'm sorry. That was really cute. We must look like a family.
Okay, so.
Look at this shit.
Full disclosure.
Uh-huh.
I had asked Ray, because I was not sure, no offense, if Pitches would be able to get through enough videos in time for us to have X amount of time.
You thought I might just be busy.
Yeah, essentially. But I didn't want to, like, misconstrue it as, like, well, I'm banking on Pitches forgetting or being lazy. Like, no, that's not at all.
I would have had to kill you.
I threw in a couple of my own.
Yeah.
And this
you usually
is
do.
one of them. Not really, actually. Ever since we had the backlog, not really.
Oh, yeah, true.
But since I didn't know how long I wanted to run, and because I didn't know how many videos would be ready in time, preemptively added a few of my own after talking to Ray about it being like, hey, would that be weird? Because, like, I like asking people who are not only friends, but still viewers at the end of the day. And I like Badlands
I'm not a viewer anymore.
Yeah, you are. It's just that I was already
the
talking to
was
Ray.
intended to be a bit. Yeah.
Oh, that's fair.
We're gonna call this the every do chug.
The every do chug.
Don't touch that mouse.
I can't believe I can't do any of that anymore. I'm so sad.
Angry and Focused, or Hungry and Focused since 1997 is good.
To quote a man I have much respect for, I'm feeling quite hungry.
What did you mean by this?
I've never had that shark one.
Henry Kingdom.
I want one of those big wine glasses.
Oh, do you guys want to know something about Kingdom Come Deliverance 2? One of them, they added the chat thing where, like, much like in Red Dead, you can quickly walk up and talk to an NPC, and you can also use it during combat. So you can surrender during combat with a button. So it's not like the first game where you had to press a button combination.
Is there a button where I can talk shit mid-combat?
That's what I'm getting to. There's 3 options in combat. Number 1 is I surrender, which is, you know, if you need to fucking back down. If you need to never back down, 3, always back down. And there's number 2, which is
Badlands
battle cry. And then there's number 3, which is taunt. But one of the number 2 battle cry is just Henry at the top of his lungs screaming, "I'm feeling quite hungry." But Henry also still says, I'm feeling quite hungry when he gets low on hunger.
I want to play Kingdom Come on stream.
You should. It's actually a game where you fully can.
So, hear me out. There's one reason why I don't want to right now. The Fallout 4 run has made me reconsider doing open world RPGs for a while.
Any particular reason?
It's too fucking long.
What is the reason?
Fair.
And I stopped having fun like 3/4 of the way
That's fair.
through.
That's fair. You know what? That's something that's worth.
I'm gonna point to the camera on this and say I did not hate doing that LP. In fact, I am quite proud of it here and there.
It was it was very good.
It was a mix of mental health issues and me just remembering that I do not like Fallout 4 nearly as much as New Vegas. New Vegas, I could be like, boom, episode. Fallout 4, I burnt myself out on it really fast again, and remembered that I like the gunplay, kinda hate playing everything else about Fallout 4. Like, so for a while, that whole genre of games, maybe not for like the full year, but like for a while, I'm gonna hold off.
Yeah, that's very fair.
Because, like, I was like, oh, Cyberpunk's way longer than Fallout 4. And I've done Cyberpunk
But the
twice.
difference is...
I like Cyberpunk a hell of a lot more.
Yeah.
Is that the thing? That's the same reason why when I did my last playthrough of Fallout 4,
I love this man.
I love this dude so much. Fallout 4, same thing where I stopped during my last playthrough. I was like, I can't finish this.
Yeah.
Because I just got kind of tired.
I also just kind of abandoned Starfield, even though I was having fun. Because I was having fun, but then I realized I was only having fun in one quest line.
Yeah, that's the thing that sucks.
I think it's the problem with Todd outs in a certain way. Is that like
that is Todd's outs.
Well, but like you know what, I can play for years and not be super bored about it. 76, no problem.
Yeah, 76. I think the thing about it is when you're going through Fallout 4, there's so much shit where you're like, I want this to be over. So that is, and it's much rarer when you get
No,
the
do the whole
Fallout
thing.
4 stuff. He did.
Holy shit, 160 ounces.
How much caffeine is he intaking? Is my question.
Oh, enough to kill someone smaller than him. Genuinely, I am not making like a joke about his size. This is enough to kill someone who is smaller than him.
Someone my size would die.
I would probably have a
skinny.
heart attack.
This would put me in the hospital again, I think.
And look at how quickly he drinks it.
Like,
look at how big his fucking hands
I'm
are,
gonna
by
be
the
real.
way. This dude's got big ass hands.
I'm gonna
I
be
like
real
it.
with Badlands. I am enjoying him while he can safely do this.
Yeah, when it becomes unhealthy, I'm gonna tell him to stop.
When he is clearly not enjoying it anymore, or it is clearly taking a toll on him way more, I'm probably not gonna have as much fun. But while it is clearly fun for him, like he loves
Mr. Badlands, hear my prayer. Yeah.
It makes me, it's genuinely shocking to me just how, look at how fucking big his hands are. He's able to hold that thing one-handed like a king.
Like, I want him and Shaq to hold hands to see whose are larger.
Shaq, I think, just by virtue of how tall Shaq is.
Yeah, but I want to, like, see them next to each other. I want a size comparison, because, like, his hands are huge. And I wonder if he's, like, tall.
Look at how big his pupils are.
Yeah. I love this man. He's so good.
He's chugging the world.
That man is not going to sleep for 3 days.
Don't fill a super big gulp cup full of 5-hour energy. I have peed nothing but blood, and I'm pretty sure I can read minds.
I do fucking... I love that one. Oh, I forgot about this.
Oh yeah, I haven't seen this, and I was curious what this was, so this was one of my submissions as well.
Yeah, I've seen this video actually.
Holy shit, this person needs a career in QA.
Oh, what's this video called again?
This is CDPR didn't think anyone could reach alt cyberspace.
Oh yeah, this is the this is where like they keep the cyberspace thing during certain parts of the story.
Videos like this scare the fuck out of me. Exploring out of bounds freaks me out.
Really?
Because I'm not supposed to be there.
It's freaky. It feels very unwelcoming because you were not designed to see some of this shit.
And it was Source Games that actually did that first, because when you get out of bound, they have constant image ghosting.
Yeah, it's very unsettling.
Yeah, there is a tightness in my chest, not here, but like when I'm doing it. Because like Lord knows when I find something in there, because that is where devs hide shit.
Yeah. I do really want it. You can see the black wall.
Yeah.
I do really wonder if like Alt's model is just floating in here.
I don't.
He just looks over at you going, "Hey, dude, what's up?"
She looks. You know that fucking art. You know that art. Yeah, I was ready to say. You know that art right now is going around of Jesus on Twitter. It's that you're not supposed to be here. Oh, this is the.
That would freak me out if I was stoned and scrolling.
Also, if any of you here don't want Phantom Liberty spoilers,
this is totally going to be Phantom Liberty spoilers in like 10 seconds.
Main game spoilers if you don't already know that. So fucking keep that in mind.
I would look away for like 6 minutes.
Because I know Iris hasn't gotten that far through, and I know Iris is in the chat.
Oh, hi, Somi.
Hi. Oh, I like the fact that you can summon this.
I mean, yeah, because you're out of bounds, so you're not fit within the scripted sequence.
Can I say something odd? Male V boxers look real comfy.
They do.
That's not odd at all.
They look like they're made out of a nice material.
I have been playing video games. There's the black wall. Yeah, see, this is why I don't like this shit. This is wrong. This is incorrect.
Unholy.
This is ever the end of time. And the fact that I can still hear the electrical humming and shit. The fact that I can still hear sounds. I don't know what I am going to hear or see next.
Is it the kind of feeling that you're expecting the Super Mario 64 like eel to come out of the fucking blue kind of thing?
Kinda. But also it's very unsettling because you're not supposed to be here and there's
not,
something weird.
This is quite literally not playing within the space.
Yeah, and it's very unsettling because this isn't even something like devs meant for you to run around. This is literally just random geometry they place to make an illusion of a scene.
Right.
So when you're running around in it,
it breaks the illusion that all of this is like a contingent and coherent world that has standard mechanics.
Especially when it's something like Cyberpunk that I know forward and back. The instant I am in somewhere where I don't know, I am uncomfortable.
You know what's really impressive?
Hey, Pitches, remember Phantom Liberty where I was going through the Alien Isolation segment and I freaked out way more than I do in most horror games?
Because this is, there's no other part
It was
of
fear
the
of
game
the
like that.
unknown in a thing I knew and was comfortable with. I
Now,
also
I
really
will
like how this
say-
person is avoiding damage. It's a really interesting...
I'm gonna be honest with you though. I stand by this kind of. I do not like the Alien Isolation bit entirely. Purely because I feel like while I like it doesn't fit because like I have issues with Alien Isolation and how they handle the alien there, but here's the difference. In Alien, you're not. Oh my god.
Wait, this is alt cyberspace without
this
the
is
filter.
This is without the filter, so
I
it's a
didn't know this place
recreation of
existed without the filter.
yeah, it's a recreation of Saburo's office because that's where Johnny's mind callus appears. Hi, Somi.
Hi, Somi. Wow.
Yeah, this is because they
Right,
glitched out during
she's pretty.
Firestarter, so it escaped the stadium with Songbird, so she's just spawning nearby.
I keep forgetting Songbird is literally one of the most gorgeous women in the world.
Yeah.
So like sometimes I'll see like her face and go, hello.
See,
Hi,
this
ma'am."
is where you come in when yeah. But you never notice any of this because it's in your filter. There's a cyberspace filter.
Like I didn't know it was a filter. I thought the game was just rendering all that.
Yeah, this office doesn't exist.
Yeah,
It
and
was
this
covered
is
by
wrong.
a
That's
logo.
bad.
That's
The
bad.
house is 1
like-
degree. The house is 1 millimeter larger on the inside. No.
Yeah, no, that's a good way to describe it, Sue. When you know this game back and forth and you see areas that are like it but wrong, it fucks with your brain.
I guess it's just me that kind of like sees that and just like grins big and wide because I love that kind of shit.
I don't dislike it. It's just it
here's the
makes
thing.
me
It's
freaky.
awesome. I like this fear. But it's fear.
Yeah. But you know something I also really enjoy about this is you get to see and feel. You get a good idea for what was cut. What ideas did they not go with?
Like,
This
I wonder-
infinitely looping room, what's the purpose of this?
I wonder if there was ever any, like, a point in this game. How do I put? Yeah, this is also another one of mine. But it makes me wonder, like, was there ever a point in the game where the filter was not a thing they intended?
Yeah, because you wonder why would they make it like that? Was it a technical thing where it just works better that way? Or was there something to it? And that's something I find very interesting because I think everyone here in this call right now. Yes, I know.
Can I confirm something for you?
Yeah.
I did, in an effort to summon you, put this in the playlist before I even
It
knew you
worked.
wanted to be on. I'm like, I wonder if Pitches miraculously would, like, show up randomly at this video.
At the Plum Core video? Maybe.
Like,
But
I want to say that this was a ritual.
this was your summoning
I
sign.
cast a spell.
This Randall Thyme summoning sign, but yeah, just as
Now
for the
Pitches
video-
is just going to be saying Randall Thomas bits for like a week.
I know.
I always do that. That was the plan.
It's just nice to smoke Blackwoods regularly.
Yeah, and I go to Home Depot.
Go to your local 7-Eleven.
I go to the Home Depot and eat my my fucking Outback Steakhouse. But I just want to say the last thing.
Yeah.
The last thing about the Cyberpunk thing, and this isn't just Cyberpunk. This is just game development in general. Is there something so interesting about learning why did you do this? Because you look into the minds of these game developers and you're like, why did you make it like this? Why is this here? Is there sometimes it's very obvious, like, okay, here, this makes sense why this is here. Like a good example is in fucking Fallout games when they do like video calls so you can see someone on the other side. And this is also a thing in Cyberpunk. They have like a room in the game world where there is literally that character's model sitting in like a little box, and there's a camera point at them, and that's where and when you call them in the hall, like, so I think somebody a while back found like you can just find like a little space where it's like Judy and she's sitting at the chair, and it's just nothing but that. It's just the black in the background, and it's Judy and she's sitting there, and there's a camera, not a literal camera. A
game
camera.
Yeah. I wonder if
pointing
I wonder
at her.
what Mr. Hans's 1.0 area looks like.
I would love to. That's something I actually want to do someday when I have my PC. Is I would love to do a YouTube series, which is Cyberpunk 1.0, trying to go into all that 1.0 content. Because like people do that all the time for other games, which is like, let's go to the 1.0 of a game and let's see.
There was a cool one I watched. It was Arkham Knight on PC.
Yeah, where like, and you get to see a lot
bad.
of. You also get to see like a lot of content that's still like secretly in the files of the game, and as they update it, they remove. A lot of games do that, of course. You know, like early on, you'll still have shit in the files, and that'll get removed over time. In a lot of cases,
Like
I think for Cyberpunk,
like Black Ops back in the day had a folder that was just ZM Paris, and it's like, what the fuck is that? What do you mean Zombies Mode Paris? And the answer was Moon was originally going to be a Paris map using the catacombs, which they eventually went back to that idea for BO6.
Something I would absolutely love to do though is that with like Cyberpunk, where it's like, let's go 1.0 Cyberpunk and to just go through those files, go through all that, see what we can find that may have been removed with subsequent patches. I would also love to, and this is something I genuinely plan on doing someday, just real quick before we start this video, is I would love to go into and do like the most major Cyberpunk updates and document the minor changes that got made, because I remember a lot of minor changes. I would love to make a video series going, here's how like patch 1.5 slightly altered this scene.
Like, I would love to see the evolution of police behavior. I think that
would be a really
idea.
good one.
And I'm giving you that for free because, frankly, I think your autism for Cyberpunk would let you push through and finally finish a video, unlike me.
Yeah.
Like,
No,
I genuinely think
that's
you
not
could
a dunk, by
finish
the way,
a
but I get what you mean.
project. Like, you and I have similar autism for a similar thing, but your autism is inherently more productive. I spend more time thinking, you spend way more time doing and archiving.
Yeah.
Which helps.
Anyways, Randall.
He's got these hollowed out fruits. Let's see what for.
Here are some of our up and coming products. And this one right here.
I love his mic. Like,
look at the detail. This shit will have.
Look at the detail.
This shit will have you screaming and
hollering.
Ah!
This shit will have you screaming.
Who's Grandpa?
I really want to learn about who the Randall Fimes is.
This shit right here. This is for
team players only.
I broke fucked up right now. This shit is for the monsters. Wow.
He reminds me back in my old neighborhood of a guy who, like, he was a family friend of one of my friends.
Third biggest press
and he looked just like Randall Symes.
We have correspondents all over the world.
Prescott.
This is our CEO.
I love Ken Dory Phillips.
Yeah. Good job. Pay $900,000.
The 15,000 Newports and the one Blackwood.
In every capital city.
He is a clone.
I have a clone living in every capital city.
Sometimes I feel like Smokey Margella.
Friendly orbital VSAT is in the air. I'm sending in an A-10 Warthog with hollow tips. The 751
This was
billion
also one of
dollar
my
transaction
submissions.
is complete. Would you like me to create any more species?
By the way, if any of my submissions are also in the existing submissions,
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Does someone have a broom?
I don't care. I'll watch it again.
Alright, move
I
back.
still need to watch more like Game Changer.
I love Game Changer. It is a how do I put it? A game show for theater kids in a very positive way.
Brendan, that was very
loud.
Yeah.
I love
Listen,
Brennan.
as somebody who generally has a bit of an aversion to this type of thing, as I just genuinely bounce.
I like these.
I think,
and I like the people
I
they
like
end up
this.
associating.
The thing about it is sometimes, and I don't mean this in a bad way, sometimes left-leaning millennial improvisation comedy just does not hit for me. I'm just like, this isn't funny.
It's like I don't
and it's
dislike
nothing
this
to do.
person, and I don't disagree with some of their bits, but like sometimes it's just I don't click with this being what I go to for laughs.
Yeah. It's not that it's not a thing where I'm like, I hate this. It's just sometimes I sit down and I watch one of these videos or somebody streams one of them and I'm like, I can see why this is funny to you, but it don't hit for me.
Yeah.
Brennan Lee Mulligan is actually kind of an exception for me, and that's because I do really like how Brennan does a lot of things. I don't entirely agree with
Brennan
some
Lee
of how
Mulligan goes like full send on every bit, and I appreciate it.
I will admit, you know what? I think Brennan Lee Mulligan has done far less damage with shit like Dimension 20 and the Fantasy High School stuff than Critical Role, at least, so.
I feel like that's less of a damage thing and more of suffering from their own success kind of thing. But I don't.
When I say damage, what I mean is, I should clarify. When I say damage, I quite literally mean it's not that it's bad or that they're not successful, but when you make something which is just a lot of improvisation, it's these guys who are these guys and gals and Embees and all these groups who are very good at improvisation. And you make them do D&D, and there's a lot of comedy to that. People start going, this is what I want my D&D to be, and frankly, I don't like that. If somebody shows up at my table and is like, are you gonna try to be like Critical Role Dimension 20? I'm gonna be like, no. I'm not gonna do that.
Nah, I'm
not gonna try to I'm not gonna copy this actual play series. I'm not saying these are bad. There's good parts to Dimension 20, and I've not seen much of that, but here's the difference. I think Dimension 20 and Fantasy High is at least interesting, unlike Critical Role.
But again, I kind of classify them as just I like Critical Role season 1 because younger me going, holy shit, those are my favorite voice actors doing. Oh god,
that's the thing, right?
Let me finish.
Yeah.
And season 2 is like, okay, they're doing new things, but by season 3, I'm like, okay. It kind of
is awful.
I wouldn't say it's awful, just not my thing.
It's bad. Let me tell you something. As somebody who's seen some clips and read about it, it's bad. I won't get on a big tangent about it. I want you to imagine we're doing.
But like, it's that GIF. It's bleak.
It's bleak. I want you to imagine real quick, without getting on a big tangent. Imagine a game where the characters
Man, this game sucks.
do not where the
another
characters these characters that they're playing do not give a fuck about the plot. The plot of Campaign 3 is all about the gods and all this. One, Matthew Mercer retcon shit from previous campaigns to make the gods more villainous, which is something I hate with anything. And secondly, none of the characters in Campaign 3 Critical Role have any connection to the gods whatsoever. So when that campaign ends and they decide to get rid of the god, the main characters of Campaign 3 are outright villains. but they're not treated like villains by the plot. They are acting like villains. The thing I really hate about Critical Role, and this is not me dunking on the voice actors or the people who work on it, it's just I don't like how they handle this
Can I
part.
pick up the baton really quick?
Yes, yeah, real quick.
I actually do appreciate about Critical Role. Like, I'm gonna be the person saying one nice thing. Every clip I see, even if I don't like the role playing that is happening, these people are acting their asses off. And it's great. I understand the appeal. There's some amazing performances that are completely improvised, and that is powerful. There is value in that. Whether or not we fuck with that, completely different and completely up to us. But like,
absolutely,
there is that, like, I do see the appeal, and I can concede there's amazing performances happening.
Absolutely.
And I think it's because they're barely acting. I think it is because they're actually reacting in character.
Yeah. Something bringing actors and you get what I think we're on the same page on this.
Comedians, theater kids, like they're all gonna make and play very similar D&D sessions, and that's not a bad thing. Those are not the tables I want to play, but like
they're entertaining to watch.
Yeah, and there is a level also where it's those people that do this for a living, who this is what they like playing and like doing as a job. Like it's a rare crossover. Let's be honest.
You know what? Get that bag.
Get that bag.
Get that
bag. As someone that had to do or not had to was on a cast for actual play before, costumes and everything.
And you
multiple
did damn
times.
Good. I had watched a few episodes.
It was, trust me, this was the being locked in the basement arc. But which makes it all the better.
Sorry, it's your framing of the words.
Yeah, exactly. But the main thing about it is that like I also kind of came away from the whole experience with a different appreciation for it, but also an understanding of, were I to do an actual play, I need to not treat it like an actual TV show. I love the aspect of putting on costumes and playing characters and all that shit. And I understand that part of the idea for it was explicitly to help with retention and viewers. But the problem, from my end, also became, if I ran things, I've only run it for small groups. If I ran it for other people, that's one thing. But like, or ran it for an audience, or just putting a camera there for an audience to watch me dick around for. We and my friends stick around for 3.5 hours.
Yeah,
great, fine by me. But you have to kind of understand, I come from a background for D&D and others playing where we got together after school or after classes in college on Fridays, and we'd be playing for like 5 to 6 hours.
The classic D&D sort of thing.
I've been up 3 in the morning playing fucking pickup games at a con, and like I'm half conscious because people have been passing gummies and beer around all night. And we're just having a grand old time. But, like, you gotta opt in. You gotta know that that's what it is.
Exactly. And there is a level of different levels of opt-in and different levels of... it's a consent thing, isn't it? I think the best way to describe it is consent.
I think that's the word for it.
Well, I'll say, while I have some issues with the inherent thing of, like, like I feel like there's I don't have an issue with them directly, but I think there's kind of a culture that's been built around like X cards and veiling and all this stuff. I think there's been a culture built around it. At the end of the day, what these games are about is consent, and those are important tools to have.
That's why and this is just going to be a quick thing. The Castle Super Beast and CSB alumni cascading story of Pat's D&D sessions. Have been genuinely a case for why it is important to exercise consent and why boundaries at tabletop are extremely important. Because the motherfucker that they dubbed Jimmy is the sort of person that creates every problem that we are talking about.
Yeah, like the PST thing.
Oh yeah, that too.
Like
Rusty.
Mandalore with Rusty. That is because here's the thing, right? And this is something I stand by. I've never really had to have those sorts of tools purely because I only play with friends that I'm very close with.
Yeah.
Where I go in knowing what your limits
Also,
are.
as
Like,
the DM, like most of my games are with my friends too. And as the DM,
yeah.
I try to group people that I think would already have good chemistry together.
Same.
Tabletop is a really good way to introduce people.
Yes.
And if I think two people in like friend group A and friend group B, if I think those two people would make like a really good, at least tabletop chemistry, like I try to like invite people that I think would work well together, and also maybe would like the setting or the system. Like, I'm not going to invite everyone to the Fate campaign the same way I'm not going to invite everyone to the Cyberpunk campaign, because, like,
some people are not going to be built. Some people are not going to vibe with the Cyberpunk campaign or what you want to talk about with that. Like, for instance, when I do campaigns, I'm not always going to be getting into it, but I'm willing to. And I'm not going to, if I'm going to do, like, a darker campaign... And when I say a darker campaign, I don't mean, you know, like fucking some fatal shit. Obviously not that. Yeah. But when you get into some darker shit that's like, people can die, there might be violence against people that you would make have person uncomfortable. It's not being a good thing. It's a good thing, obviously, but...
Depending on the table, like, I've threatened children in my
yeah,
settings.
Sometimes that happens.
Only if I know the table is cool with potential child death being on the table.
But that's why whenever I go in as a DM, and I'm going to advise this to anyone listening before I go back and finish my Critical Role tangent.
Oh, right. That's where this came from. Sorry. We do long discussions.
I love talking about role-playing stuff.
The thing is, our tangents are actually, like, fun for me. So,
they
like,
are.
I don't mind doing them because this is adding something. This is fun for me.
This is fun. I actually, it's something I know a lot of people get mad with Wooly when he does tangents, but I think it adds something
but that's
sometimes.
one of my favorite parts of that kind of stream.
Because the thing about it is that I think
wouldn't be here if I didn't like doing tangents with y'all.
Yeah, same. But yeah, no, the thing I want to say is something I advise for DMs is when you're going in, obviously you don't want to reveal your hand, you want there to be surprises. But when you're being a DM and you're like, you have somewhat of an idea of where things are heading and such, because everyone has a different way they DM. Some people go in, they know everything's going to happen. Some people have a loose idea. But at the end of the day, what you need is you need to sit your players down. This is advice I'll give any first-time DM or even long-term
I'll interject and say this should be session 0 more than like...
Session 0, like you need to sit down.
Changes. Depending on how long your thing is going.
Yeah, I actually say there's something you kind of do before session 0. There's something you do when like with people like when you get the group together and they're like, okay, we're down to play this game. You go, okay. The screening process, yeah. You sit them down and you go, all right, here's what I'm thinking for content. There might be some sexual stuff. Not like people having sex with me, but we might get into some shit like that. There might be violence against children. There might be violence against women. There might be references to some very dark subjects. I'm not going to have things happen on screen or anything, but there will be references to it. You have to lay that out. There might be references to like fantasy racism, you know, that type of thing. You have to sit people down. You have to go, okay, there might be these things that get covered. I'm not going to make you sit through something, most likely, but you have to understand that you're entering a world, a story in a world I'm telling you and depending on how things go, there might be some shit that happens where you're going to be put, your character's going to be put in a situation where they might have to witness or whatever, and you have to set people down, and if they're like, nah, I can't do that, cool. You just aren't going to play the game. Now, I know there's a conversation been had about toning shit down, and that's something you should have with your group. But my advice is sit them down and say, here's what I think. And if they're like, I'm not cool with that
I want to do.
Yeah, and if they're like, I'm not cool with that, cool. They don't gotta play. Or if like, hey, I'd really like to play, but can we maybe not cover that? You can discuss it. But that's also one thing I'll always say. As the DM, you gotta work with your players, but also you're telling a story for them, but also don't let them be like, your players are guiding the story, but you also don't need to let your players walk all over you, if that makes sense. Because there are some stories you hear where people are like, I don't want that. And sometimes that's fair. But if I'm trying to tell a story and getting into some subjects and you're just not into it, but everyone else is, then maybe you just can't be in this. And that might sound rude, but that's not me being rude. That's just straight up. When you're the DM, you want to tell a story. You want to have some fun with your friends. You want to roleplay. You want to tell their story with them. Sometimes you want to cover some shit. For instance, if I were to do like a Elder Scrolls setting,
For the record, if you want harder
racism's gonna come up.
subjects, I do have a good example that I can.
Yeah.
If you would like.
Yeah. Go ahead.
For example, I do not often, because A, it is hard to make certain subject matters enjoyable for the players. For example, like, I can count on one hand the amount of times in a tabletop setting that sexual assault has ever come up as a theme. And you know how I handle it? I will never show the event. Ever.
Obviously.
I will only show the person as a person. They just so happen to be a victim to a horrific crime. But, like, this person is a person first and a bad thing happened. They are physically safe now, though.
Yeah.
And that is the important thing. Because there was, in a fantasy game I ran, because we were going for a darker fantasy, like, think Witcher in theme.
Yeah, Witcher.
They wanted something witchery. And I'm like, okay.
Where you're unafraid, where Witcher is unafraid to occasionally get into... It's a fantasy world, sure, but there's some shit going on.
Because in Session 0, I'm like, hey, do you have any questions for me? Because you guys were like, okay, we're in agreement that we want dark fantasy, and we want it to be Witcher-like. I can do that, and I am cool with running it. However, when I think about what The Witcher is willing to do, I think of the Bloody Baron side quest. You all know that one, right? And my entire table is like, yeah, we do. And I'm like, where the botchling...
Are you cool with that?
Are you cool with something that hardcore? And they all went, yes. And if they did not say yes, or if they hesitated long enough on thinking about it, I was not going to introduce a character like that. I depicted that subject material as I wanted to show the villain as an actual capital V villain in that context, that nothing was off the table for them. You needed to bring this fucking vampire out of this world. I needed you to feel like Simon Belmont.
And say the world is a vampire.
Yeah. I want you to be hitting the Trevor Belmont, die, monster! You don't belong in this world. And I want you to feel it in your chest when you say that. And
absolutely.
My players liked what I did. But that is one of an out of 5 tops times I have ever done that. And that is how I handle subject matter that is too intense. Is if it is something that I do not feel comfortable showing, I will always be comfortable showing the after effects and what that does to a person, but I am going to have to write a person first.
Absolutely.
And how that would impact them.
Something, a character, and I didn't play them, but it was one of my players' characters. Because we did that game was Powered by the Apocalypse, so there were multiple. That's actually a thing. I only had 2 players for that, but they played multiple people. It actually worked pretty well. That does not work well with every system, but I actually liked it better because it made it feel more fleshed out. The issue with having a small group like that, where it's like 2 people, is you only have 2 characters. It feels a little, feels a little empty. You want something more. But the great thing about that is one of the characters in his character's backstory, that character, she had been essentially a pleasure slave for a while, and we didn't get into it, but it came up, and it was a part of her backstory, and we treated it very adultly. But like, because we all knew where people...
Important.
What?
A very common thing in fantasy. For them to walk around saying outright what it is, but like they will use things like pleasure slave to be like, it is bad, this is what it is. We do not want to use loaded phrases though.
Absolutely.
Like,
and yeah, in general, that's a big thing. But actually, this actually kind of ties back in to about like the subject matter and handling it, and also just treating your players like people when it comes to dark subject matter. This ties back into what started this with Critical Role.
Oh,
my issue
right. Sorry.
with Campaign 3 especially. No, it's fine. I like having tangents.
No,
Campaign
totally.
3. The thing I really dislike about what I've heard about Campaign 3 is, like I said, Matthew Mercer. These gods have appeared before. They are not new. They become more villainous for no good reason, purely to fulfill what the core plot of Campaign 3 is, which is it's a dethroning the gods campaign. 5e dethroning the gods campaign. Yeah, smacks forehead. I never would have guessed. Everyone loves fucking doing that bullshit with 5e.
Yeah.
And I'm not
something challenging social structure, something.
Yeah, that's what it is, but the issue is people treat, and to be fair, if this is your setting and your campaign, do what you wish, but the issue is Matthew Mercer has never treated it like that before, as far as I know. And then suddenly the gods are all bad guys. And the issue with Campaign 3 is Matthew Mercer very clearly did not tell the cast what they were coming in for, because none of them made a character that had any connection to any of the gods. Literally, not a single character in that thing has any connection. In fact, while I've not watched all of it, from what I watched a clip and I've read some shit about it, there is a bit where a character from a previous campaign who had a very deep connection with one god as a part of his backstory and shit, that character reappears and basically goes, yeah, killing the gods is cool, I guess, when that character would absolutely not say that. But they do it just to kind of, to brush it off.
You
but
got
the issue,
it, brother.
You got it, brother, and
I
that's why
remember what that bit was, but.
But the reason why I bring it up is, to me, that's a good example of that's not a good way to run a game. It ends up becoming, by the end of it, is the quote-unquote bells hells, the party for Campaign 3 Critical Role. By the end, literally people are going, you got rid of all of the pantheon of gods, what the fuck, what are you doing? Like, the people of the world are like, what the fuck, what the fuck, what the fuck? And the main characters literally go, bleh, whatever. They don't give a fuck, they don't react. And that bothers me. And this is not me hating on the people themselves or whatever, but this is a thing that a critique I have, is something I really dislike about Critical Role, and why, if anyone ever does one of my campaigns, it will have consequences. Which is, the NPCs are people in this world, because something happens a lot in Critical Role, and this isn't just campaigns, this is all of it, is they'll play mean pranks and shit on NPCs because they were mildly a pain in the ass, even if it was justified. And it's that level of power fantasy where I'm like, that's taught me something about role-playing and TTRPG, and I appreciate Brennan Lee Mulligan because he doesn't let people do that, really, in his campaigns. I don't like how Matthew Mercer lets the characters just do mean shit to NPCs all the time with no real consequences, because if you're going to play a mean prank on, like, someone who's important, they might go, guards, put him in the femur breaker.
Bailiff,
treat it like a world. Yeah, treat it like a world. That's the thing I don't like about that type of thing. Your players
reacting like things are actually happening to them, kind of thing, or like someone should be going, "Hey, what the fuck?"
Yeah,
kind of
yeah. And that's something why I brought this up originally. Is I think that's my issue with Critical Role that I don't really have with Dimension 20 and Fantasy High. Is while those are very much comedic sort of games, you can tell Brennan Lee Mulligan cares about what he's doing, and that's why I appreciate it as a DM. I know privately at home, outside of 5e, he does like 3.5 campaigns. I would fucking like a 3.5.
Like that.
Mainly because 5e is very limiting in some ways.
I was stimming by rotating my vape in my hands, and it fell into my lap and
Well-
onto the floor.
Well, you see how I'm stimming is I'm twisting your dick around.
I was stimming on your mom last night, bitch.
I was stimming on your mom last night. Anyways, after this long ass 20-minute tangent,
it's fun.
We're good.
No,
it's fun.
I gotta dip out right now. It's very late for me.
Oh, are you heading out?
I'm gonna go to sleep. Yeah.
Okay, take care. It was lovely having you.
It was lovely having you, Stu. Thank you.
I'm gonna shout you out.
I might be on tomorrow. I have no fucking clue. I should be on tomorrow. Something somehow doing something, but I have no idea.
I'm gonna make it all right, but not right now.
How the fuck? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I remember the song. I'm good. All right. Good night, y'all.
Good night.
Good night. If you think Pitches isn't gonna reference Nickelback, you don't know Pitches well enough.
I mean, you're wrong, and that's a crime.
You're wrong. You're wrong for that.
I went to say you're wrong and that's a crime, and all that came out is you're a criminal.
You're a criminal. You're a crimer.
Cause I'm a criminal.
Mama, I'm in love with a...
But at some point, Sam looked at me and went, this guy, I need to rattle his belief in doing your best. But I'm going to tell you this.
I love that quote.
Yeah.
I think part of the reason why Brennan Lee Mulligan is so funny.
I love that bit. If this game's goal is to be middle, I'm gonna lose so fucking hard every fucking time. Is like, that's bars.
That's why I think Brennan Lee Mulligan's so good at what he does. He has a good vocabulary.
Yeah.
Got to me? Don't give a fuck about birds. What I do give a fuck about is trying your best every time. And so long
he
as
gives
I
it
am on this
100.
stage and drawing breath, you can good and goddamn believe that I will be trying
He
my
is
best
on,
in every
for lack of a
I
better
also
term.
really, this is also like this, not even a tangent, just a comment. How Brennan Lee Mulligan includes his leftist ideology in his game, I think
like how he
works
puts
really
his leftist
well.
ideas into his comedy in a way where it is like, it is funny. The Civil War Ghost bit
funny.
makes me guffaw
Yeah.
every time. And I've come here to say today, maybe we had some bad ideas. Maybe we were wrong.
Maybe we said some bad ideas. That's why I like that bit so much, because obviously I do not agree with the fucking meme of the left can't meme. The left absolutely can meme.
As fuck.
But the problem with it is the left is... I talked about this before once in private, but never on stream, I don't think. You know that image I told you about where somebody... You know the fucking Vin Diesel image where it's like...
Oh my god, him drinking it like soup.
Oh god.
The mustache.
I respect
You
him.
can't make him stop.
I respect him so much right now.
You know the Vin Diesel image where he's like holding the finger to his lip and going like, a man never speaks badly about...
Now, you may already have a spot on Donald Trump impression.
Oh, as someone who's a...
Yeah, pitches.
The Donald Trump impression. This is for me. I love
give
this
your
bit.
spiel about... That's not dismissive. Give your classification of what you, as someone who constantly makes fun of Trump, what you are looking for.
The thing about... This actually ties into the thing I was saying a second ago, funnily enough. The thing about Trump and doing an impression of Trump is Trump... So many... you get like your SNLs and your Stephen Colbert Trumps, and I consider those the bad Trump impressions. Those are the Trump impressions where you're like, I love colluding with the Russians. I love being racist. I love being homophobic. It's just, you're just saying, I'm Trump, I do bad thing. That's not funny.
It's just statement of fact.
It's just statement of fact. We know that's what Trump is. You don't need to tell me. If you're gonna make fun of the man, and you fucking should make fun of the man, you need to understand him. Listen to any speech that Trump has ever given. What does he talk about? Jack and shit. He just says things and people clap and cheer. That's why whenever I do a Trump impression, to me, a good Trump impression is, I was walking around the White House today, and I got hungry. I got hungry. So I looked at the Secret Service man, and I said, right now, I'm going to eat you. I'm going to devour your soul. I need to perform the body transference. It's come time. And I feasted on him. I feasted on him, folks. Folks, I did it. I did it. And then they just hard cuts people clapping. That's what a good Trump impression is. He's talking about nothing.
You are yapping, and you are not just yapping. You are meandering.
You are meandering.
An onion on your belt, which was the style at the time.
To me, that's a good Trump impression. A good Trump impression is you
Abe Simpson.
Understand. It actually is. I'll quickly say, Zach from Oni Plays, Psychic Pebbles, the guy who made Smiling Friends, he has one of the best Trump impressions because he actually explained it in a way that it allowed me to kind of find my center for it. Trump does not say shit like, I love colluding with the Russians. No. Trump is so easy to make fun of because you just have to point out the fact that he is a dumbass who talks about random shit. And you're like, why the fuck is this guy the president? Why do we give this man this much power over the military, over this country? That's how you make fun of Trump.
You don't even have the window repair perma perk. What are you doing?
You don't even have it. You had all those points and you didn't get Juggernog. What the fuck is wrong with you? You should have gotten Jug.
You took the Galvanuckles. I saw it.
Why the fuck
Didn't
is
put
that
the
your
hatch
gobble
on the
gum?
bus.
You should have fucking had better gobble gums than that. That's a good Trump. That's a good way of making fun of Trump because it's just funny. It's like, what are you talking about?
Like, I thought of like, what's the first thing I can think of to talk about with absolute confidence, to speak absolute nonsense. I thought like, okay, I know COD Zombies, I know Black Ops 2 COD Zombies. I know you shouldn't buy the Galvanuckles on transit because that means you're using the hatch on the bus. And you just cascade that bit, and you keep it going, and you keep it going, and you put it in the stupidest fucking cadence that you can.
A good real life example I'll give before we continue the video. The infamous, they're eating the dogs, they're eating the cats. You know why that is so funny?
I still love in that clip, Kamala voices something along the line, or mouths something along the lines of, what the fuck is he talking about?
She literally like looks off and is like, what is he talking about? It's so fucking funny.
It's one of the funniest moments in American politics I have ever fucking seen.
That, to me, is one of the best real-life examples of what a good Trump impression should be.
Because he's speaking about
we all
nonsense.
We all know he's being a racist and he's being a bigot. But you don't have to make him say, you see, the minorities are eating the dogs and I'm racist, so that's bad. Oh, I think they eat dogs. That's not funny. We know. You don't have to explain the bit. That's the thing that I have such an issue with a lot of leftist comedy, is the need to try to make it clear what you're saying. We get it, fam.
In fact,
we understand what you're saying. I agree with you, but but what makes you not funny and not entertaining is you're looking at the camera and going, this is what I mean. No, no, no.
And it's
making fun of Trump is making him. It's very surface level. That's why a good Trump impression understands that Trump, you don't have to have Trump say something fucked up and racist. He'll say it himself. That's why you make fun of him by being like, having him just say random nonsense. And that is, to me, as somewhat of an expert on the subject, that's a good Donald Trump impression.
Yeah. Now, all that to say, I am ready to throw all of this into the fucking trash.
Spot on means spot gone from second place. So you might want to dial it down a notch. Allie, I'll start with you.
Didn't know I was gonna be able to make some noise today.
I just want to comment. Allie has a crazy good fit.
Yeah.
Allie's also just a very pretty person.
Sullivan's catchphrase?
Brennan.
I love it when you curveball.
Amazing Trump impression, Brennan.
Here it is.
I'm Donald Trump, China.
What world are we living in which Allie's impression?
I wanted you to explain all that
Here's
just to throw it in the trash, where no one does a Trump impression.
Yeah, I love this clip because no one does one.
I've seen your impression.
No. What was the
And frankly,
look,
You have to do us
that
all in a row,
tangent
but we're comedians.
Yes.
So
was
whatever
the
second
best
person
duet
does
Trump
creates the second
impression we
point
have
in a
ever
line, which
done
creates a
because we
pattern.
talked about
And the
fucking
third
nothing.
person cannot resist their
Yeah.
comedic impulses to build off of the first 2 points of information. So I knew that if I did one better than Allie,
I love
Allie
Brennan
would
Lee
win,
Mulligan.
because Oscar would
He's a
want
good friend of
Mateo
mine.
on it. You're not just playing the card.
I love Dimension 20.
Wait, are you playing me?
I'm
So
playing
much
Parker.
I don't
better
agree
than
with all-
Critical Role.
Listen, I don't agree with all of Matt's politics,
I
but
have
I like
beef
Matt. I
with
love
Matthew
Matt.
Mercer.
I'm going to divide.
You know,
He
I
wouldn't
love
voice
Matt.
act
He's
my
a-
press conference. Don't get into it. I'm not gonna get into it.
I'm not gonna get into it. I love him. He's stinky Matt, but I love him. He's meaty Matt.
To create whatever choreography
Oh my
you like
God,
to a
Stinky
song
Matt's
of our
good.
choosing. The second place
Meaty Matt.
will both win 3 points. Allie and Oscar, we'll do you first.
Meaty Matt works because
Can I
you
have
know
on
what?
stage?
Stinky
Your
Matt
song
is
is waiting
closer
back
to
there.
Sleepy
Our
Joe.
song. Okay, we're
Yeah, I
ready.
like Meaty Matt because it's alliterative.
Yeah.
And a 3. And
Okay.
a 2.
Let's see.
You
their
also have to be
dance.
good at. You also have to be good at putting your mind with Trump into the mind of a man who has encroaching dementia.
Yeah.
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 That's pretty good.
Baby, I'm praying on you tonight.
Allie, no rest for the weary. You and Brennan.
We think that the dance you guys did out there, is that a high point? Is that a mid point? Is that a low point? How about this? We go a little bit under where that was.
Okay. We're ready.
I love how he is
Incredible.
gaming the
3,
fucking
2, 1,
system.
go.
He sees that there are rules in play.
You know, to talk about D&D, that's how you know. That's how you know Brennan has played 3rd edition. He knows how to mess with the rules as written.
Wow, players.
And he ruins the finish, so that's raw middle from here.
That might
It's
have
raw
been
middle.
a little worse.
What?
Brennan, Oscar, that's you.
Ready?
Let's do it.
Let's go. We're doing this 3 times. 1.
Yeah.
So I can go
I
down
love
while
this
you go
moment.
up.
Yeah, let's do that.
I respect. This is chaotic good, by the way.
Ready.
Wow.
This is chaotic good.
I overheard
And
all
you're
of
about to
that
see
was
what I
back
mean.
there, and I'm excited.
Here we go.
Because I don't usually go for the alignment
And a
chart.
3,
But as
and a
someone
2,
who calls
and a
herself
1.
chaotic
I'm
good,
sorry.
this is chaotic good.
Dance is a sin. Dance is a sin. Dance is not.
You may be going.
Do not dance.
You may be going.
No.
But wouldn't this be chaotic neutral? No, because you are helping your true allies.
No, chaotic
This is for
good.
the
You're
greater good.
helping. This is for the greater good. Chaotic neutral is only for yourself.
Brennan with 12, Oscar with 18.
He's making sure
Decide on
Oscar
your
does not
number
win.
And write it down on your paddle. The player to
Oh my god.
the middle
Oh
amount
my
of
god, I
points
love this bit.
will not lose
I love
those
this bit
points.
so
Other than that,
much.
there are no points to be gained this round.
Can you pick 0?
You absolutely can.
Can you pick negative numbers?
That's a really
No,
good
you
question.
cannot. I will disqualify you if you do negative.
Goddamn,
So you are
Saribot.
6
We'll try.
points.
We'll see.
You're 6 points behind.
Do you ever look
Goddamn,
at Saribot
Saribot.
fucking
And then
kill
there's the
someone
question,
and
isn't
go,
there?
man, I might be out of a
Which
job
question is
soon?
The question
AI might replace
Yeah, that's
me.
for this episode.
That's the thing. It's always when I'm zoned out for half a second, focused on something, and then I'm like, oh, time to do my job, and then boop, out of the job.
Stand for it. I know.
Okay, but I like that there is a real human there.
What are you gonna do?
Yeah. Oh no, Sam. I like being here to do that.
But we know Brennan's gonna put 0.
Yeah.
That's why, you know, great thing about Saribot, if it makes my job a little bit easier,
Oscar,
Yes, I have wagered 3 points.
don't hurt nobody.
bold move. Allie,
0 points.
0 points. Brennan, if your answer is somewhere in between, you win this round. What have you wagered?
You can
You
have,
have
my
my
points,
points, so
when
you
you
pry them from my cold, dead hands.
I would no sooner surrender
I
my points
love
than I would
this.
surrender my life, my heart, my sacred memory of all that came before. My points tell the story of who I am, where I've come from, and what I've done. You shall not have my points, negative infinity.
Amazing comedic
I
timing.
told
You dropped this.
That negative numbers would
Amazing
not count.
punctuation.
Allie, you are the winner of that challenge with 0 point sacrifice that keeps you at 15. Oscar sacrificing 3
I love the
points
trap
brings you
of
down from 18 to 15.
there is
The
no
scores
points
at the end
to
of
be
our
gained
game.
from this
Allie
round.
with 15, Oscar with 15,
Yeah.
Brennan with 12.
What's happening is wrong.
Putting Brennan in second place. Brennan, you are the winner of this episode.
Staring at the camera like an orphan child in a Stephen King story.
Like he's just been to the pet cemetery.
Sometimes the ground turns sour. What comes in might not be what you
Sometimes it
get
is
out.
better.
Cine. Every once in a while, I watch that trailer to
Wrong
smile.
with second place.
What the?
Your best effort is all that anyone's asking for. And if you give your best and you come in second, you come in third, you come
Like,
in
I
last, it's not
appreciate
about
how
what you're
much
losing.
of this
It's about giving it everything
is
you've
off
got.
the dome.
Now, Sam has built a monument.
That's something I appreciate about Brennan a lot. Is it's something that's the one thing I want to get better with storytelling is good improvisation
Oscar and Allie
like that.
deserve first. We should be applauding them for getting more points. But in this sick rodeo, this bizarre, fucked up clown
It's also the
festival
perfect
that Sam
speed at
put
which he
together,
approaches the camera.
we're here
Yeah.
celebrating
And how he puts down the flowers,
only
puts down the
describe as the
trophy, and
sickness
then
of
takes off the medals slowly, places them on top of
Practice
the
comedic
flowers.
timing.
Everything is a deliberate action.
Game changer. I am your host, Sam Rice, reminding you that if you're not second, you're last. Good day.
Sam Reich, more like Sam Hitler.
What? Oh.
Reich.
Polite Chuckle Magazine is sending you mail. You should come out and get some mail. Oh yeah, the song about being an evil fucking wizard. Wait.
Evil fucking wizard.
This is the same riff as Ballad of Buck Ravers.
It's not.
It's close.
It's close though. I do not condone the recent fireballing of the academy.
My heart goes out to all the masters that lost their apprentices. Oh, fuck yeah. This is just amazing. This has Bikey Wars energy.
It does.
But I'm a bikey man from a bikey gang.
Living in a crack and making crack.
I love killing, thieving, and extortion. Give me $20, I'll give you an abortion.
I'll give you an abortion. A wizard.
Evil.
I'm glad that
fucking
I'm really
wizard.
glad we've come back around on the wizard with the big hat and the beard. I'm glad he's back.
I can't wait for him to show up in the next Yakuza.
I would love a wizard to show up.
Yakuza 5 during Saijuma's chapter kind of has a wizard.
A Wujin. Marshall versus Caster debate grows stronger every day.
When you said Marshall, I thought you meant like Marshall Mathers.
No, I mean Marshall like
yeah.
Marshall Mathers.
Whoa! Oh, that's AI. Wizard Gooning!
Wizard Gooning would be a powerful ability.
Fucking wizard! Evil fucking wizard! Evil fucking wizard! I think I recognize that guy from TikTok. I think I recognize that as Peanut Butter Gamer. No, that's Peanut Butter Gamer.
That, yeah.
Slim Shady? Bruno Mars? You look familiar. Oh, fuck yeah. Oh, I love that stash.
And then,
I fuck with that stash really hard.
I love a good mustache.
Why is this so funny to me? Oh my god. Oh my fucking god. This is a really good flow. No, don't reach for the orb. Oh no! Fucking!
This is a cycle. Wizard!
Evil! Fucking wizard! I love that.
You know what this just reminded me of? No, we have reached a point now where some stock images are AI, and that makes me sad.
That wasn't an evil wizard. That was Gandalf the Grey.
Gandalf is literally an angel.
Yeah, I believe it.
No, that's like actually a thing. Like, Gandalf is literally a divine
As I told
spirit.
you, I believe that.
Yeah.
I like this riff.
This is a good tribute to all the people who lost their lives at the Academy.
That's true. Now.
Yes, red dirt.
When I saw this video for the first time, A, I could not believe what I was seeing. But B, I did not realize in God's year 2025 that I would be able to look at the closest fucking thing there is to an actual, for real, cyberpunk samurai bootleg.
Yep.
And to those that don't know what a bootleg is, that is an unofficial fan recording of a concert. Usually done without the permission of the performers.
If you've ever seen like someone's phone video
Yeah.
of a concert, that is technically a bootleg.
But this is Samurai playing Like a Supreme live 7/15/2077 at Red Dirt. This is done with model rips from Cyberpunk and animated in Source Filmmaker.
Now here's an
Source 2
interesting
Filmmaker.
Now here's an interesting deviation that I think is interesting. For this, in this timeline, V and Johnny somehow managed to convince Henry and Denny to play together.
I fucking love how Henry's... wait.
You mean Denny?
What?
Which one do you mean?
Drummer.
Denny.
Denny. Why did I think Henry? I'm an idiot. But, like...
Henry's the bassist.
Denny's fucking hair in Source 2 being able to be realistically, like, simulated to bounce just fucking right.
I also would love to mention, for those who did this concert in the game, whoever this is, they studied how the characters in game moved so closely. It's the new Supreme. Hunt down the privacy. Is that it's the new machine? Kill it all for like Supreme.
Like Supreme. Oh, I fuck with this solo so hard.
And I the camera shaking, all of it.
The acoustics. Like, I've been to dive bar shows. That's what these sound like.
Actually, knowing this, this could straight up be through someone's optic, which would still work.
Yeah.
Hunt down.
And like, look at how they got the lighting and the fog.
All of it
This
is that
was one of. I woke up and this was.
Look at the blur effect.
Yeah. And like, this was one of the first things YouTube suggested me for that day. I was in heaven. because I never thought I'd see something like this.
I love this so much because
people hated Cyberpunk on launch, but look at where we are now.
I also just want to say, like, for the characters themselves, it's so sweet getting to see Johnny, Carrie, Denny, Henry, and Nancy
doing it
all
again.
together one more time.
One last ride.
And last ride.
That side quest, not always when I do it, but whenever I think about it, I get really emotional because it really does mean a lot to Johnny that V would trust him enough.
I had a conversation recently with a friend of mine, because this is a friend who's, I think, a little bit, a newer friend who I think is a little bit hard on Johnny. But I did mention them how I think one of my...
You should be.
Oh, no, but, like, I think they kind of acknowledge, they don't give Johnny a shot in some cases where trying. It's like, you know, like Johnny genuinely loves, like, all. And I think their relationship could have worked. It's just that Alt was trying to make Johnny get fixed.
Yeah.
And you can't make him. Yeah, that's not how any person works, especially not
make
Johnny.
Johnny do anything that he did not already want to do.
But the thing is that I mentioned it, it's a line that sticks with me, is what you just mentioned, where it means a lot to Johnny. And as V, you can be like, when Johnny's like, you didn't have to do this, and you can have V say, well, it meant a lot to you. But depending on your relationship with him, and I think if you get to this point, he'll always say the line because of your relationship with him. But it really shows how much Johnny really cares at this point, because he goes, but not more than you. That is not something the old Johnny would have said. He matured.
That does make me ask a question, because I have an answer for this.
Yes.
Because I know you and I think about Johnny more than most people. I have a line that Johnny says that makes my heart raise and flutter every time that I hear it in game. Like like a holy shit, he truly trusts you moment. And for me, it's, remember, V, you're better than them.
Yeah, it's...
it makes me feel so fucking good. Especially when you hear the Sokka goons go, Jesus Christ, one fucking merc?
One fucking merc! I love the Don't Fear the Reaper ending, especially because that is the only ending where Johnny is there with you every step of the way. Every other ending,
I love how he does things like those little flourishes right before you start.
Maybe I'm starting to think this plan wasn't so batshit after all.
Like,
I love him.
Johnny is so fucking good.
I mean, there's a reason why Johnny is my stream icon. Johnny is a character I'm deeply associated with in people's minds at this point, and that's because I talk a lot about Johnny, because Johnny is one of my favorite examples of a genuinely complicated character where he works, because so often with a character like that, you fall into the trap of they're just a dick, but the writer doesn't want you to think that. The difference is, everyone involved with Cyberpunk wants you to think Johnny's a dickhead.
Yeah.
But you also have to look past it and be like, not look past it, you have to understand that Johnny is not doing this on purpose. Johnny is occasionally being a dickhead on purpose, but when I say it's not on purpose, it's not that Johnny is a hateful guy.
Johnny
it's
will
just that
say
this
things
is a
to
man
get
who
under
is
your
so
skin for
that
the
he does
fuck
not
of
mean.
it.
I've oftentimes joked that I think Johnny as a character would say a slur that he would never say because Johnny's not a racist guy or a homophobic guy or anything, but he would say it purely because he knows it would piss you off.
Because he is a toxic, shitty, immature man. And, like, keep in mind, we're not talking post-2077 endings, Johnny. We're talking, like, Johnny as he died.
We're talking Johnny as he is in V's brain, with obviously the space of was Johnny exactly like that when he died. It's hard to say. We definitely know that Johnny is definitely at his absolute worst mentally when he's in V's.
Yeah. I think so much about him as a character, and like I can tell that the Pondsmiths have warranted that level of inquiry. Where, like, I am curious about Johnny, and they're constantly like, here's a thing from one of our old sessions. Here's a thing from an old lore book that we wrote. Here's a thing in the Rocker Boy manual that talks about, like, samurai songs that are never actually talked about in 2077, for instance. In the Rocker Boy manual, there's a lot of samurai songs that are only named there. And, like, you got to be curious of like what would that have been, and apparently Mike has recorded a couple samurai songs.
We know he did like chipping in and such on like old cassette tapes back in the 80s, and that would have been with the original lyrics. If y'all don't know, the lyrics rewrote, or I think CDPR and Refused together rewrote some of the songs to better fit Refused more angry punk style. And I also want to suggest, if you're not a Refused person but you like samurai, listen to Refused music. A lot of they have a song called I'm trying to remember, it's escaping me. Not Malfire. It's something. They literally have a song. It doesn't matter what the title is. There's a lyric there's literally a lyric that is "The tower's falling down, 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 a path of no escape." And I heard that song, and I'm like, this came out around the same time as the game. It's not related at all. But I'm like, this shit right here, I'm like, could just be a samurai song.
And that's sick. I still do, like, in a perfect world, I wish that Dogstar performed the samurai songs, but, like, I get why not.
I get why not. I highly recommend, by the way, Dogstar's recent album, Between the Palm Trees and the Power Lines. They're back.
I've not heard it.
Yep,
Shit,
they're back.
I know what I'm doing after this stream.
Oh, it's a great album. Somewhere Between the Power Lines and Palm Trees. It released in October 2023.
Oh.
It is such a good album. I highly recommend it. But when you listen to that, it's their first album after 23 years. It's really good. Their last album was in 2000. I think the thing is, though, I love them. I love Dogstar. They could not be samurai because they are very mellow. They are not.
They're closer to prog than they are punk.
They're very mellow. Honestly, they're kind of grungy. They're very mellow. They're very happy. I'm sure they could try, but I don't think they would fit samurai, which is angry, foam rock. It's aggressive and it's angry, but to be fair, I think from what I understand, when Keanu offered to do the vocals, it wasn't a he wanted to, it's a if you want me to. Because Keanu has on multiple occasions said he does not like singing. Not because
I do want to hear him do it. There are some clips, there's not much. He has said himself like he's not a vocalist. Isn't he the
I don't think he's
for Dogstar?
He's the bass guitar and the mixer for Dogstar.
I thought so. I knew he was like a massive, important role, but I couldn't remember exactly.
Well, Dogstar is only 3 people, so he is very important. But the thing about Dogstar, I will say,
and frankly, he's probably where the money comes from.
Oh, absolutely. The thing about it is that I'll give it is Keanu's not as bad from what we've heard of his vocals as he thinks, but I do get why. I would have still liked to hear him do it, honestly, even if it wouldn't have been perfect or whatever. But I understand why. I think when it's like, oh, he asked, he was like, do you want me to? From what I understand, that was not him being like, I want to. It was more, I mean, do you want me to make it work? And they're like, nah, don't worry, man. We got Refused, and they're fine to do it.
Hell yeah. I do wonder if Refused was their first choice. I wonder if there's like early attempts at another band doing samurai songs.
Well, so you know the Carrie version of Chip and M?
Yeah, I love that version.
If you go back to the that one's more accurate to the tabletop. If you go back to the 2018
Because it was more
reveal
of a party
footage,
song in the tabletop, and it was more of a party song
So
in
was-
lore when that was written.
so was Never Fade Away is the interesting thing, because Never Fade Away, the lyrics to it are literally we're all here all night to party, never gonna fade away, and they made it for the game far more emotional about alt and everything.
Yeah.
But
Which I think
with
I think that is a choice for the better. I do think Johnny would like do. This is gonna be a weird poll, but what 100 Gex calls a remix, where it's a very
don't really
similar
know if-
song, but it's not.
The interesting thing is, I've said that I'm pretty sure he re-recorded the song. We don't know if that's the case in universe, but that's the only way it makes sense to me, because the song is very explicitly about Alt and her death. So it wouldn't make much sense if he wrote it if they're retconning that was always the song. If that makes sense.
Yeah, no, because like clearly, like if I recall correctly, "Never Fade Away" was one of Samurai's earlier songs too.
It's not a Samurai song. It's a Johnny Silverhand song.
I
because
keep making that mistake. Because to
it's
me,
kind of
Johnny
like,
is Samurai, which you know what, that fits the in-world discourse.
You know what it is, though, really, to me, what I think about it? You see this all the time with music, and I think this is the case in 2077. Chad Kroeger, the lead singer of Nickelback, did the song Hero for Spider-Man the movie. He did it, just him. It was not a Nickelback song. There's obviously way better examples of this, but this
is
first
what
one
you
comes to
have
mind for some
to
reason.
your mind. Well, it's because you like Nickelback. That's
I
not
do,
even a dig. That's
and
just objective fact. You have made it known.
I've made it known. To me, that's one of the first thing that comes to mind is, but all the time on the internet, you'll see this is a Nickelback song. I think that's the same way with a lot of these Samurai songs, like you see like covers and shit where like, oh, this is a Samurai song. I think in universe, a lot of Johnny's music gets repackaged as a Samurai song. There's been some conjecture whether or not together or not. I've changed my mind. I don't think Samurai got back together in 2020. I think it's just with the data crash and everything. You find an old Johnny song.
Yeah, I think.
Just call it Samurai.
I also think after the data crash, like a lot of things like the timeline got fucked, not because of retconning, but because no one knows, really.
That's explicitly what it is in a lot of cases, because a lot of fans of Samurai and shit
There's a lot
are
of
like,
he said, she said bullshit.
there is, where people are like, oh, Samurai was never this big stadium band.
Oh,
but
bullshit.
And that could have, and for a while we were like, is that a retcon? Are they retconning if they never that big? But all evidence seems to imply, and from everything that CPR has said and Artal has said with the collaboration, it appears that is an in-universe mistaken belief.
Yeah.
Where some people, and this is my theory, I think a lot of fans don't want to think that their idol sold out, because by definition,
I think it's better if he did.
Well, that's the thing. Did Johnny quote unquote sell out? Did all of them sell out? That is a question in of itself that we cannot get into. Yes.
Did he sell out, or did he buy in?
I think he bought in because Johnny
bought in. Okay, we're on the same. Yeah.
Here's the thing, right? I think Johnny likes luxury.
Mm-hmm.
He's not gonna live. I don't think he wants to necessarily live in a mansion like Harry does. But I think he wants a nice. Way down in Wisconsin. I think what he wants. No, you're fine. I laughed. Johnny wants a nice apartment. He wants his Porsche. He wants a food on the table. He wants drinks. Johnny does not want to have to fight for anything. I think because he has. He is like a lot of people. A lot of people can respect what fighting for something and not having a place to sleep and all that gives you, but they don't want to live like that. A lot of punk singers and people who started out later, like, listen, that's good for material. I'm not fucking sticking to that. Fuck you.
Yeah.
And to be fair, that is my view on it as well. If I was like a punk singer and I like had no home and I was fighting to feed myself and I was living off, fucking dumpster scraps sometimes, like they very likely were early on. You gotta do what you gotta do. When I get money and I'm rich and I'm getting record deals and all this shit, I'm not sticking to that. And I think that's what Johnny is. I think Johnny still has some integrity with it. I don't think Johnny, that's why Johnny, I think, does give Carrie some shit about living in a mansion and everything. Because I think Johnny's like, that's too far. But I also think Johnny's whole thing is,
Like, Johnny doesn't want to live in squalor, but he wants, like, a nice condo.
He doesn't want to live in squalor, but he wants something a little nice. And I think, but I also think if somebody was like, Johnny, did you like, Johnny would absolutely be the type of dude to go like, I was living in shit. But that's the thing, remember, there are multiple times in game in 2077, this is the last thing I want to say before you close out, because in 2077, there are times where V will be like, didn't you like live in a shithole and all this? And Johnny doesn't really respond to it, besides more like a yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's Johnny trying to avoid admitting
that
later
maybe
on,
it didn't suck as bad as he thought. Or said.
Or not even that. Yeah, Johnny would love for you to think he lived in a shithole apartment his whole life. Johnny lived in a nice, this is canon, by the way. Johnny lived in a penthouse. He had bodyguards. He had all the shit.
Johnny had a record company that was owned by, like, WMG.
He had a record company. He had his own record company. Johnny had money. Johnny was not a millionaire, but Johnny had a shit ton of money. And Johnny is unafraid of that. He had capital. And Johnny, I think, doesn't want to admit it because that gives some credence to, so I bought in.
Yeah. But I think he bought in.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, either way, I should do my outro and shit.
Yeah.
It was amazing having you on, genuinely. It's been a minute.
Thank you.
We should do more.
We should. I'd be absolutely
Frankly,
down
I would like to have a thing
do more
where
stuff.
you are actually pressing buttons instead of just saying shit.
Yeah, of course.
But like,
I understand that. Although I don't mind.
Very fun with you.
I don't mind because it really is like the best friends thing, you know. Sometimes you're not doing anything, but having another person to bounce off of helps.
Well, I didn't realize we went for 5.5 hours.
Yeah.
Does
so that
not
helps.
Feel like it. It feels like It feels like a 3. It genuinely feels like a 3.
Yeah.
And I think having you and Sue to bounce off of here and there was like enough to where it's like, okay, I can take a back seat. I can just listen to people talk, and what they are talking about is interesting, and I'm invested. Like,
you expend so much less energy. I know. I've not done streams like this, but occasionally when you're talking to somebody who's like muted in a Discord call and they're typing in chat, you realize how exhausting it can be to have to talk.
And then like flick your eye over to the right. And then you have to adapt the habit of pretty much just talking to yourself. It's weird, but it's kind of fun.
It is fun, but it's way more exhausting than having someone with you.
No, I wish I had good enough internet to have regular co-hosts, because, like, for example, like, Outer Wilds. There's a lot in Outer Wilds where I'm just troubleshooting. Where I'm just fucking around to see how my ship works, to see how gravity works on this planet. Shit like that.
Mm-hmm.
And, like, I think having a co-host on that would be great. But I can't stream my gameplay to my friend, so they can't react to what's happening. And it's a headache. And I wish I could. But, I'm actually very spiteful against my ISP, because they're running ads right now that are like, your best local choice. And in my head, it's like, you are my only fucking choice. You are the only people that will service this
the best
part of
local
town.
choice. You're the only one.
You are the only one. There is no competition. Like, oh my god, if there is a competitor.
Absolutely.
There is a competing ISP, but if I recall correctly, they're slightly worse overall money-wise, and they, more importantly, don't do anything this side of town. So it's like, fucking thanks. And we could get better internet, but like, that shit's expensive. And like, we got a router like 2 years ago, and that does let us do things better and easier, but like, ugh.
Yeah.
It has not made our net speeds better It's just I'm losing less packets.
Yeah. Which is a bonus in some ways.
Now, I will say, my download speeds mean that I can download a modern game that just came out and still play it that night.
Mm-hmm.
Like the Silent Hill 2 remake, yeah, sure, I used a VPN to spoof my location so that I could play it. Well, not even play it. I wanted to just have it downloaded early.
Yeah, just have it.
I also paid the extra money to get that game 2 days ahead of time. That might have that was also actually like I'm gonna let y'all in on a little secret. That is part of the reason why we did 2 playthroughs of that. A, to mirror the playthroughs we did of the original. But B, to justify spending $80 on a video game.
Oh, of course.
Like, I shit
you make your money's worth.
Oh my god. Speaking of making your money's worth, you know that guy on TikTok, the Asian guy who always goes to like the grocery stores and the buffets, and he is like, and I am here to make my money worth.
Yeah.
I went to a Chinese buffet recently, and I heard his voice in the back of my mind.
Oh, I thought you were just gonna say you heard his voice.
And that plate was clean.
Yeah.
I had
make that money worth.
Big plate of shrimp and rice to go with the jalapeno chicken and the General Tso's. I got crab rangoon. I got egg roll. I got... Okay, hear me out. It's not Chinese food, but the place I go to has andouille sausages in butter. And that's not Chinese food, and that's not why I'm there. But they make a good palate cleanser. The amount of spices that are on the sausage and the butter cut the flavors I just had so that I can make the whole that I can make the whole plate actually feel like a cohesive thing. And hoo boy, I made my money worth.
Mm-hmm.
Good advice. It was also an all-you-can-eat place where like you just spent $16 ahead of time.
Yeah, you're not paying for what you ordered. You're paying to eat.
I easily got like $25 in food.
Mm-hmm.
With those servings. And there was a reason I could not stream later that day. Because I got my money's worth. But the food I had eaten did not agree with me.
Mm-hmm.
But it was good. It was really good. But we are gonna raid out. Again, Pitches, thank you for being on. Especially thank you for being on, like, as we were already going. Did not expect that to work out.
And hey, once again, if you ever are like, hey, Pitches, I feel like I might need a co-host for some, hit me up, and if I'm available, I'll absolutely try.
Okay, hear me out. I'm not gonna promise anything. Look into Supermarket Together. It's free.
I will.
It's free with one $5 DLC, and that's all they're ever gonna ask. They're just gonna add more shit to the $5 DLC to make the $5 DLC a better deal. Either way, I'm gonna deafen and do my outro if you want to hang out after this for however long.
I do gotta head out because I made some other promises, but
all good. Yeah, again, thank you for being on. I was just offering.
No, it's fine.
I was gonna say to be nice, and it's like, no, because you're my friend and I want to hang out with you. But like, my brain is like, to be courteous. That's the word I'm looking for.
Yeah, to be
Courtesy.
courteous. No, absolutely.
Either way, I have to do this fast. Let's get it. So, if you stuck around for all that and enjoyed, thanks a lot. I genuinely appreciate it. If you would like to support the channel more directly, there are links below wherever you're watching, things like the stream elements, tip link, community Discord server, and Throne wishlist, as well as the merch store. Go, 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 go.